Chapter 51. All attributes plus 10? Damn. The sudden system prompt made Liu stunned. I don't understand what's going on now. Although there are attribute point rewards and extra rewards for changing the heroine's fate, Liu has known this for a long time. But why did the system prompt to change Yan Yun's heroine's fate appear at this time? Isn't this scientific? Could it be that Yan Yun figured out something at the entrance of the secret realm alone? Quickly glanced at his current attribute panel. Vitality, 32. Mental power, 36. Power, 34. Agility, 32. Enhancement level, Black Iron High level. All attributes have exceeded 30 points. And evolution of Villain's eyes. Your eyes will add the function of seeing the human attribute panel with a betrayal rate of less than 30% on your original basis. The extra rewards given by the system are nothing special. It is to evolve his Villain's eyes. In the past, the Villain's eyes could only see the basic information of monsters, items, and humans, as well as the betrayal rate of humans. But now, the Villain's eyes can not only see the betrayal rate of others, but also see the opponent's attribute panel when the opponent's betrayal rate is lower than 30%? To put it simply, you can see the attribute panel of your teammates. This ability is useless on the surface. After all, the betrayal rate is lower than 30%, don't you know if they can fight? But it's actually quite useful. Because there are always people who don't know if they have awakening abilities. After awakening, what is this ability? And how should we strengthen ourselves? When you didn't know it before, you need to try it slowly, just like Yan Yun. But now Liu is clear at a glance. Of course, Liu has no time to care about this now. Because the monkey who gave up chasing Wu Jiang had already discovered the existence of him and Tao Yang. Hey, it's a sure bet now. Liu came back to his senses. He was still a little uncertain at first, but after feeling the warm current bigger than eating the crystal nucleus, it spread from his brain to his whole body. Confidence immediately exploded. All attributes plus 10, what is this concept? Improving a small rank directly, is there any? This feeling full of power. Cool. Seeing Ding Feng stop the monkey, Liu hurried forward to help. How did Liu get the system rewards? In fact, it does have something to do with Yan Yun. After all, Liu forced her to kiss her just now. It is normal for her to lower her betrayal rate due to this feeling she has never experienced before. But more of the reasons were because of Chu Feng. After Liu used Yan Yun to beat Chu Feng seriously, he asked Ding Feng to follow him just in case. The purpose of doing this? One is to see if we can find another chance to kill him, and the other is to prevent the other party from going back. However, Chu Feng never thought of going back to compete with Liu for treasures. Because he knew that in this state, he was no longer Liu's opponent. If you go back, you may die in the opponent's hands. Although after meeting Liu this time, the news that Liu fed back to him made him no different from death. But for him who has experienced the end times, there is hope in life. Under the big tree outside the bedroom, the light group of the silver vortex is still so bright. After Chu Feng appeared, he didn't hesitate at all. Clutching his injured belly, he ran towards the commissary. The monsters on the road have been cleaned up by him before. Although some monsters wandered onto this road later, they couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Open the door, open the door. Chu Feng knocked heavily on the door of the canteen, completely losing his previous cautiousness. A girl with dark ponytail, her name is Dai Lian. Hearing the knock on the door, he quickly opened the shutter door and pulled Chu Feng in. Seeing the wounds on Chu Feng's body and his appearance of collapsing, she was very surprised. Chu Feng? What's wrong with you? Give me plenty of water quickly, and food. Dai Lian is still an ordinary person now. Without thinking too much, he quickly handed over the food and water. Where's your bag? Was it robbed? Almost. Chu Feng panted while eating. Please, help me find a needle and thread again. After hearing this, Dai Lian realized that there was such a big gash in Chu Feng's abdomen. My god, who hurt you like this? Don't talk about this yet, find me a needle and thread. Oh, all right. Dai Lian acted quickly. Chu Feng clenched his teeth, feeling severe pain all over his body. In order to escape just now, he used a special combat technique developed by later generations. This kind of combat skill is not based on awakening, but on learning and practice. It needs to condense all the remaining energy in the body on the legs, so that it can explode at an extraordinary running speed. Of course, this ability also has side effects. After using it, the muscles of the whole body will become very sore within about 3 days. Even if it is him now, he can't recover without 48 hours. It goes without saying how important the 48 hours in the early days of the end of the world are. Every time he thought of this, Chu Feng secretly hated him. The tall and handsome figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. At this moment, his memory also began to be confused. He didn't know why Wei Jianjun moved before the end of the world. I don't know why Su Hao's sword was bought away. I don't even know why Yangyun is with Liu. All he knows is that the world is not normal. Although he used the methods of later generations to escape from Liu's hands. But the sequelae of using this escape method, as well as the injuries Liu left on his body, made him return directly to before liberation. To be injured means to recuperate. Rehabilitation means that there is no way to continue to become stronger. In other words, if he is reborn, he can only walk behind other evolutionaries. To know. There are a lot of people in this world, and there will always be some people who are very capable in all aspects before the end of the world. After the end of the world, it is possible to become stronger. Even if these people have not experienced rebirth in the last days, they can still walk ahead of all evolutionaries. Chu Feng has the advantage of rebirth, as long as he relies on the memory of his previous life to fight steadily, let alone become the strongest in the world. At the very least, it can become the overlord of one party. But most of his early advantages were taken away by Liu. Comrades, weapons, women, and treasures from secret realms. Development in the last days is one step at a time. Then on the contrary, one step after another will be step after step. It is possible that you are just a few days less developed than others, and you may become an ordinary awakened person in the vast crowd. This is the case with Chu Feng. Ordinary human beings would not care about this issue. After all, who was not an ordinary person before the end of the world? But Chu Feng is different. He is the reborn, the main character. So he can't accept it. It's okay if other things are robbed. The goddess Bai Yueguang that I have been thinking about, is still in front of me, and this guy Liu. Yes. At this moment, in Chu Feng's mind, Yangyun had already lost her qualifications as a heroine. As a reborn protagonist. Chu Feng will never allow Yangyun to have a boyfriend, never. Not to mention that this boyfriend is Liu. Bastard, bastard. When Yangyun was held in Liu's arms, Yangyun's expression of refusal and welcome flashed in his mind. Chu Feng roared in pain. Suddenly poof. Chu Feng was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and passed out immediately. Chapter 52 Subduing the Monkey King. Chu Feng passed out. Liu didn't know that the reward for Yangyun this time was mainly related to Chu Feng. Maybe even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because for him, the only way to change the fate of the heroine is to sleep the heroine as his own. If she can't sleep with her, Liu will kill her without hesitation. Let the hero give up the heroine. Liu doesn't have that leisurely mind every time. What's more, the current him doesn't have time to think about this. In the open space of the secret realm, Liu leaned against a big tree, pretending to be tired. Damn, I didn't expect this monkey to be so strong. I didn't think of it either, I underestimated it a bit. Ding Feng lay flat on the ground, his ribs were sunken, blood-stained at the corner of his mouth, and he was panting heavily. Yes, he had 2 broken ribs. This mutated monkey is the boss of the secret realm, the kind that is about to advance to bronze. That speed, that dodge, that power. Even Liu, who has advanced, can only win by relying on the King's sword and supernatural powers. Ding Feng didn't know how powerful it was, so he fought it before Liu rushed over. After a few rounds, he was kicked by the monkey and broke his ribs. If Liu did not temporarily advance to the high-level black iron, under the circumstances of the 2 unstable factors of Wujiang and Tao Yang, he probably had no choice but to give up capturing the Monkey King. Fortunately, this result is barely acceptable to Liu. Ding Feng's rib was replaced by a powerful monkey? Cost-effective. Looking at the burly Monkey King beside him, Liu said. Come on, Xiaojin, get lost. Xiaojin is the name Liu just gave the monkey. Because its species is a mutant golden monkey, it is named Xiaojin. Well, it's a bit random. But this is not important. What's important is that after hearing Liu's words, the irritable Monkey King who had caused great trouble to everyone just now rolled around obediently on the ground. Squeak. After Xiaojin finished rolling, he ran up to Liu and squatted down, pitifully looking at Liu and bowing to please him. A behemoth covered with golden hair, acting cute in front of Liu? Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He looked at his other 2 treasures. Storage ring, elementary special item. Description, a special ring that can store items, with a storage space of 10 cubic meters. Note, this item is a special item, and it needs blood to identify the owner before it can be used. Once the owner identification is completed, even if the owner dies, it will be difficult for others to use it. Induction Jade Pendant, auxiliary item. Explanation, a magical jade pendant that can perceive all living beings. Depending on the strength of the user's mental power, the range of perception will be different. Maximum range, 100 meters in radius. Note, this item is an auxiliary prop. Although it does not require blood to recognize the owner, it needs to consume a certain amount of mental power to use it. When using it, you need to place your hand on the jade pendant to create a spiritual connection with it. A ring, a jade pendant. Rings are storage rings in many fantasy novels and movies, in which you can put some personal items. It can be said that traveling at home is a must-have treasure for killing people. The jade pendant is used to sense life forms, no matter humans or monsters, as long as you don't have special concealment skills, you can't escape the induction of this jade pendant. Although the sensing range of this thing is not very wide, it is definitely very easy to use in some complex terrain. You know, what are human beings most afraid of in the last days? Not the humans who appear to have transformed into zombies. Nor are those ferocious, terrifying, and disgusting monsters. Instead, a monster suddenly appeared and attacked you where you couldn't see it. It's fine if it's an ordinary monster, but if it's a zombie that suddenly appears, even if it's just scratched, it may kill someone. So Liu now has the induction jade pendant to help him, and the battle pet enslaved by the dark scroll to help him find the way. His safety factor has been greatly improved. And for him with so many things, even if he didn't kill Chu Feng, it would definitely be a bumper harvest. Hey, Tao Yang, look at my current state, don't you have any thoughts about me? With so many treasures and a Monkey King, Liu was very happy. Looking at Tao Yang and Wu Jiang who are facing each other, they also made a joke. The reason why he pretended to be tired. One is that I don't want to be suspected by others about using the system to become stronger. Another one is to try this Tao Yang. No, how dare I? Looking at the big monkey jumping around beside Liu, Tao Yang smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he already knew what he missed. So his smile is uglier than crying. Treasure. Absolute treasure. Tao Yang really wanted to vomit blood. Although he doesn't know what the ring and jade pendant are for, but that scroll is definitely a good thing. Just now when Liu and his two exhausted their strength to destroy the monkey, he thought his chance had come again. He snatched Liu's treasure and left this secret realm. This was his thinking at the time. But before he could do anything, Liu dripped a drop of the monkey's blood onto the scroll. Then a cloud of black air flew out from the scroll, enveloping the dying Monkey King. In less than 5 seconds, the monkey's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye under the action of the cloud of black air. In less than 1 minute, it became alive and well. The most important thing is, this monkey actually changed from the violent before, not only became much docile, but also completely obeyed Liu's orders. I am Nima. Any fool knows what that scroll is. I think, if your physical strength is fully recovered. Liu leaned against the tree trunk and looked at Tao Yang with a smile. Xiaojin should not be able to beat you. Come on. Tao Yang curled his lips. You kid, don't get cheap there and act like a good boy. I have written down this account. Hey, are you still talking harshly to me? Liu stretched his arms. You are not afraid, I will let Xiaojin keep you here. Hearing Liu's words, Xiaojin very cooperatively bared at Tao Yang. The 1.8-meter golden Monkey King? Who wouldn't be dumbfounded? Tao Yang shivered in shock. Okay, you are cruel enough. However, is there nothing wrong now? I'll go first if nothing happens. Go? Aren't you with me? As I said before, I will protect you. There are 2 entrances to the secret realm, and naturally there are 2 exits. Now that several people are gathered here, of course they can choose any exit to leave. No need, I can protect myself. And I don't like to depend on others. Tao Yang directly rejected Liu's kindness. What he awakened was a wrestler with strong strength and vitality. As long as you get a suitable weapon, you can definitely stand alone. So, isn't it good to be the boss, want to be someone's younger brother? Moreover, Liu snatched the treasure that originally belonged to him, but he couldn't kill him himself. Going to look at him every day, isn't this frightening? Really not together. What? Do you really want to keep me here? Chapter 53 God of War, Xiaojin. That's not true. Liu thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, since you insist on leaving, then I won't force you. How about you, Wu Jiang? Hearing what Tao Yang said, Liu didn't continue to persuade him. After all, Tao Yang's betrayal rate is as high as 70%. If he really went with him, then he would have to send someone to guard against him, and the loss outweighed the gain. As for killing him, this is completely unnecessary. Liu is not a murderer, and there is no point in killing him if there is no conflict of interest. The effort is not thankful. Me? Wu Jiang looked at Tao Yang, then at Liu. Boss, actually, I don't know either. I know you're still brooding over what happened just now, but it was just now, and now is now. Seeing Wu Jiang's hesitation, Liu said casually, if you are still willing to continue to hang out with me, don't think about the previous things. I can assure you that as long as you do things for me as before, the benefits in the future will be indispensable to you. And what happened today will never happen again. This. Oh, by the way, Shilei is also with me now. If you go over, you can catch up with him. Shilei? Okay, boss, I'll go with you. After thinking for a while, Wu Jiang nodded cautiously, then turned to look at Brother Yang. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. It's so chaotic outside, it's really easier to do things with someone you know very well. What's more, Liu is so strong, and his safety is more guaranteed. Fine. Tao Yang waved his hand casually, in this case, I'll go first. Originally, Wu Jiang was Liu's younger brother, and he and Wu Jiang also formed a temporary team. So now that Wu Jiang wants to leave with Liu, he has nothing to be sad about. Tao Yang, we are destined to meet again. The corner of Liu's mouth raised. Get lost, I don't want to see you again. Tao Yang cursed, turned around and walked towards another exit of the secret realm. Liu ignored him, stretched and sat up. As usual, he dripped a drop of his own blood on the ring. The moment Liu's blood dripped onto the ring, the drop of blood was swallowed by the ring like a drop of ink in a basin of water. Next up. The ring tightened a little, and it fit just right. A wave of mental power also poured into his mind from where the ring was. Liu could see what was inside in an instant. 10 cubic meters of space? Yes, yes. Liu put the scroll on the ring. With just a thought, the sapphire on the ring flashed a blue light. The scroll immediately disappeared. Seeing this scene, Liu smiled. Ding Feng who was lying on the ground also smiled. And Wu Jiang's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. In the secret realm, Liu robbed 3 treasures and severely injured Chu Feng. He also captured Zijin, the battle pet. And Chu Feng was still unconscious at the commissary. The two ebb and flow, forming a sharp contrast. 6 p.m. The outside world did not stop because of the conflict between Liu and Chu Feng. In room 8046 of the Rhine Hotel, 8 or 9 survivors gathered here. Looking at the situation outside, Li Wanning couldn't help but feel a burst of despair in her heart. That's what you said, someone came to rescue us in 3 hours. It was not 1 o'clock at noon when Shen Bin said this. It's past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. More than 5 hours, more than 5 hours. The people organized by Liao Dong couldn't even go down to the 2nd floor of the hotel, and there was no sign of a rescue team elsewhere. This annoyed her a lot. You know, she just ate 2 buns and a cup of soy milk in the morning. Up to now, it can be said that nothing has been entered. Wan Ning, this was just an accident. Shen Bin twitched the corner of his mouth, a little embarrassed. Because someone came to rescue this kind of thing, it was indeed what he said. But now? Accident? I don't think it's an accident at all. Li Wanning, who saw the scene outside, was a little annoyed, and then thought of something. Oh, I don't know how those classmates are doing now. They. Shen Bin found the topic. I saw them rushing to the opposite side before. Did you rush to the opposite side? Li Wanning frowned slightly. Did she get chased by a monster, or did she not find anything to eat in the hotel? I don't know that. My god, what do you think is that? A sudden exclamation interrupted Shen Bin's words. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. What? Why is there a monkey there? Monkey? Where did the monkey come from? Who knows? Fuck, are you sure it's a monkey? Such a strong monkey? Orangutan. Fart, this is obviously a monkey. Have you ever seen a 1.8-meter monkey with its waist bent? Have you ever seen a 2-meter-long praying mantis? What is this? Right. Hey, hey. Why did it kill those monsters? I'm Nima, Jill is awesome. You can knock over one with one kick? Isn't that scientific? Is this the real version of King Kong? The survivors talked and marveled. After all, in a street full of monsters, such a monkey appeared. It is still a monkey with such a strong fighting power. It's really eye-catching. The monkey that the survivors saw was undoubtedly Xiaojin who Liu enslaved in the secret realm. Liu's base is on the hotel side, so it is naturally impossible to go to an environment without supplies from another exit of the secret realm in order to chase after Chu Feng. This risk factor is too high. Because when Ding Feng was catching Xiaojin before, his ribs were broken and he lost his combat effectiveness. So Liu could only call Yan Yun over again to treat him. Fortunately, Yan Yun's ability did not disappoint him. Even if it is a fracture, she can rely on her own ability to repair it without surgery. It's just because her ability has just awakened. Treating Wan Hai and Tong Xiahua before used up half of her strength. Now he is treating Ding Feng again. As a result, Ding Feng recovered from his injuries and regained a lot of combat power, but she passed out instead. So Liu could only check the secret realm and see that other places in the secret realm were just decorations. He threw the King's E-sword, Yan Yun's crossbow, and quiver into the storage ring. Yan Yun, who came out of the secret realm with her head still a little dizzy, woke up. The secret realm is not a game. The master does not need to go out first, and the pets follow. So Liu asked Monkey to go first, and Wu Jiang to go second. Ding Feng stood behind to protect himself and Yan Yun. I have to say that Xiaojin is worthy of being the Monkey King. Whether it is a zombie or a lizardman, it is difficult to be its opponent. It bumps, bites, kicks, slaps, and catches monsters to throw. Before Liu came out with Yan Yun on his back, it killed 3 lizardmen and 2 zombies. Tisk tisk, Tajir is awesome. Seeing Xiaojin, who was like a god of war, Wu Jiang was full of admiration. Monkeys are inherently exceptionally sensitive primates. Now that the end of the world has come, it has mutated. All bodily functions have been strengthened. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break Ding Feng's ribs in a 1-on-2 situation. Have it open the way ahead to attract firepower. The other humans following behind are much safer. Name, Xiaojin, the leader of the mutated golden monkey. Vitality, 39. Mental power, 18. Power, 32. Agility, 40. Level, Black Iron High Level. Chapter 54. Do you dare to say this is not love? These are the 4 attributes of Xiaojin. This attribute was not seen by Liu with the villain's eyes. It was recorded on the dark scroll. Although the dark scroll is a fragment, there are 2 spaces formed by runes on it. After Liu dripped Xiaojin's blood on it, its information was displayed on the empty seat. 32 strength and 40 agility. Fortunately, it is a beast, it doesn't have any fighting skills, and it doesn't have any weapons for it to use. Otherwise, with its attributes, it would be difficult for Liu to compete with a human being with a weapon even if he was a high-level black iron. Aren't these the 2 students who ran out before? It really is. They're covered in blood. Why does it seem like there is one more person? Who knows? Most of the survivors couldn't see what happened to the clothing store. But they can see what's on the street. Seeing the few survivors following behind the monkey, he immediately recognized them. Quick, go back to the hotel. Liu, who came out with Yan Yun on his back, had no time to think about anything else, so he yelled loudly. Although he rested for a while in the secret realm, he recovered some strength. But before, they brought monsters over. Even though there were many monsters scattered on the road, Liu didn't dare to fight. Xiaojin is a mutant monkey tamed by a dark contract. It doesn't know what a hotel is. But because of the existence of the dark contract, it regained its intelligence and could fully understand Liu's thoughts. Help the master to the opposite house. This is the voice in its head. So under the leadership of Xiaojin, everyone quickly ran towards the hotel. Since the monsters outside were much more scattered than before, no high-level monsters from Haitai were seen. So there is no problem for everyone to run from one side of the street to the other side of the street. Ding Feng and Wu Jiang took weapons and followed Xiaojin all the way through. Come to the first floor of the hotel soon. Liu didn't think much, just found a room and got in. Boom. Close the door. Hey. Liu let out a long breath, and then put his limp Yan Yun on the stool. Damn, I'm exhausted. If it is full state. With Liu's current attributes, carrying a woman who weighs no more than 100 is a breeze. But he spent a lot of energy fighting Xiaojin in the secret realm. He came out of the secret realm with Yan Yun on his back and ran so far, so he took 2 more breaths. Liu. Am I holding you back again? Yan Yun leaned on the back of the chair, looked at Liu and said weakly. At this time, she was very weak, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. But her mind was full of images of Liu running with her on his back just now. A man is not only handsome, but also rich. Even in such an environment, have you not abandoned yourself and are willing to protect yourself? Do you dare to say that this is not love? That's right. In just one day, she seemed to accept the boy she hated before. This feeling is very strange, as if there is no way to resist it. I don't know if it's because of the loss of the heroine's fate. If it was like this before, it would indeed be a hindrance, but now. Whether it's your person or your ability, it's very useful to me, so it doesn't count. Liu moved his arms and looked at Yan Yun. Liu had seen her betrayal rate before. 31%. Much lower than before. Just like that. Yan Yun was inexplicably unhappy. But she is thin-skinned, and she won't show it too much at this time. Come on, eat up the last bit of food, and fight back upstairs before dark. Liu didn't care about Yan Yun's mood, and issued an order directly. It's past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Even in summer, it will get dark around 8 o'clock at most in the south. You must know that the whole world is without electricity now. So the dark night can become very scary. Let them spend the night downstairs, real is not very realistic. Good. Ding Feng nodded. All 3 had brought some chocolate and water before. After catching Xiaojin, I ate some, but there was still a lot left, which happened to come in handy at this time. Liu quickly distributed the water and food. Tisk tisk, this world is changing really fast. Ding Feng, who was eating, couldn't help admiring the monkey who squatted down more than 1.5 meters in front of him. The end of the world is coming, all kinds of monsters emerge, and all kinds of rare treasures are born. Now even these mutated monsters can become humans' comrades in arms because of a contract? He said he was a little out of sorts. Who said no? Wu Jiang bit a piece of chocolate and agreed. His ability is the most peculiar, and he noticed it shortly after the cosmic storm came. I remember that it was a lizard monster that appeared in front of him. He was completely terrified. Then the monster chased him, and he ran away as hard as he could. Transformed while running. The feeling of being suddenly full of power is still fresh in his memory. Hey, boss, your monkey was bitten by a zombie, so you won't become that kind of zombie monkey. Although Xiaojin is very strong, he is still a body of flesh and blood after all. If you kill more monsters, you will naturally be wounded. Looking at the scars on Xiaojin's arms, waist, and back, Wu Jiang asked subconsciously. When he was resting in the secret realm, he already knew that Luyu had the ability to predict. Being able to go to the secret realm is also because of Luyu's ability to predict the role of the secret realm. So when you encounter something that you don't understand, it's right to ask Luyu. No. Luyu peeled off a piece of chocolate, handed it to Cangyun, and explained casually, after the beast mutates, the virus antibodies it carries are much higher than that of humans. Even if they are bitten, they will not turn into a zombie. There are only mutant beasts in this world, no zombie beasts. This is the information Luyu saw in Chu Feng's early plot. So Luyu is very sure of his statement. Hey, that's fine. Wu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, and turned his gaze to Xiaojin, otherwise such a big zombie monkey that doesn't feel pain will be a devastating disaster for us. Cangyun didn't pay attention to everyone's conversation. Although she was also surprised after knowing that Xiaojin was Luyu's pet. But the act of Luyu handing her the chocolate made her block all other information. Eating chocolate, looking at Luyu. Sweet in the mouth, sweeter in the heart. It's a pity that Luyu has no time to talk to her. After wolfing down the food, he pulled out the crossbow. Let's go, Xiaojin, let's go out and find a companion for you to lighten your burden. Ding Feng, Wu Jiang, you also come with me. It is good. Coming. Got a very powerful pet. It has also been promoted to the high level of black iron. After freeing his hand, it is Luyu's hunting time. Chapter 55 Aaron's brother, Xiao Fan. The dark scroll obtained by Luyu in the secret realm can contract 2 monsters in total. But the spiritual power of the monster in the contract cannot be higher than 70% of Luyu's. Otherwise, the contract will easily fail, not to mention, it may cause backlash. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it is best for Luyu to beat the monster into a dying state before making a contract. In this way, not only the success rate of the contract is high, but when the contract is signed, the dark energy that can repair all injuries will not be wasted. Of course, the dark ability of signing a contract can only repair injuries, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. So when Luyu deals with monsters, he can't kill him. Squeak. Squeak. After receiving Luyu's order, Xiaojin uttered a few sounds unique to monkeys when they were happy. Why is it so happy? Because it was injured and needed to eat to recover. This is what Luyu felt through the connection with its spiritual power. What does it eat? Luyu took it for granted, of course I eat meat. Okay. Hearing that monkeys eat meat, Wu Jiang's head was full of black lines. Because before the end of the world, monkeys are omnivores, so you can feed them anything. But after the end of the world, they turned into carnivores. The first floor of the hotel. In order to make it easier for him to go back, Luyu decided to catch the second battle pet. At this time, 3 kilometers north of Luyu's hotel, something unexpected happened to Luyu. This is a dilapidated neighborhood. A young man lives in a simple rental house in a certain building in the community. His room is very simple, there are only some necessary daily necessities in it. Apart from a large bed, the only valuable thing is the old computer in front of his window. The young man's name is Xiao Fan, and he is 25 years old this year. Used to be an errand boy. It's nothing special to be an errand boy. The most special thing is that in June this year, he went to give a birthday cake to a college student named Luyu. As a result, he was almost hit by a car on the delivery road. Although he survived and was not injured, the piece of birthday cake he gave was smashed into pieces. Originally, this was not a big deal. He thought it would be better if he called to apologize and pay the other party a cake. In the end, the other party did forgive him. But it was a superficial forgiveness. In fact, when he sent the broken cake over, the other party beat him up. Because this cake is going to be given to a goddess named Cangyun by the other party. Now that he was broken into pieces, even if he was killed, he would not be able to pay for it. Xiao Fan remembered that there were 3 people who beat him. Liu, Wu Jiang, and Shi Lei. Why did he remember the names of these three people so clearly? Because of these three guys, he was beaten to the point of internal bleeding, and he was lying in the hospital for 3 months. Although he later called the police, it was useless. Because the other party not only spent money to eliminate the disaster, but also compensated him a lot of money, and even apologized in a hypocritical way. Under pressure, he could only forgive the other party. It was also because of his forgiveness that the other party never even entered the detention center. Xiao Fan refused to accept. He really wanted revenge, but this world is so realistic. The other party is rich and powerful, he can't afford it. If he is an ordinary person who wants to take revenge, he has no chance at all. He had no chance before, and now he has no chance. Because just this morning, the end of the world has come. In order to save a girl named Qin Xiero, he was bitten by an ant who turned into a zombie on the way home. Now his body is getting hotter and hotter. The consciousness of the brain is getting more and more blurred. Looking at the black bloody wound on his arm, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with despair. Am I going to become a zombie? Inside the simple rental house, Xiao Fan was bitten by a zombie. Will soon lose consciousness. But in his heart, he was very unwilling. Because he was only 25 years old this year, and he still had a lot of things to do, how could he just die like this? Unfortunately, there are many things in this world that manpower cannot contend with. Therefore, he can only resign himself to fate. At the same time, a room on the 4th floor of the Rhine Hotel. Liao Dong, who was chased here by the monster, felt a little upset. Because when he came here, like manager Zhao, he watched Liu rush to the clothing store across the street. Seeing Liu come out with a very powerful monkey, he felt even more unhappy. It seems that there is really a treasure inside. Is that monkey brought out from inside? Humph, this kid, he clearly agreed to go there together, but he went there alone first. Recalling the scene after Liu came out just now in his mind, Liao Dong took a deep breath. Even if he had no bad intentions at the beginning, he was full of displeasure with Liu's actions at this moment. But Liu didn't have time to take him seriously at this time. Because the current Liu has completely taken off. The 2nd floor of the hotel. Xiao Jinding opened the way ahead, and Wu Jiang walked in the middle with Ding Feng holding the steel bars brought out from the dormitory. Liu took the crossbow to the end. This combination is simply invincible. The moment many monsters appeared, they were killed immediately. After Xiaojin was injured, coupled with continuous combat, would his combat effectiveness decrease? It's okay. As the most powerful treasure in the secret realm, the Dark Scroll is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. It can not only help Liu contract 2 monsters, but also allow the creatures Liu contracted to have the ability of ghouls. What are ghoul abilities? To put it simply, ordinary monsters will evolve when they eat the corpses of other monsters. But after being tired or injured, they can still only rely on the resilience of these monsters to recover, and this time may be very long. But the monster contracted by Liu with the Dark Scroll is different. For example, Xiaojin. Although it only eats the corpses it likes, monsters with bad taste, it doesn't eat them at all, and at most it eats their brains. But it can not only digest these brains in a short time, but also convert these things into energy, which can be used to restore physical strength and wounds. To put it simply, as long as Liu uses it reasonably. In the case of beating Xiaojin to death without encountering a group of monsters, it is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine that will never tire and have strong resilience. So under the leadership of Xiaojin, Liu caught his second pet in only 10 minutes. Name, Xioxi, Enhanced Lizardman. Vitality, 32. Mental Power, 12. Power, 21. Agility, 20. Level, Black Iron High Level. Black Iron High Level Strengthened Lizardman. The golden snub-nosed monkey is called Xiaojin, and the lizard man is called Xiaoxi, so there is nothing wrong with it. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. Seeing the attribute panel of this lizardman, Liu was in a very happy mood. As far as the monsters that have appeared so far, the high-level black iron monsters are already very powerful. The strength and agility of more than 20, although much worse than that of Xiaojin, is more than twice that of an adult male. And now there are 2 black iron high-level monsters. Liu can completely let them take turns eating and recovering their physical strength. Plus the flanks of Wu Jiang and Ding Feng, and the fire suppression of Liu's crossbow. Those scattered monsters in the hotel have no power to resist. Even if 3 or 5 of them come at the same time, Liu can rely on them to attract firepower, and then switch to the King's E-sword to wipe them all out without injury. A monster below the middle level? Die. If one person gave it a shot, it couldn't bear it. High-level lizard? Goodbye. They beat them to death directly, and after they were hacked to death, they put the corpse aside. A high-level praying mantis who is full, give them an arrow first. Little ones, give it to me. The three of them and the two monsters passed through all the way in this way, and the King's E-sword was also constantly absorbing energy. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 71/100. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 79/100. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 99/100. Weapon grade, bronze, energy value 100/100. Congratulations, your weapon grade has improved. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 56 The Transformation from Civilization to Barbarism. Weapon grade, silver, energy value 0/1000. Along with that familiar golden rune flashed across the King's E-sword. The original bronze-colored King's E-sword gradually turned silver. This silver is not as vibrant as the real bright silver. Coupled with the cover of the special texture grooves on the hilt and the sword body, it is not as dazzling as imagined. But after the sword became a silver grade, Liu seemed to be able to feel a special energy contained in the sword body. Boss, you really have a lot of treasures on you. Wu Jiang's voice interrupted Liu's thoughts. He didn't know what Liu got in the secret realm. But only with the naked eye. There is a storage ring, a scroll that can control monsters, and this unusually sharp green sword. Especially this sword, it is simply a sharp weapon for killing monsters. To know. Although the dark scroll just obtained in the secret realm is powerful, it can also help Liu enslave monsters. But enslaved monster damage is not so straightforward. It can be said that attracting monsters and resisting monsters is more effective than killing monsters. And this sword is the most powerful weapon in Liu's hands. Killing monsters is really like chopping melons and vegetables, it doesn't take much effort at all. Hehe, you will also have it in the future. Liu looked at Wu Jiang and smiled meaningfully. Wu Jiang's ability is indeed not weak, but the betrayal rate is a bit high. 60%. Therefore, if he wants to take this guy for his own use, Liu needs to use some means. Is it? Hearing Liu's words, Wu Jiang smiled awkwardly. At this moment, a mid-level lizardman came out from the side corridor. Xiaojin and Xiao Xi were beating a zombie. In order to test the power of the sword, Liu rushed towards it. Swish! Make a note of it. Fuck! So strong! Seeing Liu's sword, Wu Jiang and Ding Feng were dumbfounded at the same time. Because the mid-level lizard's body was split in half by Liu? You know, that's an intermediate lizard? Even if Liu attacked from the weak point of the abdomen, it was split in two, not just the belly. In other words, the thick scales on its back also serve as a defense. But it was still cut open by Liu's sword? And it's cut vertically, not horizontally. Young Master Liu, how much force did you use? Ding Feng couldn't help complaining. At this time, everyone has no energy. When killing monsters, shouldn't you use the most energy-saving method? Anyway, there are two monsters in front of them, and they are not in any danger. Hearing Ding Feng's words, Liu looked strange and said, I said it was useless, do you believe me? This sword is really too strong. At the black iron level, there will be some obstacles when cutting the back of the rudimentary lizard monster. Sometimes it takes two swords to break the defense. At the bronze level, although it will not be hindered, it still requires Liu to use a certain amount of strength to lift the weight as lightly as possible. Not to mention the strength needed to chop the sickle of the mantis. But now? Not only is it effortless to slash monsters, but the blade doesn't seem to be sticky with blood anymore? Even the minced meat and brains of monsters or zombies can't contaminate the blade. Liu looked at the spotless and shiny green sword, and a smile involuntarily rose from the corner of his mouth. This is the legendary sword without blood. With the green sword advanced to silver, Liu's next trip will be even smoother. And not only that, a few minutes later. Squeak! Xiaojin's excited voice reached everyone's ears again. The three subconsciously followed the prestige. At this time, the monkey was jumping up and down excitedly on the ground. Everyone could clearly feel energy fluctuations on it. I'm sorry, what's going on? It should have evolved. What? Evolution? Can you still play like this? Following Wu Jiang's exclamation, Xiaojin changed at a speed visible to Liu and the other three. First of all, it has become smaller in size, but its body is stronger than before. Secondly, the teeth became sharper and the fingers became thicker. In the end, the black lines under the golden hair on the back turned directly into bronze. A mid-level zombie attacked. Boom! Xiaojin smashed its head with one punch. The black blood mixed with the minced meat turned into a beautiful arc and sprayed onto the wall next to it. Yes! Xiaojin, who was about to evolve, successfully advanced to become a bronze junior monkey king after eating the brains of more than a dozen monsters. Liu, a high-level black iron, and the monkey king, a beginner-level bronze, plus a silver-level green sword. With Liu constantly improving his personal strength. In less than an hour, everyone cleaned up the monsters on the first and second floors. As time went by, the monsters in the Rhine Hotel decreased one by one. Liu turned decisively and took Yan Yun. After Yan Yun healed Ding Feng in the secret realm, she has been in a state of collapse. But go back to the hotel and eat up the remaining food and water. Her strength gradually recovered. Although there is still no way to treat people, it is still no problem to walk normally and feel whether there is a crystal nucleus in the body of the corpse. Then, Ding, you have recovered a lot of physical strength. Ding, you have strengthened your body, the result of the strengthening, vitality +2, strength +1, agility +1. Because the time for the end of the world is still short. The monster that chased into the first floor before, plus the monster on the second floor. Except for the high-level lizard enslaved by Liu, there are only 5 other high-level black iron monsters in total. Of the 5 monster corpses, only 1 crystal nucleus was found. The odds are a little low. But Liu was content. Because according to the system, a high-level black iron monster has a 1/10 chance, which is already pretty good. I killed a total of 8 monsters from start to finish. 8 high-level monsters, 2 crystal nuclei. This probability is indeed possible. When Liu cleaned up the monsters and reached the 4th floor, it was already 43 in the evening. Night began to fall. The survivors who heard the noise in the corridor outside seemed to have noticed something, and hurried out of the room. When they saw 3 people with weapons and blood on their bodies, they brought 2 monsters to the corridor on the 4th floor. Everyone was shocked. Do these 2 monsters obey his command? It's amazing, it's really amazing. Did they rely on these 2 monsters to kill them? Hey, they are coming up, does that mean the downstairs is safe? Damn it! In other words, we can go downstairs to get food. Grass, hurry up and get some food. Wait for me. The fact that Liu and the others came up safely proved that the entire hotel was safe. After thinking about this, the already hungry people ran downstairs like crazy. Why do you still care about the 2 monsters in Liu's contract? Quickly. Some scattered ingredients in the restaurant on the 2nd floor and the 1st floor caught everyone's eyes. The food looks like it was looted once. But after being hungry for a whole day, they didn't care about this detail at all. This is mine. This is mine. Grass, don't grab it, don't grab it. Wow, there is still rice. Shui shui. I want to drink water. The water in the drinking fountain and kettle, the leftovers on the stove. All the food and drink in the kitchen and dining room were looted by these survivors in less than half an hour. Most of the survivors basically don't use chopsticks, just grab it with their hands. Even though some people were already half full, they kept stuffing things into their mouths. At this moment, they were no longer the civilized people before the end of the world after being hungry for a day. It's a group of savages who only know how to fight for food and water. Seeing how crazy these survivors were, Shen Bin, who stood aside and only got 1 cherry tomato, was dumbfounded. Li Wanning, who got nothing, also bit her lip tightly, not knowing what to do. She is very hungry now, and her head is a little dizzy. The mouth is also very dry, and the sexy thin lips are already dry to the point of peeling. But before the end of the world, they were all highly educated people. How can you grab food from these people like barbarians? The first day of the last days. Shen Bin couldn't bear this face, and so could Li Wanning. At this moment, that young and handsome figure suddenly flashed in Li Wanning's mind. They should have food, but... Thinking that she might have to ask her students for food, Li Wanning blushed instantly. Chapter 57 Mineral Water Bath. When heading to the secret realm at noon, Liu once told Li Wanning that he would bring her some food when he came back. But killing monsters requires a high concentration of mental power, and it also consumes a lot of physical strength. So Liu was busy all afternoon and forgot about it. Liu is very tired now. Even after returning to the hotel, he ate another crystal nucleus to restore his strength, but he was still very tired. Because although the crystal nucleus will help Liu recover his physical strength, it will not help him recover his mental strength. And mental strength needs to rely on sleep to replenish. So he wants to sleep very much now. Put the King's sword back into the scabbard, and then throw it into the storage ring. When everyone returned to the 8th floor, Liu ignored the others. After asking Xue Li to arrange Xilei and Wujiang, he took Yan Yun back to the room. Of course, he didn't intend to do anything to Yan Yun. Because right now, he really just wants to sleep. As night fell, the hotel was extremely dark. It can be said that you can't see your fingers. Under Liu's arrangement, the 2 monsters, Xiaojin and Xiao Xi, guarded the doors of the 2 storage rooms. With the shackles of the dark contract, their characters have become much more docile. They will not take the initiative to attack humans without being attacked or without Liu's order. But even so, when Xue Li, Xilei and He Li saw these 2 monsters, they were terrified and shivered. In room 8008. The things you have prepared are quite complete. Watching Liu close the curtains and light the room with candles, Yan Yun couldn't help but admire her. The cosmic storm made all electronic products fail. For lighting at night, you can only use oil lamps and candles, or fluorescent sticks. Oil lamps are more troublesome, and the number of fluorescent sticks is small and the light is not enough. So Liu chose candles. Of course, go take a shower, I put your suit on the bedside. Liu took off his tactical vest and put it aside, then said casually. Before everyone came back from fighting all the way, whether it was clothes or weapons, they were all covered with blood and mud. So it has to be dealt with. Take a bath. Cangyun couldn't help being stunned when she heard Liu's words, is there still hot water? Where is the hot water coming from at this time? Liu also took off his blood-stained t-shirt, crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can, use bottled mineral water for a while. Although it's cooler, it can clean it anyway. It is September in the south, and the weather is still very hot. So there is nothing wrong with using cold water. Mineral water for bathing? My god, don't you waste it. Cangyun was surprised. Although she didn't need to search for water sources with other survivors, she also knew that water was cut off everywhere now. In this case, shouldn't there be more water conservation? Let you go, why so much nonsense? Liu got a little impatient when asked. All right. Seeing Liu get angry, Cangyun was a little aggrieved, but she didn't dare to refute. I had no choice but to take the clothes and walk into the bathroom in a rage. The things in the bathroom are also very complete. A candle was lit on the sink, and a basin filled with water was placed on the ground. Next to it is a half bucket of mineral water, a bottle of shampoo, a bottle of shower gel and a towel. Although her hands have the ability to clean. In theory, she would never need to take a bath from now on. But the power she possesses now can't support her usual consumption at all. So it can only be done temporarily. Close the door and take off the tactical vest. Looking at the bloodstains on her clothes, Cangyun suddenly thought of a question. Wait. He's not going to do something to me, is he? In case he really wants to do something to me, should I refuse? Ah, what am I thinking? Thinking of this matter, Cangyun's face turned red immediately. After all, I didn't feel anything last night, but tonight. Boom boom boom. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Cangyun's thoughts. Liu asked, who? That classmate Liu is me. The voice outside the door was clear and sweet, but with a hint of coldness. Hearing this voice, Liu was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are no lights in the corridors of the hotel at night. But there are a few fluorescent balls. So it's not completely invisible. At this time, Li Wanning, who was standing at the door, bit her lips tightly, as if mustering up great courage. Whether you admit it or not, in an environment like the end of the world, people like them who maintain their identity are the most likely to starve. What can I do if I can't bear that face to grab food from others? That can only be starving. Even if she was asked to ask her students for food, she felt it would be a shameful thing to do. But she was too hungry to bear it. Not only hungry, but also thirsty. So she could only bite the bullet and came to Liu's door. Fortunately, she had chatted with Shilei after Liu left. He learned Liu's name from Shilei. Otherwise, she might not know how embarrassing she is now. The same is true for Shen Bin. Without Liu's existence, he could rely on his own ability to be on an equal footing with Liao Dong and Zhao Dequan. At least for a short time, he doesn't need to worry about food. But the appearance of Liu disrupted the original plot. Make food distribution extremely unreasonable. Why? Do you think that the food in such a big hotel is really only enough for these survivors to grab for half an hour? Liu killed from upstairs to downstairs, and from downstairs to upstairs. After hunting monsters so hard, how could he leave all the food for these people? Some fresh, uncontaminated ingredients and meals were all packed away with the storage ring he just got. 10 cubic meters can already hold a lot. So neither Shen Bin nor Li Wanning could find anything to eat. For food, but also for my own goddess. Shen Bin could only follow behind Li Wanning. When they came to the door of Liu's room, Li Wanning knocked on the door, and Shen Bin looked around absent-mindedly. Next second. I rely on. Shen Bin panicked and sat down on the ground in fright. Because he actually found a huge lizard next to Liu's room? Under the dim fluorescent light, suddenly found an ugly and disgusting lizard monster? This visual impact. At this time, he had completely lost his usual image of a gentleman, so he almost peed in fear. This is... Li Wanning also found the lizard monster, but although she was also very scared, she was not as embarrassed as him. Just holding on to the door frame, his legs trembled unconsciously. Just then, the shirtless Liu opened the door. Teacher Li! Liu yelled, and then noticed the abnormality of the two of them, and subconsciously looked at Zioxi. Don't be afraid, it is my pet now, and it will not hurt you. The voice just fell. Zioxi, who was awakened by Shenbin and was about to get up, fell back on the ground again. Pets. Hearing Lu's words and seeing the movement of the lizard monster, Li Wanning was stunned. She did know that when Lu came out of the clothing store across the street, he brought a huge golden monkey with him. But I don't know, he also has a lizard monster. I caught it downstairs before. Hey, so that's the case, it scared me. Shenbin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lu's words, and quickly stood up and smiled awkwardly. This classmate, you can actually catch these monsters as pets. Hehe, it's just a small skill. Lu didn't care, what do you want from me? Ah this. Chapter 58. Lu opened the door shirtless. Under the illumination of the candlelight, Li Wanning and Li Wanning's handsome appearance and well-proportioned figure clearly came into view. This image made Li Wanning, who was already a bit embarrassed to speak, even more embarrassed. She is not only a teacher, but also a professor. He usually shows others with a serious and unsmiling face. It's only the first day of the last days. Tell her to ask her students for food under such environmental conditions? How does this allow her to speak out? In the end, Shenbin, who was a man, spoke first. That's right, classmate Lu. Didn't you say you were going downstairs to look for food before? Wan Ning was very worried about your safety, and when she saw you rushing back covered in blood, she wanted to come over to see if you were injured or something. Although Shenbin is the first villain, he was also very embarrassed by Xiao Xi's scare just now. But he was an outstanding social elite after all before the end of the world. So he not only spoke for Li Wanning, but also said it beautifully. First remind Lu to find food, and see if Lu can remember what he said before. Then he came over in the name of caring to get closer. There was no mention of them going downstairs to find food first. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Hearing Shenbin's words, Li Wanning also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this Shenbin is not very likable, but this sentence is indeed very level. But Lu is not a fool, just by the candlelight in the room, seeing the expressions of the two, he knows what they are here for. Oh? Thank you, Teacher Li, for your concern. Lu said calmly, none of us were injured, but the physical exertion was a bit severe, and the blood on our bodies belonged to those monsters. Is that so? That's good. Ms. Li, why don't you come in and sit down? Lu didn't embarrass the beautiful classroom, and directly initiated the invitation. Come in and sit. Li Wanning was taken aback for a moment, then said in embarrassment, this. Isn't that good? Won't it bother you? She was so hungry now that she didn't know how to speak. It can be said that Lu invited her in now, which was exactly what she wanted. But still the same. On the first day of the last days, she couldn't save face, so she had to pretend to refuse. No, but Lu smiled, Mr. Li can only come in by yourself. What? Li Wanning and Shenbin were stunned at the same time. Shenbin reacted, a little puzzled. Why? Only let Li Wanning go in alone, not herself? Slap yourself in the face like that? Hehe, don't get me wrong. Lu gave Shenbin a playful look, it's just that my girlfriend is taking a shower inside, so it's not very convenient for you to come in. This Shenbin has some use value. So as long as he keeps himself safe, Lu doesn't mind leaving him alive before the protagonist meets Li Wanning. I see. I said hey, wait a minute. Hearing this, Li Wanning was stunned, and Shenbin also saved face and got a step up. But then he suddenly thought of something. You said your girlfriend is taking a shower. Shenbin was dumbfounded, did you stop the water here? Stop it, but this water is the mineral water I put in the room before the monster appeared. Mineral water? My god, you actually bathe your girlfriend with mineral water? We're all dying of thirst, you know. Hearing this sentence, Lu looked at him like an idiot. It seems to be saying, you are dying of thirst, what does it matter to me? Since he was facing the candlelight, Shenbin didn't notice Lu's eyes, and said directly. Do you have any extra water here? Can you give me some? I haven't drunk water for almost a day, and my throat is smoking. Although he insists on his identity, he doesn't bother to compete with other barbarians for food and water. But he is a man after all, and it is easy to ask others for food. Look at me, I forgot about it. Mr. Li, come in with me and get it. Lu turned around and walked in the door suddenly. Li Wanning came to her senses and quickly followed in. Seeing the back of Li Wanning entering the door. Although Shenbin was very anxious, he had waited for a long time and was not in a hurry. What's more, people said that their girlfriend took a bath in it. If I go in rashly, it would be a shame if people don't give me water. What if you get angry and beat yourself up? He is just villain A, not an idiot, watching Lu rush back from the outside, and brought two monsters as pets. How could he touch Lu's N island at this time? Li Wanning followed Lu into the door. Liu gave her two 500 ml bottles of mineral water directly from the desk drawer. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li, you know the situation outside now, so I can only give you so much for the time being. Li Wanning couldn't hold back her face. Hearing Liu say this, why does she care about other things? It's okay, classmates. The teacher can understand. In this case, you can still give us 2 bottles of water. We are already very grateful to you. As Li Wanning spoke, she didn't have time to wait for Liu's answer. He hurried to the door and handed Shen Bin a bottle of water. Seeing this bottle of mineral water, Shen Bin's eyes lit up, and without a word, he unscrewed the cap of the bottle and started to drink it. Li Wanning also couldn't wait. However, she paid more attention to her image than Li Bin, even though she was extremely thirsty, she didn't drink mineral water. He just raised his head and swallowed slightly. The fair neck and exaggerated bust came into Liu's eyes. Liu glanced subconsciously. The faint candlelight let him see Li Wanning's model clearly. It seems to be one size bigger than Yan Yun's, right? Okay, okay. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and he turned back to the room again. When the two of them had almost finished their water, Liu handed 2 ham sausages to them. Seeing the ham sausage, Shen Bin laughed directly. Is there something to eat? Haha, this classmate, thank you. You are welcome. Liu shrugged casually. The ham sausage is the kind that costs 5 yuan apiece. With their current level of hunger, although they can't get enough to eat, it is enough to greatly alleviate the negative state caused by hunger. Wan Ning, just chat with your students for a while, I'll go first. While gnawing on the ham sausage, Shen Bin said something pretending to be chic. Row. After getting the response, Shen Bin didn't stay any longer, turned around and left Liu's room door. He got all the food and drink, so he has no reason to stay any longer. As for Li Wanning, would she be in danger? He is not worried about this. Because Liu is not only Li Wanning's student, but also kindly feeds and drinks. Such a good student, what is he worried about? Besides, he also has his own little thoughts. Liu led a team of people, rushed from upstairs to downstairs, and from downstairs to across the street. Finally rushed back from across the street. Going back and forth like this a few times, it's like Zhao Zilong went in and out of Cheng Banpo 7 times, but he didn't get hurt at all. He saw it all. At this time, when Li Wanning is not allowed to use the teacher-student relationship to narrow the distance between the two parties. As long as the two parties are doing well, there will be no worries about eating and drinking in the future. I have to say that Shen Bin still has some brains. But maybe because of his educational environment, he has not been exposed to the dark side of the bottom of society. So I don't know how sinister people's hearts are in this world. Everything is taken for granted. Liu really couldn't do anything to Li Wanning today, but since it was delivered to her door, naturally, he would not send this woman back. And Liu's food is not so easy to get. After Shen Bin left, Liu closed the door. After the two sat on the sofa by candlelight, Liu spoke quietly. Mr. Li, you should understand our current situation very well, right? After eating the ham sausage, Li Wanning drank a big mouthful of water and nodded slightly. There are more and more monsters, and there is no rescue team yet. Any fool can see the problem. What are your plans for the future? Plan? Li Wanning couldn't help being taken aback. Because she really didn't think about it. Liu didn't need an answer, so he changed the question directly. Mr. Li, do you know that you look good? Li Wanning was puzzled. What do you want to say? Yancheng doesn't have a military area, so sooner or later it will fall. Liu explained. Do you know what will happen to a beautiful woman like you in this city full of monsters but without a military area? Chapter 59 A New Day, A New Fear. Liu asked Li Wanning a few questions in a row, which made Li Wanning confused. Do you have any plans? She also asked Liu this question before. It's just that the reason she asked Liu was because she didn't think it through herself, so she wanted to hear other people's opinions for reference. Now that Liu suddenly asked a question, she really didn't know how to answer it. As for whether he looks good looking? Although Li Wanning is not a narcissistic person, she is still very confident in this aspect. Because no matter when she was studying or when she was a teacher, she was very popular with boys. And it doesn't matter if the other party is a student or a teacher. At this time, when Liu asked the last question, she realized how serious the situation is now. Yes. Whether you admit it or not, in any case, the power of the state is the strongest. In the face of these monster invasions, if someone can launch a rescue operation in the first place, there will be no one but the country. But the crux of the problem now is that all precision instruments and communication equipment are unusable. Not to mention the original, harmonious, bullets and missiles. That is, planes, ships, tanks, cars, and armored vehicles cannot be started normally. If the national army wants to rescue, there is a high probability that they can only use the most primitive rescue method, human rescue. Under such circumstances, Yanqing does not have a military region yet. Isn't this equivalent to isolating Yanqing from the world? Even if a country will come to rescue Yanqing, how long will it be? 1 month, 2 months, half a year or a year? Li Wanning didn't know. All she knew was that among the group of survivors today, several men had already looked at her with strange eyes. If you don't figure out a solution quickly, problems will easily arise. Student Liu, do you have any good ideas? Thinking of this, Li Wanning was a little scared. But Liu's courage and clear thinking made her forget the identity of the other student at this moment, and subconsciously asked this question. Of course there is a way, but, forget it, you'd better eat first, and we'll talk about the details later. Liu hesitated to speak, and did not finish his sentence. Because his purpose was to give Li Wanning a vaccination first. There will be a long time to come to Japan in the future, so don't rush for a while. After saying this, Liu touched his storage ring with his right hand. An imperceptible blue light flashed away. Blah blah blah. A pair of bowls and chopsticks and several dishes were placed in front of Li Wanning by Liu. Immediately afterwards, rice, braised beef in brown sauce, boiled chicken, and cold salad with 3 shreds. These foods come in pots, aluminum pans, and barrels. But all with covers. No doubt. These are all fresh and clean food that Liu got from the kitchen downstairs. As for other fresh and quick frozen ingredients in the refrigerator and freezer? Naturally, it is impossible for Liu to take it out at this time. My god, this is... Seeing Liu put these things on the coffee table in front of him like magic, Li Wanning was dumbfounded. You save a meal for 2. Liu didn't bother to explain to her, you will live in this room with Cangyun tonight. You are so good looking, it's not suitable to be crowded with those men. Ah. Hearing what Liu said, Li Wanning was a little surprised, then what about you? I'll just go next door. Liu didn't say much, and after Li Wanning got out the food for 2 people, she took the food back into the ring and left the room. For him, he really didn't have much energy to do anything else tonight. So it doesn't matter where you sleep. Li Wanning, who heard Liu's words, was surprised and moved a little at the same time. In this environment, Liu is a student. Not only do you give yourself food and water, but you also consider that it is inconvenient for you to be with other people as a woman? Such 3 good qualities are simply a role model for contemporary young people? At this time, Cangyun, who had just taken a shower in the bathroom, was a little surprised after hearing the conversation between the 2. Because judging from what Liu did to him before, no matter how tired he is today, wouldn't it be reasonable to do something for himself? How now? Could it be that he was really just trying to awaken his abilities? All right, Cangyun really thought too much. Liu was simply sleepy. Too sleepy to think about anything else. After going out, I randomly found an empty room, many people went downstairs, so many rooms were vacated. I ate something and took a shower. Then after transferring Zijin to his own room, he closed the door and went to sleep. Ho ho! This is the first night of the last days. That night, the wind howled outside the window. The pitch-black city seemed a bit cooler than before. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 roars of zombies, which made people feel terrified. That night, most of the people couldn't fall asleep. I'm afraid that after falling asleep, it will become the monster's ration. This night, all creatures on Earth are quietly evolving. Not only that, but there are also some strange creatures outside for no reason. For example, some beetles as big as the mouth of a well, such as vampire bats that stand as tall as a person. Just like the previous lizardmen, they appeared without warning. That night, Chu Feng was unconscious. Li Wanning was asking Cangyun about the situation of the team. That night, Liu slept very soundly. He didn't do sports, he didn't pay attention to the end times outside, and he didn't care about the protagonist. Under Xiaojin's protection, he didn't think about anything. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the sun shone through the atmosphere and fell to the earth. New day, new fear. Fuck, those monsters, why did they grow so much overnight? It's incredible. It's over, it's really the end of the world. These monsters, not only have not decreased, but also... How to do? Are we really going to die here? Asshole. Although after a night of baptism, both humans and monsters have undergone certain changes. But after seeing those evolved monsters outside the window, people still can't accept it. Because yesterday's monsters were mostly black iron beginners, only a small part of intermediate ones, and even rarer ones of high ones. And today? The number of low-level monsters has not decreased, but there are a lot of mid-level and high-level monsters inexplicably. What does this make them do? Yes. On the first day of the end of the world, those low-level monsters can only be regarded as an appetizer for humans. The real end is only now officially beginning. School canteen. Chu Feng, who had been in a coma all night, slowly woke up. There is a lounge in the canteen. At this time, he was lying on a small bed in the lounge, covered with a blanket. Chu Feng straightened up and checked his wound immediately. The wounds on the arms and stomach have been stitched up. Although the wound was crooked and very irregular, it was stitched up anyway. You're awake. Dai Lian, who was resting on a chair with her eyes closed, found Chu Feng who had woken up. You sewed me this wound. Chu Feng was a little surprised. Yeah, I don't dare to go out, so I can only sew for you, but I haven't studied nursing, so I can only. It's okay, as long as it can be sewed on. I didn't find a disinfection tool. Your wound won't be infected, right? No. My body is special. When Chu Feng said this, his voice paused a little. I owe you my life. If the other party hadn't stitched up the wound for him, he would have lost too much blood and died in the situation last night. So it is true that I owe the other party a life. You owe me your life? It's not that serious. Dai Lian was a little embarrassed. Didn't you save me before? Chu Feng said, then we're even, right? You know my name is Chu Feng, but I don't seem to know your name yet. Before, Chu Feng was because of Dai Lian's ordinary appearance. So he, who was focused on development, didn't ask the other party's name. As a result, I passed out and didn't have time when I came back. Now that he saved his life, it would be impolite not to ask for his name. Me? My name is Dai Lian. Dai Lian. Hearing this name, Chu Feng couldn't help being taken aback. Dai Lian, the poisonous lady. Chapter 60 Xiao Fan and number 039, S ability. It's been said before. The protagonist is the son of luck. The super high luck allows them to meet their own opportunities wherever they go. Although Liu kills the protagonist, there is no luck limit. But that doesn't mean that the protagonist has no luck. Just like now. Anyone who saves anyone will become a future boss. Although Dai Lian's skin is relatively dark and her face is average, she will indeed have a certain reputation in the future. Even Chu Feng remembered her name, Dai Lian. As for the reason? One is because the two are from the same school. Even if the survival trajectories in the previous life were completely different, there was no intersection at all. But the distance between them is not too far. It is normal for Chu Feng to have heard of Dai Lian's name. Another reason is related to Dai Lian's title. Poison Lady, as the name suggests, uses poison. What she awakened was the ability of the poison system. This ability will continuously evolve various toxins according to the improvement of her strength. These toxins are not only effective on humans, but also on monsters. Although it is not uncommon to awaken poison-type abilities in the last days. But this poisonous lady doesn't know the reason. Apart from using poison to hunt monsters for fun, her only hobby is to use this ability to catch men. Doomsday. It's not unusual for a powerful man to have a group of beautiful women behind him. A powerful woman also has a group of handsome men behind her. Therefore, the title of Poison Lady Dai Lian is still fresh in Chu Feng's memory. Poison Lady. Dai Lian couldn't help being confused when she heard this title. What is that? It's nothing. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth raised a smile. Dai Lian, we are now comrades who have experienced life and death, right? Of course. Then when I recover from my injury, let's fight out from here together. Seeing Chu Feng's firm eyes, Dai Lian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. It is good. Finding girls around you is a very powerful help. In Chu Feng's heart, there was a glimmer of hope. And at this time, the 7th floor of the Rhine Hotel. Looking at the vortex of silver light spots that have not disappeared in the clothing store outside. Zhao Dequan took the initiative to find the security captain Liao Dong. Captain Liao, should we go over and have a look? Before Liao Dong went downstairs to look for food and survived, he was very upset. Liu not only did not die, but also became the focus of attention, which made him even more unhappy. But he couldn't. In this apocalyptic environment, his skills are not as good as others, so he can only bear it. It's only past 8 o'clock in the morning, and the entrance to the secret realm is still not closed. See Liu bring out a monkey with super fighting power from inside. They are bound to be uneasy. Do you think there will be treasures there? Liao Dong smiled disdainfully. If there are other treasures, they would have taken them all. There is definitely no treasure, but we have to go and see what's going on. Zhao Dequan continued to persuade, in case we encounter something like this next time, we will know how to deal with it, don't we? Hey? What you said makes sense. Liao Dong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's right, we really should go down and have a look. In this way, you call some good hands to go down with me. Row. There are no treasures in the secret realm, but the secret realm is still there. In addition, the monsters on the road were basically eliminated by Liu. So they gathered a group of people, and they came to the secret place across the street smoothly. My god, is this too amazing? Is this another world? It's just incredible. When they turned into living beings at the entrance of the secret realm, they all appeared in another space in a blink of an eye. One or two dropped their jaws in shock. The morning of the second day of the last days. After a night of thinking, the survivors seemed to have found their own direction for future development. Because of Luo's selfishness, Liao Dong got together with Zhao Dequan. But Luo didn't care at all. Not to mention how unreliable their alliance is. Aren't the three treasures in the secret realm more fragrant than those from Liao Dong, an ally? But what Luo didn't know was, except that Chu Feng woke up and found his teammates. In the simple rental house 3 kilometers north of the hotel, Xiao Fan, who had slept all night, gradually woke up. His head was a little confused, and he looked around in a daze. In the aisle, there are still roars of zombies. Think it's the zombie ant who bit his arm yesterday? Hey, wait, why is my consciousness still there? Xiao Fan came back to his senses, a little confused. He had personally seen those passers-by who had been bitten to death get up and continue walking. And he was indeed bitten? What is going on? Xiao Fan looked at his arm, there were indeed marks of being bitten there, and there was a row of teeth marks on it. But it's scarred. But why didn't he become a zombie? Could it be that I have awakened some superpower? As an otaku, Xiao Fan is also watching dramas and reading novels every day. After the end of the world, he has also seen a person who can breathe fire. Naturally know the existence of superpowers. But it's a pity. After a few minutes, Xiao Fan was sure that he knew nothing. Not only that, he also confirmed that he is still an ordinary person now. Goo. He felt that he was very hungry. Will be hungry, proving that he is still human. But he didn't go through the refrigerator in the house either. Because he lives alone, there is no food in this house. There are only two paths before him now. Either leave the room and fight those monsters desperately. After winning, he might be able to survive. Or just stay in the room until you die of starvation. He had nothing to hesitate, he had thought about it countless times before going to save the girl named Qin Xiao. So he gritted his teeth, picked up the kitchen knife, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Crunch! The door of the room opened, and the crisp sound echoed in the corridor. The zombie ant in the aisle seemed to hear the voice, and turned to look at Xiao Fan. The four eyes meet, and the moment they confirm their eyes, it seems that their breathing has stopped. But this time is different. The ant zombie just glanced at Xiao Fan, then turned her head away, as if Xiao Fan didn't exist at all. What's going on here? Why is this zombie ignoring himself? Found that the zombie ant ignored herself. Xiao Fan frowned, thinking hard. Soon he thought of a possible answer. Is it? Damn it, if this might be true, then I definitely hope for revenge. Xiao Fan was taken aback for a moment, but soon became excited. Why did he want revenge so hard? Because he clearly remembered that it was Luo and the others who beat him to the hospital. If I didn't live in the hospital for these 3 months, how could my body be so weak? If I am not so weak, how could I be bitten by that zombie? So he blamed all this on Luo and the other three. If I really have this ability, then I definitely have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan looked at the zombie ant opposite and took a deep breath. I remember that when I rescued someone and fled back here, this ant zombie rushed up like a mad dog and bit my arm. And now, this situation is really abnormal, isn't it? Xiao Fan didn't move, he just stared at the zombie. The ant zombie was still wandering around, completely ignoring Xiao Fan. Are you really going to stop biting me? Chapter 61. Seeing that the zombie didn't bite him, Xiao Fan felt confident and walked slowly towards the corridor. When he got close to Big Mom's zombie, his heartbeat started to speed up. And the heart beats faster and faster. Then the zombie ant still ignored Xiao Fan, just glanced at him and continued to wander around. He quickly bypassed the zombie and ran downstairs. Ho 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 ho. In the corridor, there are actually 5 or 6 zombies eating corpses and 2 lizardmen lying on their stomachs with their eyes closed. They heard Xiao Fan's footsteps. The zombies turned their heads collectively, and the 2 lizardmen also raised their terrifying heads. Then they ignored him. Those who gnawed on the corpse, closed their eyes and continued to close their eyes and meditate. As if Xiao Fan was their kind? After confirming this point, Xiao Fan became even more excited. Fuck, I'm awesome. The other side. Luo didn't know what happened to Xiao Fan. Because at this time, he had just woken up. 9 in the morning. Sunlight shone into his room through the glass windows. What? Luo, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help stretching without opening his eyes. From 9 o'clock last night to 9 o'clock in the morning, it was a full 12 hours. Such sufficient and deep sleep brought Luo's physical strength and energy back to the peak state. This feeling is not to mention how cool it is. Liu didn't get up in a hurry, but opened his eyes and scanned the room first. The huge golden monkey was squatting by the window, looking at the scenery outside. Zaijin. Forget it, I'll do it myself. He originally wanted to ask Xiaojin to help him with his clothes. After all, there is a dark contract, and Xiaojin has recovered the wisdom that a monkey should have, even smarter than before. It is completely reasonable to understand Liu's words. But when he saw the dried meat and dirty blood sticking to its hair, Liu immediately dismissed the idea. I don't know how it smells so bad, how did I fall asleep last night? Liu muttered. While getting dressed, I began to think about what happened yesterday. He was surprised to meet Chu Feng in the secret realm before. But it was a pity that Chu Feng was not killed. So Liu's next goal. It is to improve yourself while cleaning up the monsters around the hotel. Then go to the next door to pull Wei Jianjun into the team, and then go to the school to kill Chu Feng. Otherwise, it would be a hidden danger to let Chu Feng do nothing when he was already panicking. When he was in the secret realm before, his strength was not enough to stop Chu Feng. But now I have not only advanced to the high-level Black Iron, but also have 2 battle pets. When he meets Chu Feng again, it shouldn't be so easy for this guy to run away. Boss! Boss! Master Liu! Shi Lei, Wu Jiang, He Li, Ding Feng, and Shui Li all gathered in room 8006 in the morning. Seeing Liu coming with 2 monsters, they all called out respectfully. After a night. The fact that Liu has 2 monsters as pets has been known by the entire hotel. Apart from lamenting Liu's good life, they were not surprised at all. After all, the whole world has changed. It's really not normal to have 2 more monsters as pets. Okay. Liu nodded slightly, and looked at Wu Jiang who was on the side. The defection rate is still 60%? Higher than the rate of betrayal by strangers? Okay. That's all when Liu accepted him. But Liu took a fancy to his ability and decided to observe him for a few days before talking. If it doesn't work, just go into exile. He Li, go and call Cangyun over. Okay. Young Master Liu. He Li didn't dare to disobey Liu's wishes, so she got up and left quickly. In less than a moment, Cangyun, who changed back to her jeans and put on a mask, came to this room. Behind her was the unsmiling Li Wanning in a tight dress. Liu. Seeing Liu again, Cangyun was very happy for some reason. At least he has a smile on his face. Have you had breakfast yet? 8. I wanted to call you, but I thought you were so tired yesterday, so I just... It's okay, just eat it. Sit down first, I'll arrange today's work. Boss, tell me. Liu nodded, not too anxious. First, he took out 2 pieces of bread and gnawed them on his own, while looking at Cangyun. After Liu's villain's eye has evolved, he can see the attributes of companions whose betrayal rate is lower than 30%. Cangyun's profile. Liu had already seen it when he came out of the secret realm yesterday. At that time it was 31%. This value is not bad, but Liu can't see her personal attributes. But now, her betrayal rate has dropped to 18%? Is it the lowest of all present? Liu didn't know what she wanted to understand last night. But her personal attributes have been clearly seen by Liu. Vitality, 16. Mental power, 19. Power, 7. Agility, 8. Enhancement level, Black Iron Elementary. Ability level, Healing Technique, Black Iron Elementary level. Vitality and mental strength are beyond ordinary people, but strength and agility are obviously at the level of normal girls. From this point of view, she is just a medical soldier with little melee ability. I don't know if she is in such a situation, can she use the non-attribute crystal nucleus to increase her strength? Liu frowned, and after thinking about it for a few seconds, he stopped thinking about it. Because no matter what you say, you have to have enough crystal nuclei before you can consider these issues. It's too early to think about it now. Shui Li, Wu Jiang, Shi Lei, Cangyun, you all have to come with me today. He Li, you and Teacher Li can find ways to optimize the living environment. Now all the rooms on the left side of the 8th floor belong to Liu. It's just that there is still a lot of blood in some rooms. There are even some dead bodies, so it needs to be cleaned up. Watching Liu arrange everyone's work in an orderly manner, Li Wanning was in a trance. This classmate named Liu not only has a strong fighting ability, but also a strong organizational ability. Vigorous and resolute, clear thinking. Such an outstanding talent is really his student? Liu has no time to talk to her for now. After arranging some work and explaining some things to Ding Feng, he left the cooked food collected last night for everyone. Then he put 2 crossbow bolts in the ring and started his own cleaning work. There are a lot more high-level monsters today than yesterday. But it is good news for Liu. After all, high-level monsters have crystal nuclei. And him, it's a man with a bronze rank pet. Can you imagine the pleasure of having two tanks in front and others outputting from a distance? Xiaojin and Xiao Xi are exploring the way ahead. Liu and Wujiang held melee weapons to prevent the monster from protruding. Shueli and Shilei held crossbow arrows and shot at a long distance. Yan Yun is responsible for finding the crystal nucleus. Crossbow bolts can be reused and recycled. Tanks, fighters, long-range output, and support are all available at once. Then, Liu, there is a crystal nucleus in this head, cut it quickly. There are also here. Wow, Liu, look, the color of this crystal nucleus is different. Yan Yun exclaimed and handed a grey crystal nucleus to Liu. Liu took a closer look. Psychic crystal nucleus, black iron level, a crystal nucleus containing spiritual power. Chapter 62 Distribution of Crystal Nuclei. Because Liu was using the non-attribute crystal nucleus, he had more than enough physical strength but not enough mental strength. But in this case, all you need to do is sleep, and you can be resurrected with full blood. And others are different. They were exhausted physically and mentally, and one night was obviously not enough time to recover. So Liu left Ding Feng in the hotel to guard the supplies, and brought the others out. After Ding Feng fought yesterday, he is now at the middle level of black iron. Generally, he is no longer his opponent. With him around, Liu felt more at ease. Li Wanning and He Li are doing logistics together, and there is no problem. Yan Yun had to bring it with her because she had to help find the crystal nucleus. As for why Wujiang was brought along? Needless to say this. Not only is this guy resilient, but he also has problems with his loyalty. If he doesn't take him, who will he take? Outside the hotel, Liu was cleaning up the monsters. The stench of rot filled the air. Everyone could occasionally see some lizardmen who couldn't find food, gnawing on the corpses with only bones left. Wrecks of various cars and signs can also be seen everywhere. Because of the rooms on both sides of the street, there may be many monsters hidden. So along the way, everyone is very careful. After a morning of hunting, Yan Yun found a spiritual crystal nucleus in the brain of a high-level lizardman. This is a lizard man who looks smart and knows how to escape. The spiritual crystal core, as the name suggests, is used to restore mental power or increase the upper limit of mental power. The total value of the increase is the same as the non-attribute crystal core, which is 3 to 5 points, and very rarely it is 6 points. However, ordinary black iron level non-attribute crystal nuclei are transparent in themselves, but there are black lines on them. As for this crystal nucleus, although the texture is also black, the crystal nucleus itself is grey. Hee, not bad, not bad. Liu smiled and took the grey crystal nucleus in his hand, then looked at the others. Do you all know the function of the crystal nucleus? Yeah. Ding Feng told me about it yesterday. Shueli nodded. He knew that Yan Yun was with Liu yesterday. Although Wujiang joined later, Liu did not hold back the secret. Starting today, you need to keep this a secret. Understand? Don't worry, I promise no one will tell. Wujiang patted his chest. Liu nodded. That's good. By the way, if it is not particularly necessary, our team will adopt a centralized training method. Focus on training. What do you mean? It is to concentrate the crystal nucleus on one person first, to make this person's combat power stronger, and then use this stronger person to collect the crystal nucleus to support other people. Young Master Liu, it's up to you to decide. Yes, we listen to you. Except for Wujiang, Liu's team has very low betrayal. So they would definitely not object to Liu's words. Even Wujiang couldn't just oppose Liu on the surface. What's more, Liu's distribution method is the most reasonable. Focus on cultivating one person first, and then use this cultivated strong person to help others. As long as it is not due to excessive physical exertion, the crystal nucleus must be taken. These nuclei should be used by one person. It is indeed easier to survive in the last days than to divide the crystal nucleus equally. Of course, the person trained intensively must be someone who is recognized by everyone, otherwise problems will easily arise. Liu's team does not have this problem. Therefore, Liu should be responsible for distributing the crystal nuclei. Liu glanced at it. Seeing that everyone was still in a reluctant state, he didn't use these crystal nuclei immediately. He's amazing. In room 8008, through the window, I watched Liu lead the crowd to kill those monsters cleanly on the street. Li Wanning couldn't help admiring. She lived with Yan Yun last night. Being in the same room under such a dangerous environment, the two women naturally abandoned the teacher-student relationship and chatted a lot. To be honest, she admires Yan Yun. A 20-year-old girl dared to go out with her boyfriend to face those monsters on the first day of the end of the world. This kind of courage is not something ordinary people can do. Even if Yan Yun said that she was forced to go by Liu on the first day, that would be remarkable. At least Li Wanning felt that she definitely didn't have the guts. Just like today, Liu took people out to hunt monsters. But she can only do hygiene in the hotel with He Li. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Who? It's me, Shen Bin. Click. Li Wanning opened the door. In front of him stood Shen Bin with his hands behind his back. Looking at the talented man in front of her, a picture suddenly flashed in Li Wanning's mind. Shen Bin and Liu are about the same height. Both are tall and handsome, but why do they feel such a big gap? Shen Bin? Why are you here? I'll come and see you, are they out? While speaking, Shen Bin looked past Li Wanning into the room. Li Wanning did not return to 8046 last night, but he also came over. After knowing that Li Wanning lived with Yan Yun, he didn't think much about it. Can't you see it over there? Well, I just came here because I saw them going out. Wan Ning, what is this? Shen Bin pretended to be mysterious and smiled, then took out a bowl and a pair of chopsticks from behind. Inside the bowl was half a bowl of yellowed rice, 2 green vegetables and a handful of kimchi. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I specially ordered it for you from Manager Zhao. You should hurry up and eat. Ah? No need. Seeing the food that Shen Bin usually disdains at all, but at this moment he regards it as a treasure, Li Wanning felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. When Liu left, he left a lot of food in Mr. Ding's room. Ah? He left a lot of food. Shen Bin was dumbfounded. No, isn't it? Why are you lying to me? Li Wanning was still unsmiling. Besides, when he left, he said, if you come over at noon, you can also have some food together. It just so happens that it is lunch time, so I will take you there. Hearing Li Wanning's words, Shen Bin's eyes lit up, and he quickly grinned. Hehe, is this kid really capable of trouble? The two called He Li, and found Ding Feng. Then, Shen Bin was dumbfounded. My sky braised beef, white chopped chicken, and roast fat sausage, cold salad with 3 shreds. Liu's breakfast today is not planned for him. So just to be on the safe side, he spent the whole morning trying to get in touch with Manager Zhao and the others. The breakfast was also picked up from Manager Zhao downstairs. According to Manager Zhao's character as that old fox, of course it is impossible to give him too much food. And compared to Liu's food here, Manager Zhao's and his team's food is simply pig food, isn't it? Seeing so many delicious food, Shen Bin couldn't wait. Quickly called a few people to gather around, and started to eat unceremoniously. But he didn't throw away the bowl of white rice. Because only when you experience hunger, you know how precious food is. Compared to Shen Bin's wolfing down, Li Wanning was different. Because she had breakfast, and the food and water provided by Liu. So she is not very hungry. At this time, her mind was full of Liu's questions from yesterday. It seems that I have to find someone to protect myself. Li Wanning is not stupid, she quickly figured out the current situation. If I want to live normally, I must find a boy with good strength to protect me. Otherwise, it's really easy to get into trouble. But judging from the current situation, there are only 2 people who can protect themselves. Liu and Shen Bin. Shen Bin? No. Thinking of Li Wanning raising her head and looking at Shen Bin who was devouring, she couldn't help but feel a burst of despair. This guy, no matter how you look at it, it's unreliable. As for Liu, it's no problem for him to be so powerful, but he's just his student, so why should he protect himself? Also, those things he told me last night. Hey, why did he tell me those things? Li Wanning suddenly had a flash of inspiration in her mind, and she was dumbfounded. Could it be that he also treats me? My god! No. Can't he? Chapter 63 The power has been upgraded. Li Wanning is a person who is good at thinking. Otherwise, you can't be a professor at a young age. With Liu's reminder, it only took her a short time to guess Liu's intention. But Liu didn't care anymore. Anyway, this kind of thing will have a showdown sooner or later. Chi chi chi. A mantis with a scythe descended from the sky, waving its scythe and rushed towards everyone. Liu raised his hand and shook it. Swish! A wind blade sent the sickle mantis flying, and severely injured it again. Little Jin! Liu shouted softly. Squeak! Xiaojin and Liu were in the same mind, and after receiving the order, he ran towards the mantis with hands and feet. It ran extremely fast, and caught up to the sickle mantis that was sent flying in a few seconds. The sickle mantis was originally hit by Liu. The injured it was about to get up and go mad, but suddenly found a huge black shadow appearing in front of itself. Although the praying mantis is 2 meters long, but 2 strokes all over the body are stronger than 2 sickles. Other places are very fragile. How can it be possible to compare strength with Xiaojin, who is in the bronze stage? So before it could react, Xiaojin rode on it, grabbed its head, and easily broke its neck. Ding! Congratulations, your wind attribute ability has been upgraded to the middle level of black iron. The sudden system prompt made Liu raise his mouth. The ability has finally been upgraded. Whether it is physical fitness or abilities, there is a certain room for improvement in the case of not using crystal nuclei in the early stage. And as long as you keep using it, the speed of improvement is not too slow. Just like Liu. Less than 2 days after the end of the world, not only has his body become much stronger, but his abilities have also been upgraded. Take a look at your current attributes. Name, Liu. Age, 21 years old. Height, 180. Weight, 136. Vitality, 38, 10 for a normal adult male. Mental power, 40, normal adult male value is 10. Strength, 40, 10 for a normal adult male. Dexterity, 36, 10 for a normal adult male. Enhancement level, Black Iron Advanced. Ability level, Wind Attribute, Black Iron Intermediate. Villain Exclusive Skills, Villain Eye, Villain Heart, Villain Halo. Tisk tisk, yes, yes. Seeing this attribute panel, Liu smiled even more. Mental power and strength have reached 40 points, and other attributes are almost 40 points. You must know that Liu has not used a crystal nucleus today. It was entirely due to the rewards from Cangyun before and the potential brought about by the 2 days of fighting. With the current attribute value, he is already satisfied. As for the difference between the Black Iron middle level ability and the elementary level, it's actually no different. It just doubles the storage capacity. That is 10 wind blades. As for the degree of compression of the wind blade, the speed of release, and the accuracy of the wind blade, these have nothing to do with the power level. If you want to strengthen your ability in this area, what you need to improve is your mental strength. The higher the mental power, the easier it is to control the ability. The faster the speed, the higher the accuracy, and the stronger the power. Both the attribute of mental power and the level of abilities are high, and the abilities released can be more diversified. For example, wind wall, tornado, or something. Of course, the current Liu can't reach this level. I'm stupid, why are they so awesome? Is it too exaggerated? Are those 2 monsters his pets? Can you still bring pets? Awesome. Hey, although these monsters are quite scary, if you can awaken a superpower like that guy, it will be great. Don't you have superpowers? Do you envy them for their chicken feathers? Grass, what the hell can I call superpowers? There are also many survivors inside the hotel and the houses on both sides of the street downstairs. At this time, they watched Liu and the others downstairs hunting monsters. 1 or 2 were amazed. Although they are also starting to organize a counterattack. But they didn't even clean up the monsters where they lived. Not to mention walking out of the building like Liu and the others. No matter where the survivors are at this time. After seeing the scene on the street downstairs, some special thoughts began to arise in my heart. Hey, tell me, do we want to join their team? Join? Are you going to see if they accept you? How do you know if you don't try? Boss, I'm so tired, can we take a rest first? Shilei, who was holding a crossbow, said wearily. Liu glanced at him, this guy's betrayal rate was 27%. Also less than 30%. So Liu not only knew his attributes, but also his ability to awaken. Yes, as Liu's subordinate, Shilei is also an awakened one. It's just that his ability to awaken is a bit tasteless. His ability is called Hawkeye. Hawkeye, as the name suggests, it is the eyes of the eagle. This thing has no other function, but it can see things at a super long distance. Except for Shilei's slightly stronger mental power, his other attributes have not changed. If you give him a sniper rifle, this ability will probably be very useful. But now, this skill is really a bit useless. Yes. Liu nodded, let's go to the cake shop next to it, it's just a good time to have lunch, everyone be careful. There's nothing wrong with having to eat when the time comes. Although Weijianjun's community is not in a straight line with the hotel and school. But it is closer to Liu, and you only need to turn one street to see the gate of the community. But even in this street, it is difficult for Liu to turn around. Because there are many monsters in the buildings on both sides of the street. In order to avoid being pinched from front to back, Liu and the others had to move forward step by step. The cake shop on the side of the road is a small shop. The glass counter inside was tilted, and glass shards were scattered all over the floor. The cake was also shattered. Liu asked Xiaojin to go in and explore the way. There is no one alive inside. Inside the store, there is a lounge. At this time, the inside was in a mess, and the ground was covered with blood. 2 lizard monsters, one middle and one high, were eating 2 corpses inside. Both bodies were girls. Now they are all beyond recognition, and one of the girls has half of her face gnawed off. The cruel scene made everyone feel sick. Coupled with the pungent smell of blood and stench, even Liu pinched his nose subconsciously. Puff puff. Hurry up to cooperate with Xiaojin, and kill him with 2 swords. No nuclei. Liu didn't bother to care, and quickly closed the door of the lounge to block the pungent smell. Without the stench, Liu let out a sigh of relief. Outside, Shi Lei and Wu Jiang had already closed the cracked glass door. Liu asked Xiaojin and Xiao Xi to guard the door, then he randomly pulled over a table, took out the leftover cooked food from last night and put them on the table. The space inside the storage ring is a vacuum, and the outside air cannot enter it, and it is bound to Liu's spiritual consciousness. In other words, putting food in the ring is not only easier to store, but also won't move around at will. It's just that these foods have been left outside for a day in the sultry weather now. Even if you throw it in the ring, it won't last long. So eat them as soon as possible. As for whether the food is cold or not, at this time, no one cares about this anymore. You guys take a rest first. Yangyun, come with me. After dinner, Liu dragged Yangyun to the cashier of the cake shop. The 2 stools that fell on the ground were carried over by Liu. Yangyun sat on the stool and looked at Liu with some doubts. Liu, what's wrong? I want to ask, what did you talk to teacher Li about last night? Ah? Why did you suddenly ask this? You answer my question first. I did have some chats, but they were all trivial matters. Then do you know who Shen Bin is? Shen Bin? Yangyun thought for a while. Ms. Li said, it seems that they met each other on a blind date. Blind date? Yeah, it was yesterday morning. Yangyun told Liu exactly what she had talked with Li Wanning last night. After listening to Yangyun's narration, Liu only wanted to say one word. The plot of Li Wanning is so bloody. If it weren't for the heroine, I would have eaten the king's sword. Chapter 64 Empathy? The reason why Liu knew Chu Feng and Yangyun was that they were the male and female protagonists. It was because the 4 novice prompt character cards given by the system clearly marked their relationship. As for Chu Feng's main plot, are there any other heroines? Liu can only judge by his own experience. Regarding this Li Wanning, Liu had already guessed. It's just that he was only suspicious before. Even with Shen Bin's existence, he was not completely sure of her heroine's identity. After all, it is normal for a beautiful woman like Li Wanning to be pursued by a rich and handsome man like Shen Bin. But now according to Yangyun's description, Liu can basically confirm the identity of her heroine. Because although Li Wanning is 27 years old this year, but she has never had a boyfriend, can you believe it? Such a beautiful woman, at such an age, has never had a boyfriend? This is clearly unreasonable. Well known. Whether it is a movie or a novel, in order to meet the needs of readers, the author needs to write the heroine as a chick. It doesn't matter if the woman is, or 28, or 38. It doesn't matter whether the woman is married or not. Anyway, as long as it is a heroine, even if this woman has a baby, she is definitely a chick. Married women, ordinary men can't. For a woman with a baby, if the baby is not the protagonist's, it must be adopted. Older women either haven't met a suitable one, or they want to save the first time until they get married. In short, all kinds of wonderful reasons let the heroine's first time be reserved for the hero. Even if the reason is very unreasonable. Take Li Wanning as an example. She has nothing to say about her appearance and figure, but her personality is a bit old-fashioned, and she is still very traditional in her bones. She doesn't have time to fall in love even though she only wants to do her studies. As soon as her parents asked her, she said that she was not in a hurry, she was still young to talk about love and so on. So she has been single until now. Later, the family was really anxious to hold their grandson, so they introduced this guy named Shen Bin to her. Social elites who have just returned from studying abroad. Coincidentally, the two were not only from the same hometown when they were young, but also went to the same elementary school. So Li Wanning, who originally didn't intend to go on a blind date with Shen Bin, decided to meet Shen Bin after hearing the news. This Li Wanning is also wonderful. Others go on a blind date at noon or at night. Because in Xiaoguo, eating is a means of socializing, and the relationship between the two will be brought closer at the dinner table. After eating, we also have more time to spend together. And her blind date was in the morning? The reason is that after the blind date, she has to rush back to teach the students. Then the two made an appointment to meet at the breakfast shop downstairs of the hotel. And then, the end times come. The owner of the breakfast shop has turned into a zombie. The two had no choice but to escape all the way to the hotel. According to Liu's guess, she should be one of Chu Feng's harem, but her appearance disrupted all the original plot. If she didn't have herself, Li Wanning would form a team with manager Zhao and the others under Shen Bin's care. After Chu Feng finished handling the school affairs, the inferiority of his team was almost released. When Shen Bin was impatient with Li Wanning and was about to plot against Li Wanning, Chu Feng would appear in front of her like a divine soldier. Slap Shen Bin in the face and take her into his pocket by the way. But now with Liu, everything has changed. Liu, why are you asking so carefully? Don't you like Teacher Li too? After Yangyun finished narrating, seeing Liu's expression, she suddenly reacted. Li Wanning is not only beautiful, she is also taller than her, and her model is even bigger than her. Especially when viewed from behind, that peach-shaped figure is simply what all men yearn for. So she had to doubt Liu's true thoughts. You don't have to worry about it. Liu didn't bother to explain. There are many ways to improve yourself. But judging from the rewards Yangyun got here, it seems that getting the protagonist is faster than using crystal cores to improve strength. Among other things, just a heroine gave 10 points to all attributes. What's more, the protagonist's abilities are generally very powerful. Liu believed that for Chu Feng to become the protagonist, besides his rebirth combat experience and luck, there must be other things. It's just that I didn't find it. So getting the crystal nucleus is only second. Should I put more energy on killing the protagonist? It seems to make sense. Now that Li Wanning has been determined to be the heroine, how to use this heroine is a problem. Just fucked her up? This seems to have no effect on the protagonist at all. Because the current Chu Feng has no emotional entanglement with Li Wanning at all. Having sex with her will not affect Chu Feng. Ah. Seeing Liu lost in thought, Yangyun was about to cry, you really like Teacher Li. Then what's the matter? Liu came back to his senses, and asked instead, Ms. Li is so beautiful, isn't it normal to like her? Unusual. Yangyun became anxious and quickly retorted, others can like her, but you can't. Why? You, what do you think of me? At this moment, Yangyun already had tears in her eyes, and felt extremely wronged in her heart. It took me a whole day to forget that Liu had committed a crime against me. Also developed feelings for Liu. In the end, it took this guy only one day to move on? How can she accept this? You. Looking at the aggrieved Yangyun, Liu smiled playfully, and then asked, then what do you think of me? Ah. Yangyun's tears were still rolling in her eyes, but she was dumbfounded by Liu's question. Yes. What do you take him for? Although the two have known each other for a long time, their real acquaintance started yesterday morning in the end of the world. I don't seem to be qualified to control him? But... Okay, don't talk about this first, you put this first. Reminder, the awakened person can only use life-type and spiritual-type crystal nuclei, and cannot use other crystal nuclei. If other crystal nuclei are used forcibly, the energy will conflict and be offset. There is a 90% chance that there will be no recovery and improvement effects, 9.9% chance of side effects, and 0.1% chance of death. Note, in order to ensure the absolute health of the body, when the awakened person uses the crystal nucleus to strengthen himself, it is best not to have a difference of more than 30% in the values of vitality and spiritual power, otherwise some bad symptoms will appear. The vitality is too strong, the mental strength cannot support the strong body, and the IQ may become lower. If the mental power is too strong, the body cannot bear the huge mental power, the brain will be out of control, and mental illness or schizophrenia may occur. Liu. Chapter 65 Madman and Genius. After a whole morning, Liu had a total of 4 non-attribute crystal cores and 1 spiritual attribute crystal core. He didn't want to continue this topic of love and love with Yangyun. I just wanted to divert the other party's attention and let her eat a crystal nucleus to see the effect. But as soon as he took out the crystal nucleus, the villain's eyes saw a series of prompts before he finished speaking. Seeing this prompt, Liu was a little speechless. Yangyun can only use life-type and spiritual-type crystal cores, so there is nothing to say about this. Liu had this guess after discovering that a crystal nucleus was from the spiritual system. If there is a crystal nucleus of the spiritual system, there will naturally be a crystal nucleus of the life system. After Yangyun awakened, only these 2 attributes were enhanced. It is not surprising that only crystal nuclei with these 2 attributes can be used. However, when strengthening, the difference between vitality and mental strength cannot exceed 30%. Otherwise, it is possible to become an idiot or a psychopath. Some patients in the CO-authored psychiatric hospital got mental illness because their mental strength was so strong that their bodies couldn't bear it. Sure enough, a madman is only 1 step away from a genius. What happened to you? Seeing that Liu didn't speak, Yangyun's attention was really diverted. Quickly asked with a little concern. It's nothing, I wanted to give you a crystal nucleus to restore your physical strength. Liu said casually, but you seem to be unable to use this. According to the prompt that the villain's eye got just now, Yangyun has 16 points of vitality and 19 points of spiritual power. Eating non-attribute crystal nuclei will most likely be invalid. And the content of a spiritual crystal nucleus is 3 to 5 points. If Yangyun was given a spiritual crystal nucleus, even if it only increased by 3 points, Yangyun's mental power would exceed 30% of her vitality. In other words, she must first use a life-type crystal nucleus before she can use a spiritual-type crystal nucleus. Thinking of this, Liu nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that using crystal nuclei to strengthen the body still has so much knowledge. Not only is there a greater chance of death, but also the risk of becoming idiot and psychotic. I don't know that in this era when news cannot be exchanged. How many people's health or lives do other survivors need to use to develop a scientific strengthening method? Haha. Liu couldn't help but smile. Chu Feng is a person 10 years after the end of the world, so he knows how to use the crystal nucleus. But his current villain's eyes are not bad at all. Even after digitizing the attributes, what you see is more intuitive. Is this crystal nucleus divided into many types? Seeing that the crystal nucleus has 2 colors, Cangyun couldn't help asking. Almost, I'll give it to you when you need it later. Oh, good. Cangyun didn't understand these things, so she could only follow Liu's arrangement. Liu stopped thinking about it and threw a non-attributed one into his mouth. After being tired all morning, eating alone cannot restore physical strength. In order to save recovery time, there is nothing wrong with eating a crystal nucleus. After washing it with water, the familiar warm current spread from the stomach to the whole body again. Ding! You have recovered a moderate amount of physical strength. Ding! You have strengthened your body, and the result of the strengthening is, vitality +2, strength +0, agility +1. Ding! Reminder, your vitality has reached the limit that your current body can achieve. The black iron crystal core can only replenish your physical strength and can no longer strengthen your body. Please break through the limit through high-intensity battles. Note, using black iron essence can directly break through. There will be a high probability of black iron essence appearing on the black iron high-level monster that is about to break through the bronze level. After Liu ate a black iron crystal core, his agility was 37 points. Other attributes are already 40 points. But the system pops up another prompt? What's the situation? Is 40 points of life force of high-level black iron the limit? If you want to break through to bronze, you must either fight with high intensity or use black iron essence. The black iron essence is only found in the black iron high-level monster that is about to break through the bronze. In other words, Xiaojin, who had not evolved before, had black iron essence? Are there monsters of this level out there? Even if there is a monster of this level, Liu probably won't be able to find it in a short time. But not bad. It seems that he can break through to bronze through high-intensity battles? Is the recovery of physical strength only moderate? Thinking of this, Liu took a deep breath. System, the black iron crystal nucleus can only replenish my physical strength, and can no longer strengthen my body? After upgrading to bronze, I can't use the black iron crystal nucleus to strengthen it. To strengthen a bronze-level body, a bronze-level crystal nucleus is required. That is to say, the black iron crystal core is of no use to me except to replenish my moderate physical strength. Yes, host. Grass. Hearing the system's answer, Liu wanted to vomit blood. I have worked so hard to collect crystal nuclei for a day and a half. As a result, I ate 3 from the beginning to the end, and you told me that it was useless? Okay. In fact, this cannot blame others. Because in the early days of the end of the world, the upper limit of everyone's natural evolution is similar. A small part is between elementary and intermediate. Most of them are in the black iron middle class. Liu's awakening talent, which is almost comparable to the protagonist, is of course infinitely close to the high-level black iron. After a high level, it needs to be strengthened with a black iron crystal nucleus. Because Liu got all attributes +10 from Cangyun, it didn't take a few black iron crystal nuclei to reach the bottleneck. Forget it, if you can't use it, then don't use it. Shueli, Wujiang. After reaching this conclusion, Liu didn't bother to care about it anymore. He couldn't use it himself, but it was okay for his subordinates to use it. Master Liu. Boss, what's the matter? Liu threw 2 crystal nuclei from the cash register. Come on, take 1 for each person to recover their physical strength. Both of them have strengthened bodies, and both can use non-attribute crystal nuclei. Hearing Liu's words, they reacted quickly and received the crystal nucleus thrown by Liu from the air. Wujiang was taken aback for a moment, and then became ecstatic. Except for Liu, no one else has used this thing. But the effect of eating it from Liu. And judging from the importance attached to this thing, this is definitely a good thing. Seeing the black iron crystal nucleus in his hand, Shueli was a little puzzled. Young Master Liu, didn't you still talk about centralized training before? Why now? I don't have much use for this kind of crystal nucleus. I will give you all the crystal nucleus of this level in the future. Liu was straightforward and did not hide anything. Wujiang's betrayal rate is indeed a bit high. But this 60% betrayal rate just shows that he is easily provoked by others or bewitched by interests. Less than 90% will not have the idea of attacking themselves. At most, it's a little trick behind the scenes. So Liu is not particularly worried about him. What's more, he had seen Wujiang's situation in the previous battle. Even after he transformed, his strength and speed were not as good as his current self. At most, the defense is stronger than oneself. I have a green sword that cuts iron like mud, so I am afraid of his little defense? Is that so? Thank you, young Master Lu. Then, thank you boss. Hearing what Lu said, Xueli no longer refused. Wujiang smiled all over his face, and put the crystal nucleus into his mouth impatiently. With the crystal nucleus into the abdomen, the warm current that restores physical strength and strengthens the body makes the two of them intoxicated. Fuck, is it so good to eat this stuff? It feels so comfortable. What about me, boss? Don't I have one? Seeing that both Xueli and Wujiang had crystal nuclei, and they looked refreshed after eating, Shilei looked envious. The most tiring person here is obviously me. Why do they have it, but I don't? The boss obviously still has one in his hand? If you are not afraid of exploding and dying, then eat it. As Lu said, he directly handed over the one in his hand. Chapter 66 I and number 039, am going to be a villain. After Shilei awakened Hawkeye, his mental strength was stronger than ordinary people. The other three attributes have not changed much. According to the data read by the villain's eye, awakeners who have only awakened a single attribute are generally called non-combat awakeners. Except for this single attribute, this kind of awakened person's physical fitness is similar to that of ordinary people. The body can only get stronger with some exercise. There is no way to use the crystal nucleus for strengthening. In other words, Shilei is an ordinary person with better eyesight. The mortality rate of eating this crystal nucleus is as high as 50%. As for whether Cangyun is not of the combat type, this is obviously not. Because she can use the crystal nucleus to strengthen, and it is only the beginning of the end of the world. Can you guarantee that she will not awaken any holy light technique in the later stage of this profession? Exploded and died. Shilei, who was about to reach out for the crystal nucleus, heard Lu's words. The hand stopped in midair, and the smile froze on his face. No, no. Try. Lu was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he sent his hand forward again, signaling the other party to come and get it. But does Shilei dare to take it? Obviously not. Unless it's life and death. Otherwise, even if this thing only has a 10% mortality rate, it is impossible for him to gamble with his life. Therefore, Shilei withdrew his hand. Feeling very depressed. Okay, boss, I'm trash. Actually, you're not such a waste. Lu said casually, go to the door and take a look at the distance, maybe you can have unexpected surprises. Look at the distance. Shilei was taken aback for a moment, then hurried to the entrance of the cake shop, looking into the distance through the glass door. Nothing at first, after a while. As the scene at the end of the street became clearer, Shilei's eyes widened. I'm stupid, how can I see so clearly? This is unscientific. At the end of the street that Shilei could see was a noodle shop. There is a line of words under the signboard of the noodle shop, and the door is also a glass door. At this distance before, he couldn't read the words on those signboards at all. Don't say words now, even if there are a few bloody palm prints on the glass door, he can see a few drops of blood clearly. This is your ability. Lu said directly, the reconnaissance mission of our team will be handed over to you in the future. Haha, no problem boss, just wrap it on me. Shilei patted his chest to reassure, and then thought of something, but boss, how do you know that my ability is this? Is it strange? Lu asked without answering. Hearing Lu's words, Shilei also came back to his senses and said with embarrassment, it's not surprising. Lu has the ability to predict, and it is not surprising to know anything. And there are already too many things in this world that cannot be explained. Just like Wujiang yesterday. You are at school, but you can appear in a hotel with your boss? How does Nima explain this? So Shilei, who wanted to understand this point, no longer doubted it. Next, you all cover for me, and the monsters are handed over to me as much as possible. Lu didn't have time to pay attention to him, so he took out the King Z sword from the storage ring. People are different from weapons. To upgrade the King Z sword, it only needs to absorb energy. But people still need to break through the physical limit through fighting or black iron essence to advance. Lu wanted to break through the bronze, but he didn't want to waste time looking for the black iron essence. Then it can only be broken through high-intensity fighting. At the hotel, Lu was busy breaking through his physical limits. In the school's canteen, Chu Feng recuperates from his wounds under the careful care of the poisonous Lady Dai Lian. And at the rented house 3 kilometers to the north, Xiao Fan, who was carrying a mountaineering bag of daily necessities, was also getting stronger constantly. He found a handy steel bar on a construction site next to the rental house. Puff! The steel bar was stabbed into the head of a high-level zombie. The zombie was hit in the brain and fell to the ground. This zombie is already a high-level black iron. The high-level black iron zombies run at about the same speed as ordinary humans. Moreover, there are prototypes of various evolutionary routes, such as crawlers, lickers, etc. Although Xiao Fan killed only ordinary high-level zombies, this is not something ordinary people can deal with. The reason why he went so smoothly was due to the mutation in his body after being bitten by a zombie. Own breath will no longer attract the attention of monsters. Whether it's a scythe mantis, a lizardman, or a zombie, none seemed interested in him. Even if he took the initiative to stab these monsters with weapons, these monsters just resisted instinctively. Then this resistance will stop directly after he leaves a certain distance. After discovering this situation, Xiao Fan was overjoyed. He even felt that the outside world was not the end of the world, but heaven. I used to be honest, have a bottom line, be moral, and keep my duty. But what about you? Not only looked down on me, bullied me, even beat me to the hospital. Okay, since you all want to bully me, from now on, I, Xiao Fan, will be a complete villain, and I will make those who bullied me pay the price. Xiao Fan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the building opposite the rental house. Wang Shen, didn't your wife let the dog bite me before? She also said that the dog's life is more expensive than mine? Since you are the closest to me, let's start with you. I remember that your wife is very beautiful. Wang Shen is a resident of Xiao Fan's community, usually a little domineering. Ordinary people don't dare to mess with it. Once his wife Zhou Yan went out to walk the dog without a leash, and bit Xiao Fan who was coming back from get off work. Xiao Fan subconsciously kicked the dog. As a result, the other party not only did not apologize, but also framed him for kicking the dog. If you don't kick my dog, how can my dog bite you? These were Zhou Yan's original words at the time. It has to be said that although this Zhou Yan is somewhat pretty, she is a tigress herself. There is a way of framing people. In addition, there was no surveillance in this broken community, so Xiao Fan couldn't argue with it. Later Zhou Yan's husband Wang Shen came. Xiao Fan originally thought that men would be more reasonable, but who knew that this guy was only interested in his wife. He also uttered the classic sentence, "What breed is my dog? It is worth more than the life of your stinky errand runner." These words deeply hurt Xiao Fan's self-esteem. Although the other party didn't ask him to pay any money later, he paid for the rabies vaccine himself. And they haven't apologized yet. Every time Xiao Fan thought of this, he wished to kill the couple. There was no chance before, but now there is. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and pulled out the steel bar from the zombie's head. Originally, he was going to study how to deal with these two couples. The steel bar in his hand unexpectedly brought out a small fingernail-sized transparent spar with black lines. The spar was covered with blood and brains, but it was still discovered by Xiao Fan. Hey? What is this? Xiao Fan was a little surprised, subconsciously took the spar in his hand. I took a photo against the sun. The black lines are weird and unpredictable, and the spar itself is crystal clear. Before he had time to think about it, he quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and rinsed it clean. The spar has become more beautiful. This stone is so beautiful. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. At this time, Xiao Fan suddenly had a strong urge to swallow this spar. This kind of impulse is like the impulse of a vampire when he is hungry and wants to suck blood. Is this thing still edible? Chapter 67. The crystal nucleus grows inside the monster's head. Most people are afraid to die when they see monsters. Who would open the head of a monster corpse? And under normal circumstances, the monster's corpse would be eaten by other monsters. Therefore, it is very difficult for human beings to discover crystal nuclei. No one would even think of eating it. But Xiao Fan is different after all. So he can discover the existence of the crystal nucleus in the first time. The other side. Liu didn't know that the errand boy whom his predecessor beat up 3 months ago was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Because at this time he was hunting those monsters non-stop. The current zombies, except for the teeth. The lethality of the claws is not particularly strong. As long as you don't encounter groups of them all at once, or engage in prolonged dogfights with them. With Liu's current strength and agility, they could hardly touch Liu's clothes. Watching Liu keep slashing and slashing among the monsters alone with one sword. Whether it's the people in the hotel or the survivors on both sides of the street. Or maybe Liu's teammates were all surprised at this time. So strong. Madam is amazing. They knew that Liu was very strong, but they never thought that he was so strong. Before, either there were not many monsters, or Ding Feng and Xue Li cooperated from the side, or Xiao Jin and Xiao Xi were at the front. So they couldn't see Liu's real personal combat power. And now? Liu's personal combat power completely confuses them. Although there are no moves, when killing monsters, the movements are not so beautiful. But that reaction, that speed, was simply exaggerated to the point of outrageous. Even the black iron high-level sickle mantis cannot attack Liu with the sickle. Liu, who has reached the black iron bottleneck, coupled with the sharp green sword in his hand, is like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. A little bit more. It was a little bit close at the end. As time went by, Liu became more and more used to such killings. Relying on the sharpness of the King's sword in his hand, his speed of killing monsters is getting faster and faster. Often only one sword is needed to accurately hit the vital points of these monsters and take them away. The only regret is the silver-level green sword, hunting and killing black iron-level monsters, the energy is no longer increased by 1 point. But only 0.1? It seems that the energy of the black iron monster cannot meet the requirements of the green sword to absorb it. But this is not important anymore, anyway, the current silver-level green sword is completely enough. Ding! Congratulations, your reinforcement level has been raised to bronze elementary. Boom! With the sound of the system beep, the lymph cells all over Liu's body seem to be on fire. It starts to get hot and hot. But Liu didn't feel uncomfortable, but very comfortable. This feeling is like the spring on an ancient tree, and the nectar on a long drought. The power that was exhausted before is actually starting to recover. Seeing that there are still a few lizardmen with scales and hideous faces, there is no solution. Liu, who had no strength to fight again, hurriedly shouted. Zijin, stop it! The voice just fell. Dong 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 dong. The tall black shadow rushed out from behind Liu with all hands and feet, and met those monsters. Boom! With a meaty impact, Zijin instantly knocked the lizard man in front into the air. This lizardman was like a bowling ball, knocking all the others behind him to the ground. At this moment, Xueli and Yan Yun's teammates also rushed over. Hey, it finally succeeded. Liu half knelt on the ground, panting heavily, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hands. Everyone looked at Liu's state, needless to say they also knew what Liu was doing. With the end of the world coming, everyone's body is changing. Liu's current situation is obviously breaking through. I don't know how long it took Liu finally recovered. After retracting the King's sword into the rusty scabbard, he straightened up and stretched his arms. And by the way, he took a look at his attributes. Vitality, 50. Mental power, 50. Power, 50. Agility, 47. Black Iron High-Level Advanced Bronze, increased all attributes by 10 points. Seeing this scene, Liu was not surprised. He knew that if he advanced to bronze, his attributes would definitely improve. But I didn't expect it to be so much at 10 o'clock. Hey? Wait, if breaking through bronze can increase all attributes by 10 points, does that mean that Black Iron Essence can increase all attributes by 10 points? Liu narrowed his eyes. If this is the case, wouldn't it be good to go directly to find the Black Iron Essence? The protagonist who is still dry? However, the system's answer cut off Liu's thoughts. Black Iron Essence can only be used when the vitality is equal to 40, and it has no effect at other times. Okay. Sure enough, it's still too beautiful as I thought. This Black Iron Essence is used for advancement and does not provide any attributes. The reason why I have increased all attributes by 10 points is because of the breakthrough, and it has nothing to do with the Black Iron Essence. In other words, breaking through once by yourself is equivalent to getting a heroine. Also, he clenched his fist, with 5 times the strength of ordinary people, which made Liu full of confidence. To know this 5 times the power is not as simple as adding 5 ones together. Just like an adult male with 3 times the strength of an ordinary elementary school student. Could it be that he can only hit 3 elementary school students with a weapon? This is obviously unscientific. Let's go, Yan Yun will look for the crystal nucleus, that's all for today. Liu withdrew his thoughts. Wanting to reunite with Wei Jianjun and then go to school to kill Chu Feng is not something that can be done in a day or two. Liu understood this very well, so he was not in a hurry. It is definitely more cost-effective to keep the crystal nucleus for a while than to eat it directly. Oh. Hearing Liu's words, Yan Yun acted quickly. As for Wu Jiang, seeing the corpses of monsters all over the floor, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He counted roughly. Among these corpses, 37 zombies, 56 lizardmen, and 13 sickle mantises. Adding all the monsters together, there are 15 high-level ones? Can one person kill so many? Although Liu killed these monsters, the sharp green sword took the dominant factor. But Liu's own strength can definitely be used, right? After all, Liu didn't use Zijin and Zioxy just now, nor did he use his own abilities. Instead, he was fighting purely on his own physical fitness. This Nima. Liu, a total of 2 crystal nuclei were found. Give it to me first, go back and distribute it uniformly. Is it so early to go back today? It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Save some time and energy, go back and live in the world of 2 people. A two-person world? With whom? Of course with you. Me? Cangyun was taken aback for a moment, then blushed. When did I say that I want to live a two-person world with you? Hey, it's not up to you. After 2 days of life and death test, Cangyun fell in love with this handsome, good-looking boy with a good figure, but a bit bad personality. So when she heard that Liu liked Li Wanning, she felt very uncomfortable. However, when she heard that Liu wanted to live a two-person world with her, she felt a little happy in her heart. He wants to live a two-person world with himself? Does it mean that when he said that he liked teacher Li Wanning, he was just talking about it for fun? Well, very likely. After all, Liu is a bad guy, he is very good at bullying girls. It is entirely possible to deliberately say such things to anger yourself. Of course, she didn't care when Liu said that he wanted to talk about the world of two people. I just think Liu is joking. After all, it's broad daylight now, even if he wants to bully himself, why not wait until night? Unfortunately, she was wrong. Wrong. As soon as everyone returned to the hotel, Liu directly dragged her to the warehouse next to 8008. After taking off his bloody shirt, he asked Xiaojin and Xiao Xi to guard the door. Liu, you don't really want to treat me. Looking at the man in front of him with a smirk on his face, who put her wall on the storage shelf, Cangyun was terrified. I can't believe my guess at all. Liu slowly reached out and put his arms around her slender waist. Cangyun didn't hide, and she didn't seem to dare to hide either. It's a matter of time anyway, isn't it? I have to admit that Liu is handsome and has a good figure. Coupled with the wicked smile on the corner of the mouth, it has a very powerful lethality to most women. Especially a woman without a heroine. Who said so? Cangyun turned her head aside. I suspect that you are lying to me. It doesn't matter, anyway, now you are in my hands. You are against the wishes of women, I will sue you. What are you going to sue? Take this. The smile on the corner of Liu's mouth became even worse. From the ring, he took out a white, boxy little bag the same size as a shampoo bag. In the middle is a circle a little larger than a coin looming. Hey, what is this? Seeing this thing in Liu's hand, Cangyun couldn't help being curious. Liu explained, it will be troublesome to get pregnant in the last days, so this is something to avoid trouble. Swish. Cangyun's face turned red to the base of her neck. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 68. Being a villain in the last days, you can't just know how to become stronger and deal with the protagonist. Sometimes you have to learn to enjoy it. For example, sleeping mistress or something. Liu last night was because he was very tired and didn't have much energy. But today is different. Cangyun is so beautiful. If the strength is sufficient for the time being, shouldn't we communicate with her more? Cangyun is a girl who has never been in love. The night before yesterday was unconscious again. So she didn't know that the thing in Liu's hand was normal. But now that Liu said that she understood so well, she would be a fool if she didn't know. Then. It was the afternoon of the second day after the end of the world. Liu smelled the girl's unique body fragrance, and taught her a lot about boys and girls. Although Liu used to improve his strength, the physical exhaustion is almost gone, but it recovered a lot when he advanced to bronze. Therefore, his current state is much better than last night. As for where did the things in Liu's hands come from? This one needs no explanation at all. Liu has prepared so many daily necessities in the storage room, how could he not prepare such things? It is also a normal thing to carry a storage ring with you. As for what Cangyun said just now to sue Liu, when she said this for the first time, she really wanted to sue. But this time, it was only the woman's last reserve that made her say so. Yueguang pretended not to hear. Damn it, looking at boss like this, I want to find a girlfriend too. In room 8007 where Qiao Manli lived before. Seeing Liu dragging Cangyun to the warehouse as soon as he came back, Wu Jiang's eyes were full of envy. A normal man likes women. Of course he is no exception. This Cangyun's appearance and figure are definitely at the top of the pyramid in school. Watching her go to the warehouse with Liu, how could Wu Jiang not be moved? At this time Shi Lei was sitting next to him, chatting with his girlfriend He Li. Hearing Wu Jiang's words, he smiled, you are more capable than me now, is it not easy to find a girlfriend? It's true that I'm stronger than you, but I'm not as handsome as you. Wu Jiang is shorter than Shi Lei, and his figure is thicker. But the features on the face are really not very good looking, and there are many pimples. So in terms of appearance, let alone Liu who is so handsome that he has no friends. Even Shi Lei is a level stronger than him. What's the use of being handsome these days? You have to use your strength to speak. Strength? Of course. Shi Lei raised his mouth and clenched his fists. Did you not see the reaction of those guys when the boss asked me to kill that Fade Chen? What's the matter? Hey! Wait a minute, you said to kill Fade Chen. Shi Lei was curious. Yes, what's the problem? Who is Fade Chen? Shi Lei looked at the ceiling. A gangster leader who has awakened the Earth-type supernatural ability is awesome. You mean, you killed someone? Wu Jiang looked at Shi Lei in disbelief. Now that it's so dangerous outside, it's normal to kill monsters. But killing is completely different, isn't it? Wu Jiang asked himself. He dare not kill. Because this not only requires breaking through the bottom line of morality, but also requires a certain amount of psychological preparation. Shi Lei is very aware of how much he weighs. This guy, dare to kill? Hearing Wu Jiang's words, Shi Lei was even more curious. Didn't I tell you last night? You tell Jill what's going on? Tell me quickly. Okay, let me tell you, the boss killed more than one person. With He Li in his arms, Shi Lei told Wu Jiang about Lu's glorious deeds with a proud face. For example, when killing Fade Chen, no one dared to move. Killed that ant with one knife. In addition, He Li echoed from the side. So Wu Jiang was dumbfounded. When he was in the secret realm before, he thought that Lu was just threatening himself. Or at most, in order to snatch treasures, he would injure himself. He would definitely not dare to kill someone. But he never expected that Lu would actually dare to kill someone. How can it be? After seeing Lu kill so many monsters by himself, his betrayal rate dropped a bit. Now that he heard that Lu dared to kill, he dropped a little more. 42% is his current value. If you want to find a girlfriend, you can talk to the boss, maybe he can grab a few and let you choose whatever you want. Shi Lei's last playful words brought Wu Jiang back to reality. Wu Jiang suddenly felt that it made sense. Lu entered the warehouse with Cangyun at 3:30 in the afternoon. When he came out of the warehouse with a smile on his lips, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Cangyun, who had put back on her t-shirt and jeans, followed behind him with a look of resentment on her face. Fortunately, the first time Lu clicked to the end. Fortunately, today is the second time. Otherwise, according to Lu's strength today, she probably wouldn't even be able to walk. A strong young man makes a young girl. That's the reason. Do you want me to help you? Seeing the girl walking, Lu's smile grew wider. Cangyun looked at Lu furiously, and it took him a long time to spit out 3 words, no need. It's not good for you to see it later. It was also caused by you. Cangyun said angrily. She really wanted to beat Lu to death now, but she really didn't have the strength. If you force the hammer, it's more like flirting, so you can only give up. Lu shrugged his shoulders and didn't refute anything. He just walked over and helped her back to 8008. Cangyun did not refuse. Typical oral cavity. This room was empty at the moment, just to let Cangyun recover, and then go to Shueli's room next door to have dinner. Today's dinner is still the leftovers from yesterday's search. But after eating this meal, these cooked foods will basically go bad and cannot be ordered. Of course, Shen Bin and Li Wanning were also there during the meal. At the dinner table, although Cangyun was still a little tired, her walking had returned to normal. At this time, she was chatting with Li Wanning with her normal expression. The two went to the warehouse in the afternoon, and most people knew about it, but no one showed any strange behavior. After all, they are lovers, what's the matter with venting in such a depressing environment in the last days? But seeing Lu again, Li Wanning's expression was a little unnatural. Ever since she guessed that Lu might have thoughts about her, she has been somewhat conflicted in her heart. But Lu didn't say anything, and it was impossible for her to ask directly. We can only observe first. Wu Jiang was hesitating whether to tell Lu about asking him to help find a girlfriend. But while he was still thinking, boom boom boom, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Shueli was the closest to the door, got up and went to open the door. Soon, there was a loud noise at the door. You want to join our team? Looking at the dozen or so survivors at the door, Shueli couldn't help frowning. Yet, there are so many monsters out there, shouldn't we help each other? If everyone is united, there is hope for survival, don't you think? Little brother, let us join your team, we are willing to obey your arrangement. Yes, we are all willing to listen to your arrangements. Chapter 69 The Special Little Boy. Now Lu has it. There are 3 non-attribute crystal nuclei and 1 spiritual crystal nucleus. Although he cannot use these crystal nuclei to increase his strength, they can be used to restore his physical strength. So Lu didn't separate them out. After giving one to Ding Feng, the others were kept for later use. Hearing the conversation outside the door, needless to say, Lu knew what they were here for. After 2 days and 1 night of baptism, most human beings finally accepted the reality and began to seek shelter from the strong. At the Rhine Hotel, Manager Zhao and Liao Dong formed a team because of Lu's selfishness. They win over most of the survivors in the hotel and start their own way of survival. And these survivors from outside the door. Maybe they were eliminated by Manager Zhao, or they didn't want to form a team with Manager Zhao. Or because of their own strength, they want to join their own team. In a word, they just want to join Lu's team. This. Xue Li couldn't make the decision, so he looked at Lu for help. Young Master Lu, look at them. Hearing this, Lu got up and went to the door of the room, and glanced at everyone. There were 15 or 16 visitors. Except for 2 or 3 young people and an 11 or 12-year-old boy, most of the others were old men and women. Do you want to join my team? Lu's voice was calm, as if he was a leader interviewing employees. Seeing Lu's calmness, these survivors did not dare to make mistakes. Yes, yes. There is indeed an idea. The 2 50-year-old men who took the lead hurriedly expressed their positions. Lu continued to ask, do you dare to kill monsters? What? Kill monsters? This. The sudden question made one of the 50-year-old man look confused. Another old man surnamed Zhou said. Little brother, you see we are all old, and we are still asking us to kill monsters? Isn't this embarrassing us? Yet, little brother, we can't kill monsters, but you can arrange some other jobs for us. Then what can you do? I can drive. I can fix the TV. I can. Okay, okay. One by one, the survivors said what they knew. Before they could finish speaking, Lu hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. Now that there is no electricity outside, what's the use of being able to drive and fix the TV? Let me be honest, if you dare to kill monsters, you can stay. If you don't dare, then you can see if you have awakened any special abilities. If you have special abilities, you can also tell me. I will handle it as appropriate. If you don't have any, then please go back. Lu spoke directly, without any room for maneuver. Although he does want to form some powerful forces, he doesn't accept everyone. The team does not raise waste, this rule applies to everyone. Be it protagonist or villain. Hearing Lu's words, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. It seems a little overwhelmed. The little boy in the crowd had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Soon one person obediently raised his hand. I dare to kill monsters, can you let me join? The 3 young people are a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. One of the young men worked up the courage to raise his hand. Lu took a closer look. Do these 3 young people know each other? It was the few people who, under the leadership of Manager Zhao, snatched up their room. The young man and woman, and the little Wang who was beaten by himself until his nose bleeds? The one who raised his hand is this Xiao Wang? Seeing that Xiao Wang was also there, Lu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Hehe, aren't you the little Wang from before? Why did you come to me? I think you are very strong. Xiao Wang rubbed his still red nose and said truthfully, following you, the chance of surviving is greater. When he occupied Lu's room before, he and the couple actually didn't speak. But Manager Zhao asked him to open the door, but he had no choice but to get beaten up by Lu in vain. At first, he was really unconvinced. It's just that he has seen the combat effectiveness of Lu's team in the past 2 days. Liao Dong's team can't compare to the ease of going upstairs and downstairs. So for your life. He came. Are you not afraid that I will give you small shoes? I think no matter what, it's better than Manager Zhao's bastard. Xiao Wang blurted out filled with righteous indignation. After I finished speaking, I realized that I had said the wrong thing, so I quickly shut my mouth. Is that so? Hearing this, Lu raised the corner of his mouth instead. Okay, as long as you dare to come, I will accept it. Come here. After speaking, he waved to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang quickly came to Lu's side. That. Brother, we were sorry for you before, look at me and my girlfriend. Another young man also raised his hand. What's your name? My name is Li Yang, and my girlfriend's name is Feng Wan. Do you dare to kill monsters? Dare, but... Li Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. My girlfriend may not have the ability to kill monsters. I still need 2 cooks and hygiene staff here. Hearing this, Li Yang was instantly surprised. Really? That's really great, thank you brother. As he said that, he also pulled his girlfriend and quickly stood by Lu's side. You. Lu pointed to 2 people again, if you 2 want to, you can stay, and the others can go. The people Lu pointed out were a man and a woman. Both are middle-aged. Lu kept them, not because of the low rate of betrayal or the like. It's because the 2 seem to be more useful than the others. Not too loud, not too wasteful. Lu asked. The man's name is Lu Chuan, and the woman's name is Li Hong. The 2 didn't know each other, but they were very happy after being called by Lu's name. After all, the image of Lu killing nearly 100 monsters by himself in the afternoon is still engraved in their minds. Following Lu, the chance of survival is greater. Little brother, what about us? Aren't you going to let us join? You let them join, and you don't care about charging us more, do you? Liu glanced at the others, and then waved his hand directly. Didn't even bother to talk. Hey? Why are you like this? What do you mean young people only? Oh, old, useless. Forget it, let's go, Mr. Zhou. If you don't join, you don't join. What's the big deal? That is. Ms. Li, the students you have taught are really disappointing. Seeing Liu's determination, the faces of the survivors immediately changed. The leading old man surnamed Zhou looked at Li Wanning in the room. He was a survivor of 8046 before, so he knew Li Wanning's occupation. Before he came, he knew that Li Wanning was with Liu. Li Wanning was listening to the conversation between Liu and that old Zhou. After hearing Mr. Zhou's words, Li Wanning felt as if her heart had been pricked by a needle. Even if she guessed what Liu thought of her, she couldn't sit still at this moment. Mr. Zhou, wait a moment. Li Wanning hurriedly stopped the old man and walked in front of Liu. Student Liu, can you really not take them in? Accept. Liu asked without answering, how? Who will be responsible for the eating and drinking of so many people? How long are you going to keep them? 1 month, or 2 months? Liu asked several questions in a row, and once again confused Li Wanning's question. Yes. How long the danger outside will last, no one knows. At this time, everyone is too busy to take care of themselves, so what should they do to control others? In fact, with yesterday's experience, she is very clear about what Liu said. She just couldn't pass the moral hurdle in her heart. After all, she is a teacher of the people. Okay, you wait for me. Hearing Liu's words, Zhou Lao couldn't hold back his face. It was too late to run on Li Wanning, so she let out a cold snort and led everyone to turn around and leave. Liu didn't bother to talk to him. It's just that after the crowd left, he found that the little boy was still there. The boy was about 11 or 12 years old. About 1.5 meters tall, wearing simple clothes. And where did Liu seem to have seen it? In the room where Fei Chen was killed before? Hey, brat, are you going? Liu was a little curious. Facing the little boy Liu, he was a little scared, but he mustered up his courage and said, I want to join your team too. Do you dare to kill monsters? I don't dare. The little boy lowered his head and dared not look at Liu, and said in his slightly immature voice, but I seem to have awakened a special ability. Oh. Special power? Hearing this, Liu's eyes froze slightly. Can a little boy awaken special abilities? This is a bit unscientific, isn't it? Although after the end of the world, no matter how old you are, it is possible to awaken abilities. But after a little boy awakened his abilities, he still dared to run over alone to form a team with him? This is very unreasonable. Now in this hotel, Li Wanning is undoubtedly the heroine. Could this little boy be another chance for the protagonist? Thinking of this, Liu laughed. Come on. Kid, tell brother, what ability have you awakened? Chapter 70 Brat, are you brave? The little boy's name is Tong Nangeo. 12 years old this year. Hearing Liu's question, he lowered his head in fear. I did awaken an ability, but I don't know if this ability is useful. When the little boy said this, his expression was a little sad. But he tightened his fist. You don't know if your abilities are useful, so you dare to run towards me. Liu looked at the opponent's clenched fists, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little devil, you are very brave? What's your name? Tong Nangeo. How about this, tell me what your ability is first. If it is useful, then tell me your purpose. At that time, in the room where Fei Chen was killed, the little boy was hiding in the crowd. In other words, he knew that he had killed someone. Under such circumstances, he dared to come to him to prove that he had his own purpose. Liu wanted to hear what his abilities were first, and then his purpose. After all, if ability is useless, what good is purpose? Okay. But brother, I don't know what to say about this ability. Why don't you go over with me and have a look? Okay. Lead the way. Liu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wujiang, Shilei. Boss. Boss. You take them to dinner first. Okay, boss. Wujiang and Shilei agreed, and quickly took action. This time there are 5 newcomers to Liu's team. Xiao Wang, Li Yang, Feng Wan. And the pair of middle-aged people, Lu Chuan and Li Hong. When they heard that Liu had food for them, several of them looked happy at the same time. After all, it has been a whole day since yesterday's scramble for food. They ran out of food and were starving, so they came to Liu to try their luck. Did not expect. The rules of joining my team, I will tell you later, you go to eat first. Okay, okay. Thank you, brother. Thanks, thanks. They were grateful to Dade, and quickly followed Wu Jiang and Shi Lei to the door of Lu's room. The little boy who stayed behind had a more immature voice and looked more innocent. In addition, the end of the world has just begun, so it is impossible to harm people. However, just in case, Lu still brought Xue Li with him. The two didn't follow the little boy very far, they just came to the 4th floor and found the body of a lizard man. The weather in September is a bit muggy. The lizard man's body was already smelling a little. The little boy pinched his nose, suppressed the stench, and said to Lu, I can peel off its skin without a knife. As he spoke, the little boy didn't wait for Lu's answer, and started to act directly. He put his hand on the lizard man's body. Then a looming red light flew out from the boy's palm, instantly covering the lizardman's body. This red light is very faint, so faint that you can't see it unless you look carefully. And it's fleeting. Then the lizard man's skin began to break and fall off from the wound. It was quickly stripped off completely by him. The leather is all good leather. Those skins with signs of decay were all left on the lizard man's body. This is... Seeing this ability, Lu squinted his eyes and had a guess in his heart. That... Big brother, is my ability useful? Tong Nangeo asked with some uncertainty. At first, he was just curious and touched a lizard man's corpse. Then I discovered this ability, but I don't know if this ability is useful or not. So he was still feeling a bit uneasy at this time. It should be useful. Lu raised his mouth. Your name is Tong Nangeo, right? Correct. Call me brother Lu from now on. Tong Nangeo was overjoyed when he heard the words, okay, brother Lu. You go to eat first, we'll talk after we're done. Well. The little boy wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. Why did Lu form his own team? In addition to dealing with the protagonist. The main purpose is to survive. Because after the end of the world, many things become very troublesome. Among other things, just going to the toilet without water flushing is a headache. You can't wash it with mineral water every time, right? Even if Lu is well prepared, he is not yet so extravagant. So he needs some men to work for him. Lu has no other ideas now. Stabilize the team first, and then kill Chu Feng. Finally led the team to leave Yancheng. As for the reason for leaving Yancheng, he had already told Li Wanning before. Yancheng has no military area. No matter how much you don't want to admit it, in the face of those monsters, our brother soldier is still the best. Although the whole world is without electricity, there are still guns and rockets and so on. In the early days of the end of the world, the lethality of bullets is much more powerful than any cold weapon. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to leave Yancheng, find a place with a military area, and build a refuge. Of course. Before that, Lu had to survive the hands of the monster and the protagonist. Since you have chosen to join my team, you must obey my orders. After everyone had eaten, Lu began to speak. Starting tomorrow, we will work together. Wu Jiang, take Shi Lei, Li Yang, Lu Chuan and Xiao Wang tomorrow to find a source of clean water. It doesn't need to be too clean. It can be used for bathing, washing and flushing the toilet. Good boss. Sister Li. Ugh. Li Hong, the only middle-aged woman in the team, quickly agreed. When they get the water back, you take Feng Wan and He Li and clean up all the sanitation on our side. Throw away bloody things if you can, and wash them if you can't. Okay, no problem. There are currently 24 rooms here. I use rooms 1 to 12, and rooms 13 to 24. You newcomers can just choose one to live in, but at least 2 people can stay in one room, and you can't change rooms easily. Understand? Understood. That's it for now. Lu glanced at everyone. I'll tell you what I think of later, let's go down. Lu waved his hand casually, and everyone left one after another. Managing a team is not an easy task. But with only these 10 or 20 people, Lu is still completely fine. But after arranging the work, there were only 5 people left in the room. Lu, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Shen Bin and that little boy named Tong Nangeo. Only then did Lu call the little boy to him. Come on, Xiao Hao, tell me now why you came here to find me. Brother Lu, it's like this. Tong Nangeo nodded and told the story in detail. After a moment, Lu figured out what was going on. It turns out that the little girl I saw in Fei Chen's room is this kid's sister? That pretty young woman with a child is actually his mother? The young woman's name is Dong Ying. The family of 4 took 2 days off to go back to attend the funeral of their grandfather, passing through Yancheng and staying in this hotel. The man went out to buy breakfast for their mother and son in the morning, and never came back. Then last night, Manager Zhao saw that Dong Ying was pretty, and he was bringing a child with him. He threatened her with food in an attempt to force her to submit. As a result, Dong Ying would rather be hungry than give in. Manager Zhao knew that the other party was bringing a child, so he couldn't last long. So he was not in a hurry and didn't force her. But what he threatened Dong Ying was heard by Tong Nangeo. As the only man in the family, Tong Nangeo felt that he should do something. So he found Luyu. Originally, according to the original plot, he should wait for Chu Feng to come and find Chu Feng in a few days. It's just that Luyu's existence made him change his goal for help. After listening to Tong Nangeo's narration, except for Luyu, everyone else was feeling the danger of the human heart. Yesterday was the first day of the end of the world, so that Manager Zhao did such a thing? Simply unforgivable. It's Manager Zhao again. But Luyu felt a little funny. How do you want to deal with him? I don't want him to bully my mother again. Is that so? All right, you go and bring your mother and sister over, and you don't have to worry about Manager Zhao. Okay, thank you, brother Lu. Tong Nangeo agreed, and ran out of the room happily. Looking at the back of the little boy leaving, Luyu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. A 12-year-old foundry master? Hee. Interesting. Chapter 71 Foundry. Yes. This little boy named Tong Nangeo has the awakened ability to be a foundry master. It was also for this reason that Luyu was willing to let him bring 2 oil bottles to join his team. Although the profession of foundry is not very useful to Luyu in the early stage. It has no fighting power in itself. But their occupation is very rare. Sometimes even a survivor base with tens of thousands of people might not be able to see a foundry master. In the late end of the world, foundry isn't the rarest class, but it's definitely the richest. Others are still fighting monsters and upgrading, they are already rich. As for the reason? That's because the weapons and armor they cast are very popular with the awakened ones. Especially in the middle and late end of the world, when guns can't do much damage to monsters. The life of the black iron level monster is fragile, and the firearms are very easy to use, and a few shots can be used to solve the problem. Bronze level monsters, the firearms are barely usable. But starting from silver level monsters, the lethality of firearms will be greatly weakened. When it comes to monsters at the gold level, it is even more outrageous. Even if you use armor-piercing bullets, it may not be able to break the defense. What's more, bullets are consumables. Today, when there is no electricity to help produce, 1 bullet is used and 1 bullet is missing. When the ammunition really runs out, special weapons made by the foundry are called for. Of course, Luyu had never seen what a casting master looked like. The little boy's betrayal rate against him was not lower than 30%, and he couldn't see his career. He just deduced from the little boy's performance that he was a foundry master. In Chu Feng's initial plot, there are occupations for all awakened people in the last days. Although there is only one occupation name for these occupations, there is no so-called detailed introduction and specific performance. But Luyu has carefully studied these occupations. It was found that except for foundry and alchemist, other occupations were almost impossible to have this ability to decompose monster corpses. And Cangyun is a healing power user. If this kid was a pharmacist, his abilities would conflict with Cangyun's. It is very unreasonable for the protagonist's team to have 2 professions with conflicting abilities around him. That's why Luyu judged that Tong Nangeo was a foundry master. 10 minutes later, the little boy brought the mother and daughter to room 8008 where Luyu was. They sneaked here behind Manager Zhao's back. At this time, there were only Luyu and Cangyun in the room. Luyu, who was leaning on the sofa with Cangyun, looked at each other. Dong Ying looks about 37 or years old. In terms of appearance and figure, it is indeed okay, but at most it is 70 or 80%. It may be because of his age that he is more liked by people like Manager Zhao. Seeing Luyu, Dong Ying protected her daughter tightly. It was obvious that she was a little scared. Luyu didn't say anything. Your name is Dong Ying. Yes. My name is Luyu, you can call me Young Master Lu just like them. Okay, Young Master Lu. Dong Ying didn't know how her son persuaded Luyu. All she knew was that Luyu killed people, and that was an understatement. Killing monsters is even more merciless. Facing such a strong man, how dare she disobey his will? Luyu nodded, your son has already told me about your situation. His awakened ability happens to be useful to me, so I want him to join my team. I'm here to assure you that as long as you obey the arrangement, I can provide you with food and guarantee your personal safety. Then Xiao how, will he be in danger? Generally speaking, no. Even if there is danger, I will send someone to protect him first. That's it, that's fine. Dong Ying hesitated for a moment, then nodded cautiously. Luyu's ability is obvious to all, not to mention that Manager Zhao is a real dog. Rather than being bullied there, it's better to come to Luyu's side. Xiao Hao, take your mother and sister to dinner first. Okay, brother Lu. The little boy nodded, and took Dong Ying and his sister away in a hurry. Before leaving, he closed the door. Luyu, What did you call me? Old husband. By the way, in the future when no one is around, just call it that. Can you stop bullying me like this? Cangyun pouted, her face full of grievances. Seeing the little boy take Dong Ying away, she originally wanted to ask Liu something. But Liu's attitude towards her is not like a boy's attitude towards his girlfriend. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. Is this also called bullying? Liu was a little speechless. Forget it, do you have something to say? I just want to ask you, is this child's ability really useful? Cangyun didn't bother with this issue anymore. Although in her mind, it would be good to bring more survivors. But this is not in line with Liu's style of doing things. That's why she was a little curious. Test it and you'll know. Test? How to test? You come with me. Liu didn't bother to explain, and pulled Cangyun to find the little boy again. Then they called Shui Li again, and the four of them went downstairs together. The test results are clear. In addition to being able to decompose lizard skin, this little boy can also decompose lizard tendons, praying mantis sickles, zombie teeth, and bones? How dare you say that this is not a foundry master? The sickle of the praying mantis, the teeth of the zombie, and the bones cannot be used as medicine. All materials used to make weapons. Yes, it is indeed the ability I want. Xiao Hao, go and rest, we will talk about it tomorrow if there is anything else. Okay, brother Liu. After arranging everything, Liu stretched himself. After confirming that this kid Tong Nangeo was a foundry master, Liu had some other ideas. He definitely doesn't need the weapon for the time being. I have the King's E-sword, and there are so many cold weapons in the arsenal. It is not very realistic for Tong Nangeo, who has just awakened his abilities, to make a weapon more powerful than these modern cold weapons. However, it would be no problem for him to be a gauntlet to prevent zombies from scratching and biting. Hey, gauntlets! Damn it! Liu suddenly cursed secretly in his heart. Why didn't I think of this before? I remember that some dog trainers specially use some anti-dog bite gloves when training dogs. Wouldn't it be nice to prepare some by yourself to prevent zombies? Sure enough, the experience is still too shallow and the preparation is not enough. But it's useless to think about it now. What Liu can do now is to make good use of the current resources to survive in the last days. If you haven't prepared well before, it's useless to think about it again. Under Liu's absolute strength, the monsters in the hotel were wiped out. The position to the left of the elevator on the 8th floor has also become an absolute forbidden area for other survivors. This is the second night of the last days. This night, of course Liu wanted to sleep with Cangyun. It's normal for young people to be energetic. Exercising more will not affect the normal work the next day. Seeing that Liu wants to sleep with Cangyun, Li Wanning had no choice but to sleep alone. However, rooms 10, 11, and 12 are Liu's warehouse and weapons. Shui Li and Ding Feng live in number 6. Shi Lei and He Li live in number 7. Liu and Cangyun live in number 8. Then, for her own safety, Li Wanning could only live in room 9, diagonally opposite to Liu's right. Of course it is impossible for Shen Bin to be with Li Wanning, so he can only live in room 5 with Wu Jiang in despair. Dim candle light swayed gently in room 8008. Cangyun didn't consume much power today, so she used the power to clean her body. At this time, she had already changed back to her t-shirt and pleated skirt. Kneeling beside Liu, he reported to him what happened outside just now. Liu, Teacher Li just asked Xiao Wang and the others to send the leftovers downstairs. Let her go. Liu lay on the bed, looked at the ceiling with his hands on his head, and said indifferently, anyway, those things will change their taste at night. As long as you don't give it to Manager Zhao and those guys, you can do anything. Last night, there was a lot of cooked food in the kitchen. The whole team didn't finish eating all day. No matter how bad Liu was, he would not force Li Wanning to throw those things away. Well, I told her not to give it to Manager Zhao. That's good. Liu closed his eyes and reached out to hold Cangyun in his arms. Because the two had a fight in the afternoon. So this time, Cangyun didn't resist at all. Sleep. For Manager Zhao, Liu didn't take it seriously at all. Because as a villain boss, as long as it is not too rough, it is basically impossible to capsize in a place other than the protagonist. For a trash like Manager Zhao, Liu can easily press him to death no matter what tricks he uses. Have you never heard that in the face of absolute power, all schemes are just clouds? Honey, can we survive? I'm so strong, what do you think? You will protect me, right? Be my woman with peace of mind, I guarantee you will live longer than others. After saying this, Liu blew out the candle on the bedside table next to him. Ah! It's a good night. The soft touch of the beauty in his arms made Liu's imagination run wild. This pleated skirt is so convenient. Chapter 72 This is not love. I have to say that Liu is shameless. In just 2 days, Cangyun completely became his woman. Pure appearance, fair legs, perfect figure. This existence that all men yearn for has become exclusive to Liu. Liu knew that in the last days, beautiful women were a disaster. If he wanted to protect such a woman from being robbed by others, he had to keep getting stronger. This is not love. It's just that the man simply possesses the bath. Hey, have you all seen the food in their room just now? I saw it. I saw it too. Mr. Zhou's full name is Zhou Chongming. I traveled with a group from other cities. Yancheng was just a temporary stopover they passed through during their travels. Originally, they rested in this hotel for one night, and they had to leave Yancheng by chartered car at 10 the next morning. Who knew that upon waking up, the whole world would change? This tour group is all old people. After being bitten to death, there were only a dozen or so of them left. Because they are not familiar with the places where they were born, and they are all old people with low combat effectiveness. So they need to find support. Seeing how powerful Liu is, they wanted to join Liu. Didn't expect to be shut down? After leaving, they were filled with righteous indignation at Liu's behavior. I said the downstairs restaurant, why is there not much food, so they took it all. It's simply unreasonable. The food belongs to the hotel. Why should they keep it for themselves? That's right, these young people are becoming more and more outrageous. We haven't eaten dinner yet, but they seem to be unable to finish it. There are so many food utensils in their room, I feel like I can't finish them all. Come on, let's ask Captain Liao and Manager Zhao. Everyone was very dissatisfied, especially Zhou Lao let go of harsh words before. But what's the use? When they heard from Captain Liao that Liu had thrown 2 people downstairs, neither one nor two dared to say anything. After all, in this hotel, Liu is the strongest. Now that the strongest man dares to kill, what can you do with him? Either talk nicely, or don't provoke them. In both cases, they can only choose the latter. And Liu's guess was not bad at all. Manager Zhao is indeed very upset with him, but the situation is stronger than people. Even if he knew that Dong Ying had come to Liu's team. I also know that there may be a lot of supplies in Liu's upstairs room. But he no longer dared to plot against Liu again. Because no one is not afraid of death. This is the second night of the last days. Most of the human beings can only spend this night in fear. And this night, there was something else in the outside world. Boom. 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 On a tall building in a certain neighborhood. Countless huge bats are hitting the window glass of a house in turn. One after another, the survivors hiding inside were terrified. These bats, come on the first night. But not many humans know them. But tonight, these giant bats, which are nocturnal, started hunting by themselves. I'm sorry, what's going on? Bat. My god, such a big bat. Why do these monsters hit the glass? Damn it, if you get hit by them twice, the glass will shatter. Quick, get your weapon. One of the men yelled loudly. But his realization was obviously too late. Boom, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bat smashed the glass of the living room. The man picked up the mop and wanted to rush over and drive the bat out. However, the second bat also rushed in through the broken glass. Then, the third one, the fourth one. After they come in, they bite anyone they see, without any mercy at all. Soon there was a piercing scream in the room. After a while, the screams stopped. Only the sound of baji-baji eating is left. As well as the few corpses and the blood all over the ground. These survivors didn't understand until they died. Didn't bats use sound waves to fly and hunt? Why are these huge bats hitting the glass and rushing into the house? It's not scientific. This night, some human residences were breached by these giant bats. A large number of survivors died tragically at the hands of these vampire bats. As the cruelty and killing continued, the sun slowly rose on the third day of the last days. On this day, Liu's team started to get on the right track. He first separated Shi Lei from Wu Jiang's team. Then let him take Xiao Hao and a few women to make some hand guards to prevent zombies from biting. Wu Jiang took a small team to find the water source. Small rivers in the center of the city, community swimming pools, reservoirs, and small lakes and parks became their targets. And Liu took Cangyun, one of the 2 bodyguards, and 2 pets to find Wei Jianjun. Over time, 3 days later. That is, the 7th day of the end of the world. Wu Jiang and Shi Lei returned to Liu's team. This morning, on the playground at the back gate of Yancheng University. Countless black beetles the size of a well-mouth are biting the rotting lizardman corpses with their jaws like pliers. This black beetle is called a corpse beetle. The shell is as black as ink, very similar to the legendary corpse beetle. But bigger and more powerful. Although most of these monsters only have black iron primary or intermediate levels, they not only have high defense power but also live in groups. The scale of each appearance is even more exaggerated than the lizardman. The only good news is, they only eat corpses, and only attack living humans when they are extremely hungry. On the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory deep in the school. Is there anyone who can come and save me? I'm starving to death. I'm really starving to death. Xiao Manli, who was lying limp on the dormitory bed, had disheveled hair. The quilt was casually draped over his body, his back was leaning against the wall, and he looked at the doomsday scene outside the window with a look of despair. Her voice was weak, as if she had been hungry for a long time. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. What did you say you came back to school when you had nothing to do? Staying in a hotel with Liu, wouldn't it be nice to have bodyguards to protect you? To have to be trapped in the dormitory with these crazy women is simply unacceptable every day, and the earth is not working. If it weren't for the fact that they are girls, they like to put some drinks and snacks in the dormitory. I'm afraid it's dead now. Manly, stop barking. A girl named Chu Feng by the window also said weakly, look, you have been screaming for so many days, is someone coming to save us? That is. Another girl was dying and said, those monsters outside are so scary. Everyone is in danger. Who will come to save us? Hearing this, Xiao Manli was even more desperate. The tall and handsome figure flashed in my mind again. This guy, why did he use force on Cangyun just the day before the end of the world? Could it be that he knew something in advance? Or is it just a coincidence? Xiao Manli thought about this question countless times in the past few days, but she still couldn't figure it out. You said, are the boys in our school so useless? They can't even organize a rescue. Chu Fei's voice brought her back to reality. Rescue? Hehe, it's not like you haven't seen it before. What happens to those boys who want to save people? Xiaoye, don't. Stop talking. Another girl wanted to say something, but Xiao Manli quickly stopped her. Because these days, they have experienced too many things. Watching the monsters hunting around, watching the students being dismembered, and listening to the screams of the students. This is simply a nightmare. Okay, if you don't say it, don't say it. Chu Fei's lips were chapped, and she glanced at Xiao Manli who was across the way. Speaking of Manli, I have always wanted to ask you a question, but I have been embarrassed to ask it. If you want to ask, just ask, what's the embarrassment? It's already this time. You didn't come back that night on the 19th, did you go to the hotel with young Master Liu? Chapter 73 Two Rescue Teams. Yancheng University was used when the city was still developing. A university rebuilt from a mountain. Although now the university is already within the city limits. But the road inside is still intricate and winding. The dormitory building where Xiao Manli and the others lived could be said to be on the left side of the mountain. There is a wide avenue outside the dormitory. There are roads leading to the foot of the mountain on the left and right sides. Although there are a lot of green trees planted on both sides of these roads, after these trees have mutated, they also block the line of sight very much. But from their point of view, they can just see part of the situation at the foot of the mountains on both sides. There are currently 4 girls in Xiao Manli's dormitory. Besides Xiao Manli, the other 3 were the 3 girls that Liu invited to dinner before the end of the world. Because they were drunk by Liu, they didn't get up for morning self-study. Later, Xiao Manli came back in the morning and chatted with them in the dormitory for a while. Chatting and chatting, the end of the world is coming. At this time, when Chu Fei asked this, they all pricked up their ears. It seems that even if they are about to die, they can't stop their gossip. Hehe, are you guys really bored? It's already this time, why are you still asking this kind of question? Xiao Manli was speechless. Tell me. Let us listen to this gossip before we die, okay? Oh well. Xiao Manli smiled wryly, and closed her eyes in order to preserve her strength. Actually, it's okay to tell you guys. Young Master Liu wants to sleep with Cangyun, how can I have that chance? Hey? Cangyun. No wonder. That's right, although you are no worse than Cangyun, you still have a boyfriend. Boyfriend? You mean Chu Feng? Who else but him? Forget it, this Chu Feng is a dick, how could he be worthy of our family Manly? That's right, Manly has always used him as a backup, can't you see that? I can see it, but to be honest, although this Chu Feng has no money, he really likes Manly. What's the use of you talking about this now? Xiao Manli said speechlessly, let's find a way to get something to eat. If there is no food, we will really starve to death. It's okay to starve to death, unless you have the courage to fight those monsters. I don't have the courage anyway. Me too, I'd rather starve to death than be bitten to death by monsters. Same as above. Since you don't want to go out, you can only wait for someone to save you. But at this time, who will come to save us? The women had no strength left, and they were still chattering non-stop. As if this would make them forget the fear of death. Hey, there seems to be someone over there. Chu Fei, who was sleeping by the window, wanted to see if there would be a rescue team outside. Even during this time, I have experienced countless disappointments. This is their only hope now. Didn't expect to be discovered by her after seeing this? Who is there? Where? Hearing this, the other girls didn't know where the strength came from. Quickly struggled to where Chu Feng was. Look out through the window. On the left is the main entrance to the school. At this time, a boy with a fire axe was leading 4 teammates, 3 men and 1 woman, to kill those monsters. And they also knew the boy with the fire axe. Was it Xiao Manli's boyfriend Chu Feng? My god, isn't that Manli's boyfriend Chu Feng? No way. Is it really Chu Feng? Hey, there seems to be someone here? It's just that it's too far away to see who it is. Whoever he is, call for help first. Oh, yes. Help. The road on the right side of Xiao Manli's bedroom leads to the back door of the school. From what they saw from here, there were 8 people in total. 6 men and 2 women, including 2 men and 2 women, seemed to have no fighting power. The fighting strength of the other 4 men is simply beyond the charts. Not only heavy weapons such as axes and hammers, but also light weapons such as long swords and crossbows. There's even protective gear like shields and gauntlets. Seeing this scene, the survivors in Xiao Manli's dormitory were a little confused. Other boys appeared in their line of sight before, and it won't be long before there will be screams. Run or be killed. And the 2 teams who came this time seemed to be quite strong. Sensing this, they prepared to call for help. After so many days of doomsday baptism, of course they knew that the monsters outside would be attracted by the sound. So the way they called for help was to write SOS on a white dress with a marker. Then use the clothes rail and extend it outside the window. But when Chu Feng tied the clothes hanger with a clothes rail and propped up the clothes to ask for help, she was in a bit of trouble. Because the 2 sides appeared at different times, but the side whose combat power seemed to be farther away was obviously stronger. Hey, hello, which side should we turn to for help? Hurry up and give us an opinion. Chu Feng asked. There are 2 windows. One left and one right lead to the balcony. If you want those on the left to see it, those on the right will not see it. Of course it's Chu Feng's side. A girl named Xiaoya suggested, Chu Feng is so close to us, and he is also Manli's boyfriend, isn't he? Chu Feng looked at Xiao Manli, and seeing that the other party had no objection, she nodded quickly. That's right. That's Chu Feng's side. After saying this, Chu Feng pushed out the clothes rail. A few girls also gathered around the window, looking at Chu Feng nervously. For them who are desperate. As long as a rescue team can pass here, it is entirely possible to save their lives. So they don't want to miss any chance to ask for help. Manly, I didn't expect this boyfriend to be very powerful. Watching Chu Feng kill the monsters so cleanly, Chu Feng couldn't help but speak. Yeah, it's completely different from the impression. I remember him before, wasn't he a very honest person? It's too powerful, it's really too powerful, if this continues, we will be saved. The other girls also followed suit. Seeing Chu Feng move beautifully, while avoiding the attack of the sickle mantis, they chopped off its hind legs with several axes in succession, and they were very pleasantly surprised. At this moment, they no longer cared about Chu Feng's status as a dick and a spare tire. Don't even care about his appearance and family background. As long as they can be saved, none of this matters. Xiao Manli also breathed a sigh of relief seeing Chu Feng's combat prowess explode. Even if she really only regards Chu Feng as a spare tire. At this moment, I also hope that Chu Feng can arrive here safely. It's just that for some reason, seeing Chu Feng's majestic appearance, she always felt very strange. He's so powerful, is he really my dick boyfriend? Chapter 74 Let you play enough. In the direction of the main entrance on the left side of the school. The 5 members of Chu Feng's team did not immediately see the distress signal from Xiao Manli's bedroom. Because at this time, after hunting a few monsters, they were hiding behind a fence to adjust their status. Each of the 5 men carried a weapon in a backpack. Besides that poisonous Lady Dalian, there are 3 other boys. They are all courageous and capable people, and they were rescued by Chu Feng when he was hunting monsters. Although Chu Feng is the protagonist of Rebirth, he is well aware of the dangers of people's hearts in the last days. But he also knew that it was the beginning of the end of the world, and human nature was not as fragile as imagined. Plus the appearance of Dalian. So he also wanted to form a team of his own early in the morning to fight against the scum of the last days in Luu. Chu Feng, the injuries on your body healed quickly. One of the boys holding a spatula looked at the wound on Chu Feng's body and said in surprise. The boy's name is Wang Chao, a classmate of Luu and Chu Feng. When Chu Feng was in the secret realm before, his shoulder and lower abdomen were injured by Luu. The wound on the shoulder is better, after all, the shoulder is only that big. No matter how big the wound is, as long as the joints and bones are not damaged, it will heal easily after suturing. But for an injury like the lower abdomen, if there is no absolute medical condition, how can it be cured if it doesn't take 10 days and half a month? But Chu Feng's injury miraculously recovered. This one is very strange. It was the morning of the 7th day of the last days, and the wound on Chu Feng's shoulder had already scabbed off. The wound on the lower abdomen has not affected Chu Feng's actions at all. After these monsters appear, the recovery power of the awakened will be more or less stronger. Chu Feng tightened the fire axe in his hand and said, I'm just stronger than ordinary awakened people. Really? But you are so powerful? Who can hurt you like this? Yes, Chu Feng, tell us something. Who hurt me like this? Ha! Hearing this question, a flash of hatred flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, except for that bastard Luyu, who else could it be? Luyu? Isn't it? You mean Luyu from our class? My god, why did he hurt you? To grab the treasure. Dai Lian replied instead of Chu Feng. Now that she has stayed with Chu Feng for so many days, she will naturally stand by Chu Feng's side. Treasure grabbing. The boy turned his head and looked at Dai Lian in surprise. Not bad. Dai Lian nodded, and told everyone about Luyu's evil deeds in the secret realm. Nowadays, the outside world is so dangerous. That guy has awakened such a powerful force. It's fine if he doesn't help save people, but he actually attacked his classmates? It's simply unforgivable. I'll go, no way. Luyu will be such a person. I can't see it. What's wrong? Chu Feng smiled disdainfully, if you have a chance to see him in the future, you will know that this guy is very hypocritical. Is that so? Okay, let's stop ink stains, let's eat something to restore our strength. I just saw someone calling for help in the girls' dormitory. Girls' dormitory? Well, and if I'm not mistaken, it seems to be your girlfriend's bedroom over there. Xiao Manli is a famous figure in the school, so she will naturally get the attention of most boys. Knowing the location of her bedroom is really not normal. My girlfriend. Hearing this name, Chu Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes shivered slightly. A killing intent quickly surged into his heart. He has adapted to the memory after rebirth, so he naturally knows who the girlfriend the other party refers to. Xiao Manli. If Chu Feng hated Luyu to the point of bleeding, then his hatred for Xiao Manli went deep into his bones. The self in the previous life was so kind to her. Not only provide her with protection, but also go out to find her food. As a result, I wasted a lot of development time, not to mention, the other party betrayed me at a critical moment. Humph, Xiao Manli, don't you like to play with other people's feelings? In this life, I will let you play to your heart's content. Swish. Puff. On the other side, the back entrance of the school. Luyu cut a corpse beetle in half with a sword. The hard shell can't stop the sharpness of the King's sword at all. The corpse beetle's disgusting white mucus mixed with blood flowed out. The pungent stench not only made everyone pinch their noses subconsciously, but also attracted corpse beetles from other places. Quick, go this way. Luyu gave a soft drink, and led everyone to avoid the corpse of the corpse beetle, and ran towards the depths of the school. The corpse beetle is not a big threat to humans, its speed is not fast, and its aggressiveness is not that strong. But as long as they form a scale, there will always be some who are too hungry to panic. At that time, these corpse beetles will become more terrifying than the lions and tigers before the end of the world. Luyu, the monster in the school seems to have been cleaned up. Everyone walked all the way, seeing that the monsters on the road were not as many as they had imagined. Cangyun couldn't help but speak. Some outsiders are called Luyu, but no outsiders are called husband. There's really nothing wrong with that. After the baptism of the last days and Luyu's help, the relationship between Cangyun and Luyu has warmed up a lot. Her body and abilities have reached the black iron middle level. And it will break through to a high level soon. Vitality, 26. Mental power, 28. Power, 8. Agility, 9. Enhancement level, black iron intermediate. Ability level, healing technique, black iron intermediate level. This is Yan Yun's current attribute. In addition to the main two attributes, strength and agility have also been improved a bit. As for the ability, in fact, abilities are not the same as physical fitness. Ability can be improved without limit through daily use, or some special cultivation methods. It's just that this speed of improvement will be longer in the later stages. Moreover, ordinary supernatural beings are prone to bottlenecks in the process of promotion. Therefore, if a person with supernatural powers wants to become stronger, crystal nuclei of the same attribute are essential. Should they gather inside, right? There's no food in the playground, so they have no reason to hang around outside. Right. Young Master Lu. What are we doing at school today? The surface of Wei Jianjun's fist had a unique luster of metal. He smashed the head of a zombie blocking the way with one punch, and then turned to ask Luyu. Wei Jianjun? Yes. Before the end of the world, Liu arranged a place for him. After so many days, it was normal for Liu to find him. What's more, Wei Jianjun was Chu Feng's powerful teammate in his previous life, and he is also Chu Feng's capable general in this life. Wife and children are starving at home. How could he sit and wait to die alone? It was yesterday afternoon when Liu found him. This guy is holding a harpoon and rushing towards the hotel where Liu is. The two met at the gate of the community. According to Wei Jianjun's words, he took Liu's money, but did not do anything for Liu. His conscience felt a little offended. Although the end of the world has come, the money is useless at all. But he enjoyed the few days before the end of the world, and he also remembered this kindness in his heart. Knowing where Liu was and ensuring the safety of his wife and daughter, he tried every means to come to the hotel to rescue Liu. The betrayal rate was 29%, which was the rate of betrayal when Liu first saw him. Liu didn't expect that this guy would be so loyal to him when he only spent -yuan. But this is a good thing for Liu, so he doesn't care about it anymore. Rescue. Rescue. Okay. Liu didn't say much, but looked at a dormitory building not far away, which was blocked by the woods, and muttered to himself. This Chu Feng, should he leave the previous position? Where will he be now? Chapter 75 A Black Minibus. It is clear. The well-equipped rescue team on the right that Jiao Manli and the girls saw earlier was the team led by Liu. Because Wu Jiang met Chu Feng before entering the secret realm. So Liu knew the approximate location of Chu Feng. But after so many days, it was impossible for Chu Feng to stand still. So it is impossible for Liu to know where Chu Feng is now. But it doesn't matter, anyway, there are other survivors in this school. There shouldn't be many combat-ready student teams. I just need to ask some survivors to know the general situation. This time at the school, Liu's team has a total of 8 people. Liu, Shueli, Wei Jianjun, Wu Jiang, Xilei, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, and Shen Bin. Needless to say, the first 4 are the absolute core strength of the team. Among the 4, Liu is the first level bronze player, plus 2 battle pets, which belong to the ceiling of the team's combat power. Shueli, Wei Jianjun, and Wu Jiang are all high-level black irons. It belongs to the second echelon of combat power. Except for Liu, the strongest of the other 3 is naturally Wei Jianjun, the capable general of the protagonist in the previous life. Shueli can fight, but he is just an ordinary strengthener. Although Wu Jiang can't fight, his dinosaur form can make up for many defects caused by his lack of fighting ability. Wei Jianjun is amazing. Not only is this guy's fighting ability 2 grades better than Shueli's, and he is also a double awakener like Liu. Without the blessing of treasures and supernatural powers, Liu would not be able to defeat him by relying on attributes alone. It's just that the ability he awakened is not a natural element system. Instead, it strengthens the ability of melee combat skin metallization. The higher the level, the higher the hardness of the metal, and the wider the range of the body that can be covered. His current body is a high-level black iron, but his ability is only middle-level black iron. The only place that can be metallized is his own hands. So when killing monsters, he would occasionally smash them with his fists. Among the 4 core fighters, he was the only one who didn't use a special gauntlet. Let's go. Liu glanced at his teammates around him. Everyone, be careful. Apart from the 4 most powerful members of the team, the other 4 are Yan Yun, Xilei, Li Wanning, and Shen Bin. Why did Yan Yun and Xilei follow? Because of their abilities. Yan Yun is now Liu's woman through and through. Not only can help heal teammates at any time, but also help find crystal nuclei. So Liu naturally took her with him when he went out. Xilei doesn't need to kill monsters now, but Liu needs the inside of his eyes. As for Li Wanning and Shen Bin, they were a little speechless. Liu came to the school only to kill Chu Feng. But when Li Wanning asked him what he was doing at school, he just said something. Go to school and save people. Hearing Liu's words, Li Wanning was directly moved by Liu's spirit of sacrificing oneself for others. He completely forgot that Liu had thoughts about her, and he wanted to follow her life and death. And she also said, if you encounter a group of monsters and you really can't escape, you can leave me and go first. For such a great woman, what else can Liu say? Although he is not a good person, he definitely does not exclude good people. So Shen Bin, who couldn't persuade Li Wanning, followed him. Both of them and Xilei were carrying a backpack. It is full of food and water. The food and water were not from Liu's warehouse, but from a canteen on the road. Is that a classmate from our school? My god, it's amazing. Those 2 monsters, do you want to listen to him? It's incredible. Hey, isn't that Teacher Li? Wow, it's really Teacher Li. Great, we are saved. The first dormitory building that Liu came to was the female dormitory of the management department. There are many survivors hiding inside. There are both boys and girls, and there are 50 or 60 people by visual estimation. The girls were originally in the dormitory, and the boys escaped here when passing by. Due to the angle, they couldn't see Liu and the others entering the door. When Liu and his party were about to walk up to them, they discovered Liu's existence. Originally according to the normal plot, Liu should settle Li Wanning here, and take advantage of the rest time to ask these classmates about Chu Feng's movements. But sometimes, fate is so magical. Liu is the villain, and Chu Feng is the protagonist. What happens when the villain of a novel, with two heroines and a villain A, is about to approach the protagonist? Anyway, throughout the ages, nothing good happened. Just like Liu now. Rumble. When Liu was just about to clean up the dormitory, a slight vibrating sound entered everyone's eardrums. What's the situation? What happened? Is there an earthquake? Not like. Everyone stopped in their tracks, looking bewildered. Even the sleeping monsters in the school woke up and rushed in the same direction. Rumble. Rumble. The vibration did not stop, and the vibration became stronger and stronger, and the sound was getting closer. Fuck, what's going on? Hearing the sound, it seems that it is coming from the direction of the back door. I heard it too. Everyone was inexplicably horrified, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the back door. Whoosh. Outside the solid iron gate at the back gate of the school, there happened to be a black car, the size and shape of which was like a minibus, whistling by. This is... car. How is this possible? Damn, where did you get the car at this time? Just kidding. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, even Liu was surprised. Because after the cosmic storm, the electric energy on the earth has been greatly weakened. Even the battery of a mobile phone cannot provide power to humans normally, let alone other electrical equipment. Car, not to mention electric vehicles, even if it is a fuel vehicle, it is impossible to start normally. Where did this black minibus come from? But everyone has no time to think about this now. Because the thing that really makes a lot of roar is not this minibus, but the car behind the minibus. Damn, everyone run. Sensing something was wrong, Liu quickly shouted. The streets of Doom are full of abandoned vehicles. But that black minibus seemed to be made of very strong materials, and it ramped around outside with full horsepower. A large number of cars were easily knocked away by it, and soon a beautiful flick disappeared at the corner of the street. And at this moment, the thing that made the earth tremble quickly appeared in the sight of Liu and others. This is a lot of monsters, a lot. Those who fly in the sky and those who run on the ground. All kinds, densely packed. Seeing so many monsters appearing at the same time, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. My goodness! A lot of monsters. What are you still doing in a daze? Run quickly. Student Liu, where are you going? Li Wanning, who was about to rush into the dormitory, saw that Liu was about to run into the depths of the school, so she hurriedly asked. At this time, shouldn't it be safer to run inside the building? Don't go to this dormitory, you follow me. Liu shouted, Zijin, Zioxy, open the way ahead, hurry up. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 76 Dragon and Number 039, S Blood. The iron gate at the back gate of the school was closed. For the sake of safety in the future, Liu and the others came in through the iron gate. But this iron gate is fence-like, with a large gap on it. Humans can stop themselves, but they can't stop lizardmen. What's more, among these monsters, there are praying mantises that fly in the sky, crawlers and lickers that can climb walls, and some new species that have only appeared in the past 2 days. Coupled with the loud noise just now, it will attract monsters from other places. So Liu panicked a little. Even with the heart of a villain, he was a little panicked at this moment. This kind of panic has never been experienced by him since the last 7 days. Hearing Li Wanning's question, he didn't have time to explain. Hurry up and tell Zijin to open the way ahead. Seeing this, the others didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly followed Liu's pace ahead. Outside the school gate, on the street full of car wreckage, the black minibus disappeared. Of those overwhelming monsters, only a few scattered ones caught up to the black car. The others who didn't catch up, followed after running for a certain distance, and then stopped slowly. So a large number of monsters were left outside the school. Some monsters devoured the corpses of those monsters that Liu had killed before. And most of the monsters have already started wandering aimlessly. If you look down from the sky, the number of these monsters left at the gate of the school will definitely surprise people. Thousands of them are shocking. With the evacuation of Liu and the others, some lizardmen have already entered through the cracks in the iron gate of the school gate. There are also some creepers, lickers, who have jumped onto the walls on both sides of the school gate. Some praying mantises also flew in. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise. The solid concrete wall of the school was knocked into a huge hole by a giant creature. In an instant, countless monsters rushed into the school from the position of the huge hole. And as the number of monsters increased, the hole became bigger and bigger. Lickers, creepers, lizardmen, mantises. There are also some poisonous zombies, giant zombies, and 2 ground dragons in the middle. Draw it, that idiot. While running wildly with Liu, Wujiang, who was looking back at the school gate, couldn't help cursing secretly after seeing this scene. Did you drive Nima's car, attracting so many monsters? Not to mention creepers and lickers. This monster currently only has the prototypes of these 2 forms. The level is only high-level black iron, and has not evolved into real crawlers and lickers. But enough for a human to drink a pot. Poison explosion zombies are the kind of zombies whose stomachs are much larger than normal zombies. The belly is full of corrosive mucus. This kind of zombie is not high in level, its movement speed is not fast, and its defense is not even strong. But you just have to kill it. Exploding zombies with poison after losing their vital signs will let you understand what a corpse explosion is. Filled with corrosive slime, fried everywhere. Not only is it disgusting, but it is also very corrosive. Anything that gets touched by these things will peel off its skin even if it is not dead. As for the giant zombies, also a variant of zombies. Generally evolved from tall and strong humans. It's just that they are high level. The lowest level is bronze beginner, with a height of at least 2.5 meters. The speed is not very fast, but it has very powerful strength. And the land dragon? This is not the same species as the ground dragon of the Jurassic era. On the contrary, it is somewhat similar to the Triceratops that Liu saw in the movie. Like lizardmen and praying mantises, they are monsters from different dimensions, and it is said that they have a trace of dragon blood in their bodies. Even though the blood of this thread of dragon is very small, it still gives them great power. At this time, the huge creature that knocked the concrete wall away was one of the ground dragons that broke through to the bronze level. Asshole. Grass, we managed to clean up the monsters on the street over there, and it turned out that this bastard. Young Master Liu. Stop talking nonsense, run to a safe place first. Xueli, who was running, wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu raising his hand. Jianjun, you go to Ziajin's left. It is good. Shilei, Shenbin, Mr. Li, give me your bags. Oh, all right. Quick, quick, quick to catch up. Boss, where are we going? Go to Gyuan Building, a girls' dormitory on the top of the mountain. Hey? Why? Why do you say? Liu shouted angrily, there are so many monsters coming in outside, the closer they are to the school gate, the faster they die. Hearing Liu's words, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then they were horrified. Li Wanning, in particular, was in a complicated mood. She subconsciously looked at the girls' dormitory that was closest to the school gate just now. There are still 50 or 60 survivors there. Want to save yourself but can't do anything? This feeling. Although most of the monsters are still outside the school wall. But just the number of monsters pouring in from the hole that was knocked open by the ground dragon is a very terrifying number. Such an exaggerated group of monsters cannot be solved by 3 or 5 awakened people. This is not the same thing as cleaning up those scattered monsters. At this time, Liu didn't have time to hide anything. The mountaineering of Li Wanning and the others was directly packed into the storage ring. Liu's ring is a separate space. No matter how many things are put inside, Liu will not feel the weight. It used to be full of restaurant-cooked food, as well as quick frozen and fresh food in the refrigerator. After the cooked food is finished, there will be a lot of space inside. In addition, the 2 women Dong Ying and Li Hong in the team can cook. So Liu got 2 gas tanks and asked them to use the small stove in the restaurant kitchen to cook every day. Those quick frozen fresh products are almost consumed. Apart from the weapons of a few people and the bagged food and drinking water prepared before going out, it is naturally not a problem to pack 3 mountaineering bags. Of course. People who know the function of Liu's ring, except Cangyun, Dingfeng and Wujiang who entered the secret realm together before. Only core members like Xueli and Shilei knew about it. People like Li Wanning, Shenbin and Wei Jianjun who just joined the team are not particularly clear. Seeing that Liu used the ring to pack the mountaineering into it, they finally knew the function of the ring. But everyone has no time to care about this now. Because of the movement at the back gate of the campus, it attracted the attention of monsters from other parts of the school. They began to move towards the gate of the campus more or less quickly. Some monsters on the way, after discovering Liu and the others, start to intercept Liu and others. Go left, quick, run against the wall. Keep up. Keep up. Wait for me. Hurry up. Boom. Xiao Jin bumped into a zombie turned into a male teacher, and led Xiao Xi to run towards the direction Liu specified. Others followed. 2 monsters ran ahead. Wei Jianjun is on the left and Liu is on the right. Wujiang and Xueli were behind, and everyone else was in the middle. Such a formation is like a sharp sword piercing the heart of the school. As for the possibility of black iron crystal nuclei appearing in the high-level monsters killed? At this time, who has time to pick this up? Chapter 77 Way go well. I saw dense crowds of monsters passing by the school gate. The other survivors in the previous dormitory building were already terrified. Hey, those monsters won't rush up, will they? Who knows? It's over, it will definitely rush up. It's dead. Woohoo, I don't want to die. Run with Teacher Li and the others. There are too many monsters, we can't stay here, or we will die. Everyone finally came back to their senses and began to stumble towards the door. Even if there were many monsters outside the door, they couldn't care less. People panicked and the scene was chaotic. Some people were thrown down by the zombies, and they tried their best to call for help, but no one turned back. Help me quickly. A girl accidentally fell to the ground while going down the stairs. Covering his knees, he looked for help in pain. But most people can't take care of themselves at this time, how can anyone take care of her? A girl in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore, so she rushed over to help her up. At this moment, a high-level zombie discovered their existence. Ho ho! The high-level zombies rushed towards them dragging a body of carrion and blood. Its running speed is no less than that of ordinary humans. Seeing this scene, the girl who fell was stunned. Knowing her current situation, she would definitely not be able to run away from this zombie. So, she immediately made a very big decision. She saw a change in her eyes and a push with both hands. Actually pushed the classmate who helped her up to this zombie? Roar! The zombies didn't have any sympathy, they directly grabbed the female classmate's body and bit her neck. What? The female classmate let out a scream, but there was more disbelief in her eyes. She didn't understand why she saved the other party, but the other party wanted to send herself to the mouth of the zombies? Sorry, Chu Ying. The female classmate who was bitten was ashamed and desperate. Why? Seeing that the classmate who saved her was bitten by a zombie, the injured female classmate couldn't bear it. But after saying this, she still gritted her teeth, then turned around and dragged her injured knee, limped and ran deep into the school without looking back. I don't want to die. In the face of overwhelming monsters, everyone is working hard for their own lives. When there is no conflict of interest, people may maintain the unity and friendship before the end because of morality. But once life is threatened, anyone can become a stepping stone for others. Just like this female classmate just now. The people in Xiao Manli's dormitory also noticed the situation at the back door of the school. It's over, it's really over now. Why are there so many monsters coming in? Don't panic, this place is so far from the school gate, we still have hope. The two girls showed despair, Su Fei hurriedly cheered up. But Xiao Manli poured a basin of cold water on it. Even if most of the monsters can't come up, there will definitely be more monsters up here, so who can save us? Hearing this, everyone's last glimmer of hope was shattered again. At this moment, they found Liu and his party. Liu and his party consisted of 8 people, and the formation was maintained perfectly. And the fighting power is extremely strong. Zaijin leads the team, and the momentum is like a broken bamboo. Ordinary monsters can't run away from them at all. Even if a few ordinary people in the team slowed down everyone's pace, occasionally 1 or 2 monsters chased after them. But these monsters will also be easily killed by Liu and Wei Jianjun. Either smash it with a punch, or kill it with a sword. My god, so the person here is young Master Liu. That's great. Young Master Liu. It's so handsome. Are you sick? At this moment, you still care about Liu Xiao's appearance. But is he really handsome? Hey, is that monkey and lizard monster its pets? It seems to be a lass. Tisk, that's amazing. Hey, look, Chu Feng went to that building over here. Really? Where? There it is. Because of a black car, a small wave of monsters was pulled. Let the fate of Liu and Chu Feng be connected in advance. Originally, Liu and Chu Feng had to spend a lot of effort to come to the girls' dormitory on the top of the mountain. But the vibration at the door attracted the attention of a large number of monsters. Therefore, the resistance encountered by both parties is much smaller than the normal resistance. Especially Chu Feng. The monsters all ran in the direction of Liu. Liu also needs to find some places where monsters are not so dense to break out ahead. And his team only needs to hide, and after the monsters have almost run away, it is enough to come out and clean up a few mobs. What the hell is that? It's not like an earthquake, but I always feel indescribably depressed. Hearing the voice from outside, a boy following Chu Feng looked terrified. The expressions of the other teammates were not much better. After all, the movement from the back door was too loud. They couldn't see too far downstairs, they only saw those monsters running towards the back door of the school. Have no idea what's going on. Stop talking nonsense, let's hide first. Chu Feng has lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, so he naturally knew that it was the footsteps of monsters. In his previous life, he also experienced this once, so he calmed down very quickly. Quickly lead a few pairs towards one of the dormitory buildings nearby. You come with me. Hearing this, everyone did not hesitate, and followed Chu Feng into one of the dormitory buildings. Not long after they entered the corridor, the figures of Liu and his party appeared on the other side. It's just that he is different from Chu Feng, the location of the dormitory he entered is completely opposite to that of the other party. Chu Feng was diagonally opposite to the left of Jiao Manli's dormitory. There are several aisles and a large number of green belts in the middle. The dormitory building where Liu and his party were located was on the right side of Jiao Manli. They didn't see each other, but the 3 dormitory buildings happened to be able to see each other's situation in the other 2 buildings. Hastily. Oh shit! Because Liu and his party were going against the current. Even if they were looking for the weakest point of the monster to break through, they would consume much more energy than Chu Feng and the others. But now Liu has no time to think about other things. Because there are hundreds of monsters chasing after them. Zioxi, kill them. Seeing hordes of monsters chasing him, Liu, who had calmed down, quickly gave an order. Although after these few days of evolution, bronze lines have appeared on Zioxi's body. In other words, it is about to advance to bronze. But with so many monsters chasing after them, they couldn't normally go upstairs to find a safe place. So Liu had no choice but to abandon the car to protect the handsome man. Fizz. Zioxi spat out the letter. Although it is not very intelligent, but after having a dark contract, it has a connection with Liu. So I know that the they that Liu said are the group of monsters behind him who are the same as himself. It was running wildly ahead, but after hearing Liu's order, it didn't hesitate at all. Turning around directly, he rushed towards the group of monsters behind him without fear of death. It is larger than the average lizardman, and it is not a problem to drag 3 mid-level and high-level monsters at the same time. But there are more than 3 monsters behind him now. There are more than 130. The so-called good tiger can't stand a pack of wolves. Faced with so many monsters, let alone Xiao Xi, even if Xiao Jin went, he would only be able to deliver food to them. But Liu didn't waste the time Zioxi created for himself. Seeing Zioxi scuffling with those monsters, he threw 2 wind blades with his backhand. Puff puff. The 2 lizardmen who crossed Zioxi and caught up with Liu were immediately sent flying by Liu. The blood sprayed wildly on his body, and soon attracted others of the same kind. Liu's movements did not stop at all. With just a thought, the gauntlet tied to his left hand disappeared. Then he touched the sapphire ring on his left hand with his right hand. A Molotov cocktail and a lighter appeared in his hand. Sorry, Zioxi, have a good journey. Chapter 78 Goodbye Chu Feng. Lighters can still be used in the last days. As long as it is not an electronic lighter, there is basically no problem. As for Molotov cocktails? This was made by Liu and Xueli 2 days ago. This Molotov cocktail has been seen in many apocalyptic movies and games. The production method is also very simple. Fill the glass bottle with motor gasoline, and then plug the mouth of the bottle tightly with a cloth strip soaked in gasoline. When in use, ignite the cloth and throw it out, and smash the glass bottle. Cars, cloth strips, glass wine bottles. This kind of thing can be seen everywhere in hotels and on the street. So it's not surprising that Liu has this kind of thing. As for Liu now, if he insisted on sacrificing one person to attract firepower at this time, Zioxi is undoubtedly more suitable than others or Zijin. Because of these people, even Shen Bin who doesn't have much fighting power, Liu has his own use. And Xiao Xi is not an important person, nor is he as powerful as Xiao Jin. It was already more than 3 days before contracting Zioxi. After sacrificing it, Liu can directly recontract a more powerful pet. So Liu didn't hesitate. At this time, Zioxi had been swallowed by a large number of monsters, and without thinking, Liu lit the Molotov cocktail and threw it into the pile of monsters. Go to hell, bastards! The Molotov cocktail drew a beautiful arc in the air with a ball of flames. Snapped. Boom. Molotov cocktail shattered. The huge flame instantly engulfed Xiao Xi and a large group of monsters. Roar. The monsters burned by the fire roared in pain. Snapped. Liu felt that it was not enough, so he threw another one out. There was a lot of fire outside, so there was no need to ignite the second one, so Liu threw it very fast. Then the third, and then the fourth. Clap clap clap. Liu threw 5 Molotov cocktails in a row. The flames shot up into the sky, and soon formed a huge wall of fire, separating Liu from the monsters. Swish. Liu threw out 2 more wind blades, repelling 2 zombies rushing through the fire wall. Then quickly turned around and followed the crowd to the dormitory building. Chi chi chi. Breeze. On the way Liu turned and left, he could still smell the smell of burning zombies and lizards. At the same time, Zioxy's name and information also gradually disappeared from the dark contract. Boom. On the 6th floor of the dormitory, the door of an empty room was closed. Under the leadership of Xiaojun and Wei Jianjun, the scattered monsters in the corridors of the dormitory did not pose any threat. Several people sprinted all the way and finally found a suitable room. Who? Shen Bin and Shi Lei sat on the ground panting heavily. Li Wanning is not much better, her exaggerated bust keeps rising and falling. Fortunately, when she came out, Liu changed her into a sportswear. Otherwise, the dress she wore before would have been overtaken by the monster behind her long ago. As for the other 4 core combat powers, nothing serious happened. After all, the physical fitness is there, and the fighting intensity is not high. Just running such a distance is not a problem at all. Damn, it's finally safe. Asshole, bastard. Wu Jiang clutched his arm, clenched his teeth and yelled in pain, don't let me know who that idiot is driving, or I will definitely kill it. Originally, relying on the combat effectiveness of Liu's team, as long as they fight steadily, they will not attract too many monsters at once. It was only a matter of time before the monsters in the school were cleaned up. But now, the small-scale wave of monsters injured his arm. Although it wasn't bitten by a zombie, it was also scratched by a sickle mantis with the sawtooth of a sickle. The blood was dripping, and the bones could be seen deep. Are you seriously injured? Liu glanced at Wu Jiang. Yan Yun, help him stop the bleeding first. Although Yan Yun couldn't strengthen her strength and agility, her vitality was strong enough. Therefore, their physical strength and endurance are stronger than those of Shi Lei and the others. At this time, she was only slightly out of breath, and there was nothing serious about it. Hearing Liu's words, she nodded. Oh. Here it comes. Liu glanced at the others, how are you guys doing? I'm fine. I'm fine too. Wei Jianjun said, fortunately, there is young Master Lu's Monkey King, otherwise, even if we can make it up smoothly, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Yes. It's a blessing in misfortune. Hearing Wei Jianjun's words, Liu nodded in agreement. Because Zaijin needed help to open the way, he didn't have time to stop and eat the monster's brains, so now he was bruised and exhausted. Even a body as strong as Xiaojun has become like this. One can imagine the consequences of switching to an individual to open the way in front. Seeing that only Wu Jiang suffered some injuries, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Directly pull out 3 non-attribute crystal nuclei and give 1 to each of the other 3 combat members. Take it first, just in case. In the past few days, Liu has only killed 1 bronze-level monster. A bronze low-level giant zombie. It's just that he was not very lucky and didn't get the crystal nucleus. But, after so many days, Liu has saved a lot of black iron-level crystal nuclei. In his current hand, there are not only 24 non-attribute crystal nuclei. There are also 2 spirit type and 1 life type. The crystal nucleus of the life system has the effect of restoring physical strength, at least about twice as strong as that of the non-attributed one. But Liu never used it. Because Yan Yun cannot use the non-attribute crystal nucleus to improve herself. So these 2 crystal nuclei, of course, must be reserved for her. Hehe, this world is really fucked up. After receiving the crystal nucleus thrown by Liu, Wei Jianjun couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he is very powerful. Also awakened the power. But if Liu hadn't told him, he would never have known that there was such a thing as a crystal nucleus in the monster's head. Who said no? Liu moved his arm and looked aside. Shi Lei, what's the situation with you? A little tired, but it's not a big problem. That's good, hurry up and observe the situation outside. Okay, boss. Shi Lei nodded, took 2 deep breaths, calmed his breath, and then went to the balcony to cover his eyes. Boss, some monsters have come up, but not many, and now most of them are attracted by the pile of monster corpses you burned to death. As expected. My god, a lot of people died down here. There are still some survivors up here. Hey, wait, boss, I seem to see Chu Feng. Chu Feng? Yes, it's in the dormitory building opposite. Shi Lei's eagle eyes don't need any consumption. His eyes can act like eagle eyes just by focusing on them. Don't look at Liu's dormitory building and Chu Feng's dormitory building, there is only a dormitory building in between. But the area of the dormitory building is so large, and the 3 buildings are not connected together. Apart from the green belt, after various distances in the aisle, even with Liu's current eyesight, he could only see if there was anyone in the building opposite. It is impossible to see who those people are. Before coming to school, Liu once told Shi Lei to pay more attention to Chu Feng's movements. Although Shi Lei didn't know Liu's purpose, he didn't ask too much. Seeing Chu Feng at this moment, he naturally reported immediately. Hearing Shi Lei's words, Liu followed the direction he pointed and looked into the distance. I can only see a figure in the opposite window, but I'm really not sure who it is. Are you sure it's Chu Feng? It's absolutely true, boss. Shi Lei promised. After hearing this, Liu didn't go to the balcony. Instead, he also stood by the window and wiped the ring on his left hand with his right hand. Pull out a high-power military telescope. Where did this telescope come from? Of course, Liu prepared it in advance. Because most of the weapons that Liu prepared before were two-handed weapons. So he forgot to buy the defensive equipment for his left hand. Other survival equipment is absolutely everything. Through the binoculars, Liu quickly saw the survivors in the dormitory building opposite. Hehe, is it really Chu Feng? Chapter 79 Seeing you are still alive? When Liu came to school, he came to find Chu Feng. Saving lives is just a pretense. But he thought the process of finding Chu Feng would be very difficult. Didn't expect him to run into it because of the tide of monsters outside? This is also coincidental. I let him run away last time, and I must not let him run away again this time. Go straight over and kill him, the other party will definitely be prepared. Thinking of this, Liu pondered for a while, and then observed other places with a telescope. The hole in the back door of the school that was knocked open by Dixing Long was huge. But there were not as many monsters as expected. Most of them started wandering aimlessly in other places after failing to catch up with the black car. In addition, the school has a large territory, and the monsters began to disperse as soon as they came in, and there were only 100 or 200 monsters that could reach the depths of the school. And they are all black iron level monsters. Together with the original monsters, there are only about 300 or 400 monsters. Judging from the distribution of these monsters, it is only a matter of time before they are cleaned up. As for the survivors on it, looks like a lot too. Most of them are posted on the windows. Help! Help SOS help in other words. Hey, isn't that Jiao Manli? Before the end of the world, Liu once made an appointment with Cangyun through Jiao Manli. Jiao Manli and a few of her friends were all money worshippers. It's normal to invite Liu to sit in their dormitory. So Liu knew the location of Jiao Manli's bedroom. At this time, Jiao Manli saw that it was Liu who was coming, and had already put the distress signal on Liu's side. Seeing Jiao Manli, Liu couldn't help but smile. Originally thought that even if this woman didn't starve to death in the last days, Chu Feng must have completed the pretense and slap in the face for revenge. Didn't expect it till now. It's been so many days since the end of the world, and Jiao Manli is still alive. Liu narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't hurt Chu Feng before, then Chu Feng and Jiao Manli would definitely meet up earlier. Naturally, the current situation of facing each other across the road will not happen. Hehe, it's interesting. Liu put down the binoculars and glanced at the room he was in now. I and Shen Bin are the villains, while Li Wanning and Cangyun are the heroines. There are two buildings opposite, one is the protagonist Chu Feng, and the other is the protagonist's ex-girlfriend Jiao Manli. With such a huge lineup gathered together, it's not surprising what happened, right? And Shen Bin has kept this pawn for so long, and it's time to use it. Said that Liu took some gauze and bandages from the ring and threw them to Wei Jianjun. Old Wei, bandage Wu Jiang's wound. Good Li. Wei Jianjun agreed, took what Liu gave and got busy. In order to preserve Yan Yun's strength, as long as the wound is not fatal. Liu always asked her to stop. Otherwise, if she fainted or was physically fatigued, it would be very troublesome. And the current Yan Yun only uses supernatural powers to heal her wounds, and it is very unprofessional to bandage her wounds. That's why Liu asked Wei Jianjun to deal with it. After Liu saw Chu Feng, he began to adjust his state. The other side. Chu Feng was also observing the situation downstairs on Liu's side. Because apart from the zombies, there is no combustion aid on other monsters. So Liu's 5 Molotov cocktails only burned a dozen monsters to death, and most of the others were burned and scared away by the flames. At this time, the fire had burned out, and the ground was filled with smoke. The corpse of the burned monster was eaten by others of the same kind, and the scene was very bloody and cruel. Molotov cocktail? Are there other survivors coming up? Chu Feng frowned. As soon as he entered the corridor of the dormitory here, Liu came up. The two sides just staggered. So he only heard some movements, but didn't know the specific situation on Liu's side. At this time, I saw the building in the distance, with many glass shards on the ground, accompanied by traces of gasoline burning. Of course he could guess something. Chu Feng, what should we do now? Saw monsters downstairs, more than before. Wang Chao was a little scared. Chu Feng was extremely calm. Don't worry, wait for these monsters to calm down. Seeing Chu Feng's calm appearance, everyone couldn't help feeling relieved. There are 4 dormitory buildings that can be seen from where Liu is located. The survivors of these dormitory buildings either turned into a zombie, or eaten by monsters, or starved to death. Not many people survived. So Chu Feng was waiting for the monsters to disperse. Liu was also waiting for the monsters to disperse. Over time, the two teams of Chu Feng and Liu basically recovered their strength. After the monsters downstairs had eaten and drank enough, they were no longer as manic as before. 2 in the afternoon. The monsters started wandering aimlessly. Liu, those monsters seem to be scattered. What shall we do next? Seeing that the monsters had dispersed a lot, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cangyun hurriedly asked. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, did you see the dormitory building on the left? I see, isn't that the dormitory where Xiao Manli lives? I'm going to go and have a look. Hey? Go there? Isn't it dangerous? After so many days of tempering, Cangyun has adapted to the end of the world. In her mind now, the safety of her own people is definitely more important than the safety of strangers. What's more, the survivor on the other side is still Xiao Manli. For some reason, Cangyun felt very uncomfortable when she heard the name Xiao Manli again. This feeling is very strange. It's as if the two are born to be at odds. With my current fighting strength, there is no problem in advancing steadily. After saying this, Liu said directly, Jianjun and Wujiang, you stay and protect them, Cangyun, Xueli, you two come with me. Boss, let me come with you. Liu was about to go out when Wujiang spoke suddenly. Oh. Brother Jun alone is enough here. Wujiang stood up and scratched his head in embarrassment. Liu looked at his expression and instantly understood what the other party meant. The day before yesterday, after careful consideration, Wujiang told Liu that he wanted to find a girlfriend. Liu did not refuse this request. Because it is normal for men to like women. A survival team cannot consist of only men. But there was no chance before. Now that he arrived at the school girls' dormitory, he would naturally have some ideas. He is injured now, and he wants to follow, naturally for this purpose. Okay, let's go. Liu also said nothing, and threw a bag of food and water to Li Wanning. Ms. Li, I will bring the others here, and you will take care of them. Okay, no problem. Li Wanning agreed without thinking too much. But Liu's mouth raised an imperceptible smile. At the same time, he quietly took out the white jade pendant from the ring. Chu Feng, the lineup is gathered this time, I don't think you're dead yet. Chapter 80. Chu Feng is a little flustered. The white jade pendant is the induction jade pendant that Liu got from the secret realm. Liu hasn't used it in battle since he got it. Because he has two monsters, Xiao Jin and Xiao Xi, who can explore the way, and under normal circumstances, he doesn't need them at all. So he felt that wearing it around his neck was in the way, so he threw it into the ring. But now Xiao Jin is exhausted, with countless injuries on his body. If he didn't eat any more, Liu was afraid that it would bleed too much and die. Therefore, if Liu wants to go downstairs, he needs to sense the situation outside first, and help Xiao Jin deal with the monster to restore his state. The mental power was quickly connected to the jade pendant. Under the effect of the jade pendant, the monster outside the corridor was clearly captured by Liu. This feeling is like looking at thermal imaging, clear and blurry. Liu once tried it at night. This thing needs to consume about 1 point of mental power each time, and it can last about 15 seconds each time. Now the coverage area is 50 meters in radius. Liu clearly sensed it by sensing the jade pendant. Now there are 3 monsters outside the hallway. 1 lizard man, 2 zombies. It should have followed the crowd to catch up. In the next few bedrooms, there were 4 or 5 zombies. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, and 3 floors. After getting this information, Liu came to a conclusion. Putting the jade pendant back into the ring, after thinking for a while, he took out a mountaineering bag and asked Xueli to carry it on his back. Then he took out the special gauntlet from the ring and put it on his left hand. The moment he opened the door with the green sword, he threw out a wind blade. Die. Puff. This is a girl zombie, wearing a suspender pajamas. Liu's wind blade hit her head precisely. The skull was cut open, and the zombie fell to the ground, and then couldn't stand up again. Yes. Liu's wind blade can now cut through the zombie's head. Although after these few days, Liu's superficial strength has not improved much because of the crystal nucleus. But his control over his bodily functions and abilities is getting better and better. The power of the wind blade is related to mental power. The reason why Liu couldn't cut the zombie's head before. It was because at that time, his mental strength was only 20 points. He has just mastered this ability again, and he is not very proficient in using it. But now, his spiritual power has reached 50 points, which is equivalent to 2.5 times of the original. Coupled with the increasing proficiency in the use of abilities, it is not too normal to cut the head of a black iron level zombie. When Liu felt safe and started to clean up the monsters in the corridor again. On the other side, Chu Feng tightened the fire axe in his hand, and began to clean up the monsters that followed the crowd up the corridor. He was injured by Luyu before, and he was delayed for 3 days, so there was no more time to waste. But just when they were about to go out, they suddenly saw the movement of the dormitory building in the distance. Boo! Bang! A zombie head with tainted blood and minced flesh fell from the sky. It fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Blood splattered all over the place. Several lizardmen nearby quickly surrounded them and began to fight for the head. Hey, look, there seems to be someone killing zombies on the other side. Wang Chao, who noticed this scene, said with some surprise. People they met before. Either the combat effectiveness is not high, and you can barely maintain your own life. Or already dying. It is really rare to see someone with such a strong combat power like the opposite. As soon as the words fell, another zombie had its head pierced and died on the balcony. Seeing this scene, everyone was amazed again. The opposite team. Fuck, the movements are clean and neat, a little powerful. It should be the group of people who just went up. Chu Feng immediately made a judgment. Why did Chu Feng take this path and appear here? Because he knew that there was no military area in Yancheng, his goal was to leave Yancheng. As for the road leaving Yancheng, the nearest road is the road connected to the back door of the school. Although in normal times, any road can reach the back door of the school. But in the last days, of course he had to choose the shortest path, so he prepared to cross the campus. Chu Feng should have left school a long time ago. But he spent a lot of time recovering from his injuries, that's why he appeared here. Chu Feng, shall we fight out too? They look good, maybe we can form a team with them. Form a team? Chu Feng's eyes were slightly cold, do you think so? Hey, I just said that casually. Wang Chao smiled awkwardly. In the last days, the higher the fighting power, the more careful you have to be. Chu Feng reminded in a cold voice, because you are not sure if he will steal your things. You're right. Wang Chao didn't dare to refute Chu Feng's words. Because judging from the performance of these monsters, Chu Feng is much stronger than him. Seeing that Wang Chao didn't talk nonsense, Chu Feng's voice softened a lot, let's take a look first. If the other party is our classmate, we can try to communicate. Then shall we kill it? No, just wait. Chu Feng said very calmly, under the circumstances that we are not sure whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend, we should try our best to preserve our physical strength. In fact, he wanted to say that it is best to keep some physical strength at all times in the last days. Because you never know when the monster will come. I don't know whether the person coming from the opposite side is a human or an animal. Just like now. Chu Feng waited upstairs for nearly 3 hours. But waiting for someone he least wants to see now. My god, isn't that Luyu? And Yan Yun? Why are Luyu and Yan Yun together? Wang Chao and Dai Lian were dumbfounded at the same time. Chu Feng also frowned. Is the treasure he got in the secret realm related to this monkey? I saw Luyu, with Yan Yun, Xueli, Wu Jiang, and a monkey, slowly advancing to the downstairs of Jiao Manli's dormitory. To be frank, Chu Feng was a little puzzled and panicked. Some puzzled because he had seen the monkey Luyu brought with him in the secret realm. And when he met Luyu in the secret realm, he had been wondering where Luyu was in the real world. The road I am walking now will neither pass through Luyu's dormitory nor the teaching building where Luyu is located. So how did Luyu appear here? The reason why Chu Feng was a little flustered. It was because he knew that with his current strength, he would definitely not be Luyu's opponent. If it was before entering the secret realm, Chu Feng would be sure to kill Luyu directly if he was still in good condition. Even if Luyu has supernatural powers, he is absolutely sure of it. But after entering the secret realm, Luyu not only got the treasure of the secret realm, but also got an extra monkey. Under the ebb and flow, he was really not sure about facing the current Luyu. And more importantly, the sword in Luyu's hand. Hey? The sword in his hand is not the same color as before. Seeing the sword in Luyu's hand, Chu Feng couldn't help being stunned. The familiar sword light immediately appeared in his mind. My god, I just said why this sword looks so familiar, so this is the one I was looking for. Seeing Luyu strolling in the courtyard among the monsters, Chu Feng's mood was extremely unstable, and he almost spit out another mouthful of old blood. In the secret realm before, he felt that Luyu's sword was familiar. But at that time Luyu's sword was only bronze rank. Although the color is almost the same as in memory, the luster and texture of the blade are quite different. So he thought it was just a coincidence. Now it looks like this sword can be upgraded. I am Nima. In the previous life, the sword in Su Hao's hand turned out to be a golden color that transformed from an ordinary sword? And the rich second generation who bought the family heirloom sword from Su Hao was actually Luyu? My mentality has collapsed. Hey, wait! Chu Feng suddenly thought of something, this bastard Luyu not only took away Yan Yun, but also bought Su Hao's sword in advance? It can't be just a coincidence. Could it be that this guy is also reborn? Chapter 81 The one you hug is my husband. Looking at Liu who brought a golden-haired monkey downstairs and easily killed the monster with the green sword. Chu Feng was dumbfounded and couldn't believe his own judgment. Before Wei Jianjun was not there, and the sword was bought, he felt that something was a little strange. Because I have indeed been reborn, and the end of the world has indeed come. All signs indicate that his memory is not wrong. But at that time he didn't think much about it. I just thought it was the butterfly effect caused by my own rebirth. Later, Cangyun and Liu appeared in the secret realm together, and while his heart was ashamed, he felt that something was wrong. Now I see the King's sword in Liu's hand. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he had been enlightened and mastered everything. It turns out that Liu was also reborn? And it seems that he was reborn earlier than himself? That's why he was able to sleep with Cangyun and buy the sword in advance? That's why he became familiar with the end of the world so quickly and had the intention to kill himself? It is so, it is so. After Chu Feng figured this out, he quickly took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. But this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Even though Chu Feng has experienced the end of the world for 10 years, his mind is a little confused at this moment. He originally thought that his rebirth was a chance given to him by God. Reborn? What a wonderful word this is for someone who has experienced the last 10 years. But now it seems that God is obviously more inclined to Liu, a scumbag? How to do, how to do? Chu Feng was anxious, but his brain was working quickly. Beat, I definitely can't beat myself. If the other party is really reborn like himself. The combat power itself is not weak, and with the treasure of the secret realm and the sword, how many days more developed than yourself? What do you use to fight? Escape? Liu has already cleaned up the monsters downstairs, so should he take the opportunity to escape? He took advantage of the fact that the other party was still some distance away before arriving at his side. Use this time to clean up the monsters in the corridor and escape? Hey? That Liu, what is he doing? Dai Lian's surprised voice brought Chu Feng back to reality. Chu Feng took a closer look. It took Liu downstairs another hour to come over. They brought Wu Jiang, the bodyguard, and the monkey to the downstairs of Jiao Manli's dormitory. After they dealt with some monsters, they rescued some girls from the second floor. They were given some food and water, and then Wu Jiang brought them back to the previous building? Are they saving lives? No, isn't it? Wu Jiang has brought the 3 girls back. Chu Feng, didn't you say that Liu is hypocritical? It was seen that Liu was saving people and giving food and water. Chu Feng's companions were a little dumbfounded. Because what they see now is completely different from what Chu Feng described. When Chu Feng saved someone, only save those who have the ability to survive and protect themselves. Like the 3 of them. As for those who are not capable of fighting, he will at most give them a little food. After letting them continue their lives, they will fend for themselves. And Liu is saving people now? Seems like as long as people don't die, he is saving? How is this going? Not to mention them, even Chu Feng was a little confused. If Liu is really a reborn, how could he save these girls who are not very good looking but have no power to restrain them? This is not scientific. And why didn't he come over and kill himself first? Did he not find himself in this building? Or, is he not a reborn? Although I found myself, there is no conflict of interest, and I don't want to kill myself? This guy is very hypocritical, don't you believe me? Chu Feng couldn't figure it out, but no matter what, he couldn't lose his momentum. No, but... Chu Feng, do we really need to go out? What are you going out for? Chu Feng asked without answering. Although he wanted to go over before, pretending to slap his face in front of his ex-girlfriend. By the way, I took revenge. But Liu's appearance completely disrupted his plan. Going out at this time will not only have no effect, but may even give Liu his head. But, your girlfriend is still opposite? If you don't go, she will be saved by Liu. Chu Feng sneered, then let him save her, this kind of woman is not worthy of being my girlfriend. In his mind, Jiao Manli is a green tea whore. If he didn't have her in his previous life, even if he developed later, he would definitely be among the top powerhouses in the world. How could it be possible to remain unknown for 10 years in the last days? It's just that Wang Chao and the others who heard Chu Feng's words were stunned. Even Dai Lian's eyes towards Chu Feng changed a little. Before the end of Chu Feng, you were just a poor dick. And Jiao Manli is a well-known beauty in the school. You were able to become Jiao Manli's boyfriend only by relying on your studies, looks, and chasing Jiao Manli hard. And you still seem to be just a spare tire? Now, you actually say that he is not worthy? Are you really mean too? They said that they had never seen such a conceited person as Chu Feng. Ding, congratulations on upgrading your wind attribute ability to a high-level black iron. Hey, finally upgraded again. On the other side, Liu took Cangyun, Shueli, and Xiaojin to hide on the second floor of Jiao Manli's dormitory to recover his strength. Seeing this system prompt, he let out a long breath. Because I got 10 attributes from Cangyun, plus the non-attribute crystal nucleus is easier to find. Therefore, it took less than 2 days for my physical fitness to go from the elementary level of black iron to the elementary level of bronze. And this ability? During this period of time, he has not seen a single wind attribute crystal nucleus. On the second day of the end of the world, after the ability was upgraded to the middle level, it has been stagnant. Even if he is practicing with the remaining energy every day, it is the same. But now... Liu sensed his own situation. If the state is full, the number of wind blades that should be used is about 20 rounds. That is, the storage capacity is doubled again. About 12 rounds left now. When the ability is upgraded, the improved energy will be obtained instantly. Liu, it's almost 7 o'clock in the evening, shall we still go upstairs? Go. Why not go up? But those monsters seem to have wandered over a lot, and they are on our way back. Cangyun looked at the monsters on the road through the window and said worriedly, if we go up, we won't have time to go back. At night, the danger outside must at least triple. Therefore, even if it is Liu, it is impossible to go out and wander around at night. Wouldn't it be nice to stay here for one night? Is that so? It seems to be okay. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's go. Liu looked at Shueli, give me the bag. Okay. Shueli nodded, and Liu continued, you can find a place to rest tonight, as long as you can help me keep an eye on the opposite side, I will take her upstairs. Okay, young Master Liu, be careful. Shueli took off the backpack and handed it to Liu, without saying a word. No. Liu took the backpack, replied, and handed Shueli some night necessities such as food and candles, then turned and went upstairs with Xiaojin and Cangyun. There are not many monsters in the corridor. After all, so many days have passed since the end of the world, and the monsters have already eaten up all they can eat. After eating, they naturally go elsewhere to find food. In addition, the roar of the back door just now pulled away a group. Therefore, Liu neither encountered a monster that could be contracted nor encountered much resistance. Over time, after Liu rescued some surviving classmates. Finally, before dark, they arrived at the door of Jiao Manli's room. Boom boom boom. Liu knocked on her door. Is it young Master Liu? Jiao Manli's voice was already a little hoarse. It also sounded a little nervous. It's me. Click. The door suddenly opened. Jiao Manli saw a familiar figure at the door. Without saying a word, he threw himself into Liu's arms. Woohoo, young Master Liu, is it really you? If you don't come again, I will starve to death. Jiao Manli said while crying. Cangyun behind Liu was stunned by this move. The one you're hugging seems to be my husband. Chapter 82 Let me do anything. Liu wanted to go upstairs by himself, of course Shueli would not stop him. Because before the end of the world, with his physical fitness and fighting skills, he would have no problem beating 5 Lius. But now, apart from his own vitality, none of his attributes exceeded 30. Facing Liu, who has almost all attributes of 50, even if he has fighting skills, he has been crushed in all directions. If you add Zijin, King Z sword, and supernatural powers, 5 of them can't get close to Liu. So Liu wants to go by himself, what else can he say? As for Jiao Manli and the others, although it was not Chu Feng who came to rescue them, Liu's arrival made them even more excited. After all, before the end of the world, they were Liu's loyal fans. After the apocalypse, they were of course happier to see Liu so powerful. Especially seeing Chu Feng hiding in the dormitory and not daring to come out. But Liu was desperately killing monsters to save them. How can they not be excited? How can they be unhappy? Okay, let go now. Liu pushed Jiao Manli away impatiently. This is not Liu's gentleman, nor is it the Cangyun he cares about. But this woman, on such a hot day, didn't brush her teeth for 7 days, didn't wash her hair for 7 days, and didn't take a bath for 7 days. The smell on the body, especially the smell in the hair. It's not much better than the smell of zombies. I'm not sorry. Young Master Liu, I didn't mean it. Sensing the obvious disgust on Liu's face, Jiao Manli looked embarrassed and let Liu go quickly. Seeing Jiao Manli again, Cangyun had a look of resentment. Especially when she saw her going to hug Liu, she became even more jealous. It's just that she was naturally good-tempered, but she didn't get angry immediately. I know you didn't mean it, let's go in and talk about it first. Young Master Liu, have you brought food? This was the first sentence Jiao Manli said after Liu brought Cangyun and Xiaojin in and closed the door. When she said this, her eyes were fixed on Liu's backpack. If it wasn't for the scruples that the person in front of them was Liu, they might have rushed to grab it long ago. Bring it. Liu didn't have much to say, just took off the backpack and threw it in front of them. Take it, eat whatever you want. Seeing Liu's casual action, the four girls seemed to go crazy. Ha ha ha, thank you, young Master Liu. Thank you, young Master Liu. Woo, young Master Liu, you are so kind. Wow, chicken drumsticks and sauce? Mineral water? Potato chips? Chocolate? Ham sausage? My god! It's great, it's great! Young Master Liu, I love you! Several girls were ecstatic. Xiao Manli even opened the backpack directly, took out the food one by one and distributed it to everyone. Click click! Goodoo, goodoo! The entire dormitory was filled with the sound of unpacking bags and drinking water. Wow, so delicious! It's so comfortable, it's so comfortable, it's simply delicious in the world. I have never felt that ham sausage is so delicious. Four women are eating. Every word you say, every word I say, the whole body reveals the joy of being saved from a desperate situation. Seeing the four wolfing down their food, Liu didn't stop them either. Because that's what he wanted. Why does he carry a hiking bag, instead of taking food directly from the ring? There are two reasons. One is because he now wears a gauntlet on his left hand. This gauntlet is grayish-black in color. It was made by Tong Nangeo from the skin of a high-level lizardman. The foundry's ability can directly process these materials into usable semi-finished products. Then several women sewed it out with lizard tendons through a series of processing. The level of strength is average, but a slightly blunt knife is difficult to cut. As long as it is not bitten by zombies for a long time, it can completely play a defensive role. The production process is not complicated, the only troublesome thing is the need to consume Tong Nangeo's ability. With his current level, only one can be made a day. The appearance of the gauntlet is similar to those gloves that dog trainers use to train dogs. With your hands inside, it's not very convenient to use the ring to hold things. Another reason is naturally that the money is not revealed. This ring of mine can be regarded as a treasure taken from a secret realm. The fewer people who know, the better. As for why Liu gave them food so generously? Needless to say, apart from Liu's lack of food, the most important reason was to deal with Chu Feng. Now Chu Feng is in the dormitory opposite, and there is no way to get out for the time being. At this time, Liu naturally used all the chess pieces he could use in order to ensure nothing would go wrong. Young Master Liu, is this monkey your pet? After Xiao Manli ate something and drank some water, she regained some strength. Even the voice is much better than before. She saw Zijin fighting for Liu before, so she wanted to ask when she entered the door. It's just that they are at the end of their rope. This kind of boring problem is obviously not more important than food. Yes. Wow, that's amazing. Young Master Liu is Young Master Liu, even monsters must obey your command. Looking at the golden hair on Zijin's body, it was all covered in the monster's blood. Several women kept flattering Liu. Young Master Liu, you are so kind. After Su Fei drank the water, she said to Liu while stuffing potato chips into her mouth. Not only did he risk his life to save us, he also brought us so many delicious foods. Yeah. Young Master Liu, I love you. I love you too. Young Master Liu, can I marry you? Hey, what are you doing? Yan Yun, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't sit still after hearing a few students talk more and more outrageously. He quickly stared at the women with hostile eyes, and stretched out his white hands to stop Liu, swearing his sovereignty. Usually she didn't feel anything, but seeing Liu surrounded by these girls, she felt uncomfortable all over. Liu is my boyfriend, do you think I don't exist? Xiao Manli threw herself into Liu's arms before, and she could also understand that the other party was under too much mental pressure because of the end times. Seeing Liu was very excited and couldn't control himself. But now you love Liu again, and what do you mean by marrying Liu? Just hearing Yan Yun's words, these women simply ignored her. Hey, Yan Yun, what are you talking about? When did young Master Liu become your boyfriend? That's right, Yun Yun. Xiao Manli also spoke, although you and young Master Liu saved us together, we are very grateful to you. But when did you and young Master Liu happen? You have the nerve to say? I haven't settled with you for what happened that night. Yan Yun stared at Xiao Manli and said angrily. She gets angry when she mentions this. On the night before the end of the world, she was called to the hotel for dinner by Xiao Manli. After the fact, you can guess it casually. This Xiao Manli had already colluded with Liu. So she was very unimpressed with Xiao Manli. That evening, Xiao Manli was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Yan Yun carefully, and couldn't help laughing. Hee, Yan Yun, your current attire. White t-shirt, ultra-short jeans, and sneakers, All look clean. What do you want to say? Yan Yun seemed to be aware of what the other party wanted to say, but she still spoke firmly. Don't you think you should thank me? Thank you. Of course, if I hadn't sent you to young Master Lu's room, would you still be able to wear such clean clothes today? Would you still be able to show up in front of me with a pair of big white legs without any scars? What me? Anyway, from today onwards, young Master Lu will not belong to you alone. Xiao Manli's voice suddenly became serious and firm. What do you mean? Yan Yun was a little confused, saying that she didn't keep up with the opponent's rhythm. Literal meaning. After Xiao Manli finished speaking, she walked up to Lu and sat down, and grabbed his sleeve. Said pitifully coquettishly. Young Master Lu, you don't mind having another girlfriend, do you? As long as you are willing to take me away, you can ask me to do anything. Chapter 83. Xiao Manli is a gold digger herself, and she has a more open personality and speaks more boldly. When she said this, she didn't care about the eyes of others at all. Even Yan Yun, she didn't care. Because now she can't take care of so much anymore. If it was before the end of the world, she might just want to catch a rich second generation by relying on her beauty. Whoever is handsome and rich, she may go with him. But now, after experiencing the 7-day apocalypse, she has seen countless classmates die tragically in front of her. The scene of being bitten to pieces by a few lizardmen. The scene where the heart was pierced by the praying mantis and the blood spurted wildly. The scene of being bitten to death by zombies and then getting back up from the ground. Everything lingered in her mind. She can't even sleep well. So she doesn't think about anything else now, she just wants to live well. Originally, she was jealous of Yan Yun. I think my appearance and figure are not worse than Yan Yun. Even her height is above Yan Yun, a full 170. But why do those rich second generations like her, but not themselves? Yan Yun is surrounded by rich second generations and tall, rich, and handsome? Are you surrounded by poor dicks and licking dogs? Why? So when she saw Yan Yun walking behind Lu, she became more jealous. At this moment, the other 3 roommates were a little surprised when they heard Xiao Manli's words, but they didn't say much. Because they are people who have experienced hunger, cruelty, and blood. Know what doomsday is. Lu is so handsome and rich. How strong is it now? If they didn't know that they were not pretty enough, why didn't they want to throw their arms around Lu? But after hearing Yan Yun here, she obviously quit. Before Lu could speak, she opened her mouth quickly. Xiao Manli, do you know what you are talking about? Yan Yun was so angry that she even called out Xiao Manli's name. Let Lu have another girlfriend? Doesn't this mean that he wants to snatch Lu away from him? Are you kidding me? Of course I know. I know you still. Let me emphasize again, Lu is my boyfriend now. I know he's your boyfriend now. Xiao Manli replied calmly, but I didn't let him abandon you, so why are you in a hurry? Ah. Hearing this, Yan Yun was at a loss for words. Before she could think about it, Xiao Manli's doubtful voice sounded again, Yan Yun. Haven't you figured out the current situation yet? What do you mean? Yan Yun was dumbfounded by Xiao Manli's sudden words. Looking at your stupid look, it's because you have been so well protected by young Master Lu during this period, I'm just. Xiao Manli, who was full of food and drink, gained strength and wanted to lament the injustice of this world again, but suddenly found that it seemed inappropriate to say these things during this time period. I had no choice but to swallow what I wanted to say back into my stomach. She didn't care about Yan Yun's ignorance, but pointed to the grey sky outside with her slender and white right hand and said. Look outside. The outside world is so dangerous now. I am a woman with no strong power. If I want to survive, I can only find a strong person to attach to. Do you understand? Then you don't need to rob Lu from me. Yan Yun felt that what Xiao Manli said made sense, and subconsciously softened her tone a lot. But she was also unwilling to let Lu out, so she still argued hard. And don't you already have a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Xiao Manli was taken aback for a moment, then she smiled dismissively, you mean Chu Feng? Do you think I can still count on him? It's okay not to mention her boyfriend, but she gets angry when she mentions him. Chu Feng and Lu came up one after the other. Chu Feng is in front and Lu is behind. According to the distance from the two sides to her side, it is obvious that Chu Feng is closer to her side. But what about the result? It's fine if Chu Feng doesn't dare to come to save him. That guy ignored him when he saw his distress signal. Such a boyfriend, why do you want to come? What's more, the boy she originally liked was tall, rich, and handsome like Lu. Now Lu is not only stronger than Chu Feng in background, but also stronger than Chu Feng in strength. If you don't throw yourself into your arms at this time, when will you wait? Thinking of this, Xiao Manli grabbed Lu's arm again and acted pitifully. Young Master Lu, okay, Just take me away, I promise I will listen to you in everything in the future. The voice of Jiao Didi, the average man can't bear it at all. Originally, according to the plot of the previous life, both she and Chu Feng should be trapped in the teaching building. With the distance between the two parties not far away, Liu rescued her early with Chu Feng and other boys in the class. Due to the early days of the last days in the previous life, everyone has a moral bottom line. So Liu didn't touch her because of Chu Feng's face. But she liked Liu even more because of this. Chu Feng could only keep licking the dog in front of her. It wasn't until the end of the world that everyone experienced a period of time, that the inferiority of human beings began to explode. The boss of the base where Chu Feng, Liu, and others were located took people out to search for supplies, but they never came back because of some accidents. Liu relied on his strength to become the new boss of that base. In order to get the upper hand, Jiao Manli proposed a plan to help Liu get Cangyun. At the beginning, Liu liked Cangyun so much that he liked it to death. How could he care about other things when he heard about this plan? But Chu Feng didn't know why, but he knew about Jiao Manli's plan. Just criticize Jiao Manli. His criticism, of course, had no effect. On the contrary, it aroused Jiao Manli's disgust. Jiao Manli thought he was in the way, so she wanted to get rid of him. As a result, the halo of Chu Feng's protagonist exploded. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die, and he also knew that he was plotted by Liu and Jiao Manli together. So his heart was ashamed, and he returned to the base pretending that he didn't know anything. Originally, he wanted to go back to the base and die with Jiao Manli, but he didn't expect to see Cangyun right when he was recuperating. Later, he gave up on Jiao Manli and fell in love with Cangyun. For Cangyun, he was willing to stay in Liu's base. There is no need to say more about the latter. In short, in this life, the trajectory of many people's fate is different from the previous life. Either be disturbed by Chu Feng, or be disturbed by Liu. Just like Jiao Manli, she should have been slapped in the face by Chu Feng 4 or 5 days ago. But because of Liu's reasons, she somehow survived until now. She, who has seen the cruelty of the 7-day apocalypse, even directly confessed to Liu. Hearing Jiao Manli's words, the other 3 women in the dormitory remained silent, while Jiao Manli looked at Liu expectantly. But Cangyun has a complex expression. Because she knew that what Jiao Manli said about taking her was not just giving her some food or water. Instead, let her join Liu's team. But according to the logic of Liu's recruitment, the team doesn't need waste. If Jiao Manli really knows nothing, she wants to join Liu's team. Unless there are other awakened people who are willing to take her, it seems that she really has no other choice but to use her body. Let her be Liu's girlfriend, and I will be very upset. But if you don't let her join, can you just watch her die? Just when Cangyun was thinking wildly, Liu broke free from Jiao Manli's hand, and his voice sounded faintly. Jiao Manli, you are very enlightened. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts tightened. Liu ignored it, and continued to say, but what Cangyun said is not unreasonable, you already have Chu Feng. Jiao Manli looked at Liu with an aggrieved expression, young master Liu, don't mention him, okay? Who in the school doesn't know that I just held hands with him? But you are still his nominal girlfriend after all. Oh, young master Liu, I know what you care about. Jiao Manli suddenly realized, then ignored Cangyun's existence, and directly took Liu's other arm, young master Liu, don't worry, I still keep it for the first time. After Jiao Manli finished speaking, everyone looked at her strangely. Even Liu couldn't help being stunned. Because Liu's original intention was to make Jiao Manli want to break up with Chu Feng. Although it can't hit the current Chu Feng, if he is taken by himself, at least he can be disgusted. Didn't expect this woman to misunderstand the meaning? But then again, what the hell is keeping it the first time? It's fine for Cangyun, a good girl, to keep her for the first time. You, Jiao Manli, have such an unrestrained personality, is it still the first time? Bullshit? That's not how cheating ghosts are. What's wrong? Young Master Liu. Don't you believe it? Don't believe it, we can go to the next bedroom to check. Chapter 84 The Right to Choose a Spouse. I have to say that Jiao Manli is really bold. He speaks very freely. But it was precisely because of this that Liu doubted the authenticity of the other party's words. A woman with such an open personality, will she still keep her first time in her junior year? Are you kidding me? In a novel, it is understandable that the heroine is Hina. After all, the heroine of a novel is not acceptable even if she is not a young reader. What's the matter with the ex-girlfriend being Hina? This is obviously illogical, right? In fact, Liu's thinking is not so futile. As long as your woman is of good character, she has never lived with a man, nor has she experienced more than 2 boyfriends. He is all acceptable. Of course this refers to the previous life. With such a powerful force in this life, he naturally has the priority to choose a spouse. Perhaps as long as a woman is beautiful enough, he will accept such a woman. But such a woman will never be trusted or reused by him. Like Cangyun and Xiao Manli. A youthful, beautiful, gentle, and lovely. A sexy and enchanting, passionate. In terms of figure and appearance, the two actually have their own merits, and there is not much difference between them. If Cangyun has 96 points in Lu's heart, then Xiao Manli has at least 94 points. It's just that Cangyun's pure and sweet appearance and gentle personality are more popular among boys. But now Xiao Manli said that she is also a chick? Xiao Manli, you are bullying. Cangyun was so angry that she was about to cry, her hands unconsciously grasped Lu's arm. In terms of dealing with boys, she was obviously no match for Xiao Manli. Hearing what Xiao Manli said so directly, she felt scared and at a loss in her heart. Afraid that Lu would abandon him, he took Xiao Manli to take a shower next door. Bullying? How can it be? I just... Okay, Xiao Manli, don't say a few words. Lu spoke in time, but his voice was a bit cold. Facing such a beautiful woman as Xiao Manli, she made such an unreasonable request. Even if there is something wrong with her personality, Lu doesn't mind checking her out. But not now. And no matter what Cangyun said now, she can be regarded as her own woman. Bullying Cangyun in front of her? This is a bit intolerable. Okay. Okay. Seeing that Lu's face was not very good looking, Xiao Manli hurriedly silenced, for fear of annoying Lu. Lu didn't say too much, and took back most of the remaining package of food. After leaving some casually for a few people, he carried it on his back again. You guys take a rest first, Cangyun and I will go to the side to have a look. Young Master Lu, don't leave. Young Master Lu, what shall we do when you leave? Yes. Young Master Lu, don't leave us behind. If you really want to go, take us with you. Several girls were really scared. They never want to experience the fear of starvation and death in this life. Seeing the nervous expressions of several people, Lu spoke directly. Cangyun and I live next door. Come and knock on the door if you have something to do, but remember to knock softly so as not to attract monsters. Hey? Is that all? They were a little embarrassed when they heard Lu's words. Lu ignored them and went out with Cangyun and Xiaojin. After arranging Xiaojin at the entrance of the corridor, he found a relatively clean room and lived in it with Cangyun. Seeing Lu leave, several girls followed, as if they were afraid that Lu would leave with Cangyun. Seeing that the other party really went to a room not far away with Cangyun, they breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until half an hour later that Cangyun's rapid breathing came from the dormitory. Hey, it seems that young Master Lu really won't leave. So far so good. By the way, Manli, you were so bold just now. None of us thought of this. Yet. Actually Cangyun is acting like a baby in front of young Master Lu? It's really you. No way, the outside world is too scary. Xiao Manli regained her composure. If you want to survive, you must make good use of everything around you. Isn't a woman's most powerful weapon her own body? Xiao Ye nodded in agreement, that's right, but even if I think about it, young Master Lu still doesn't like me. Su Fei laughed and said, hee, you still have self-knowledge. But then again, this young Master Lu's physical strength is really good, can this Cangyun look so delicate and tender, can he resist it? That's why Manli took the initiative to help her reduce the burden. Go, you crazy women are simply the king of demons. Ha ha ha. Several women are full of food and drink. With Lu as their backing again, they feel very happy now. There is no limit to joking around. But with the sound of flapping wings outside the window, it flew by. They were startled and quickly shut their mouths. This night, the outside world is still sad. Cangyun is in a bad mood. I kept thinking about Xiao Manli in my mind. She wanted to ask Lu what he thought, but she didn't know how to speak. He could only hold Lu with greater strength than usual, for fear that Lu would be snatched away by others. Lu didn't care. After one round, enter Sage Mode. He hugged Cangyun's body as gentle as jade, and looked out the window. The night of the last days without lights is very scary. Bad sight means greater danger. Not to mention ordinary awakened people, even I dare not go out at night. So Chu Feng definitely didn't dare to escape at night. But I can't give him any chance to come back, so next, I need to play steadily according to the plan. The next morning. On the road that Lu had cleared before, there were many monsters coming over to eat, smelling the smell of blood. After they ate the carcasses of their own kind, they started wandering around again. In addition to the previous lizardmen and sickle mantises, these monsters. There is also a poison explosion zombie, 2 giant zombies, and an earth-walking dragon resting on its stomach in the distance. Giant zombie, very powerful. If it is said that ordinary human beings have 50 points of strength at the beginning level of bronze, then the strength attribute of this zombie must be at least 100 points. Liu has seen the scene where this thing deforms a car with a punch. That power is simply outrageous. Of course, the ultimate strength was exchanged for an unusually slow movement speed. The agility of this zombie is estimated to be only 7 or 8 points, because it can't even run an ordinary person. So as long as there is a powerful weapon, it is still very easy for the awakened to solve it. The giant zombie is not suitable for contracting, is it? After waking up in the morning, looking at the giant zombie downstairs, Liu frowned. Whether it is to deal with Chu Feng or to clean up monsters, it is necessary to maximize the efficiency and safety factor. You can sign 2 monsters as pets. After Xioxi died yesterday, she hasn't met a suitable one. But it doesn't seem right now. Xiaojin is the Monkey King in the secret realm, and his abilities can be said to be quite comprehensive. Strength, speed, explosiveness, and ability to resist blows are all quite good. And after so many days, Xiaojin is about to advance to Bronze Intermediate. My next battle pet, no matter what, has to be at the Bronze level. But currently there are only 2 types of Bronze level monsters. Giant zombies and Earth dragons. Giant zombies can't do it, so go dragon. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 85 Human and Animal Mixed Doubles. Killing monsters consumes stamina. Especially in the absence of powerful weapons, physical exertion will be more serious. And after the monster dies, there is a certain chance that crystal nuclei will appear. So in theory, as long as you have the ability to kill monsters, then you may get crystal nuclei to improve yourself. With the improvement of the crystal nucleus, you can replenish your physical strength and continue to kill monsters. In this cycle, you will become stronger and stronger. This is why in the last days, there will be the saying of seizing the opportunity. Although Liu is very strong now, he is still very cautious when cleaning up monsters. Even if Xiaojin opened the way ahead, he still pushed forward slowly. When encountering uncertain factors, he will even activate the induction jade pendant once. There were too many monsters coming at once, so he would throw 1 or 2 wind blades first, knock some monsters into the air, and then destroy them one by one. The Julie zombie feels no pain like ordinary zombies, so it is not easy to beat it to the point of dying. In addition, the moving speed is too slow. When leading him to sprint, the giant zombie will definitely fall behind. It's impossible for reality to be like a game. If a battle pet falls behind, can it be summoned to your side? So Liu felt that it was not appropriate to catch a giant zombie. As for Dixing Long, this creature is huge. The one Liu saw was even bigger than a normal SUV. It's just that this thing only looks awesome, and it doesn't actually have any fighting power. It is a road tank. The movement speed is stronger than the giant zombie, but it doesn't have much attack power. Can't use teeth, can't use claws, only occasionally bump with head. On top of that, it runs too loudly. It is easy to attract the attention of other monsters. Once being targeted by groups of monsters, Dixing Long can easily be beaten to death. Name, Dixing Dragon. Level, Bronze Advanced. Description, a powerful low-level dragon-shaped creature with high body defense, but due to its large size, it will appear very cumbersome. If you have enough agility and a powerful weapon, you can try to follow it. It's singled out, remember, it's singled out. Note, the ground dragon is not so severely eroded by the power of the abyss, so it is easy to be domesticated. If there is a beast trainer in the team, you can try to capture one to use as a mount. This is the information seen by Liu's villain's eyes. It's clearly written above. Can Dixing Long be domesticated by humans, and can it be used as a mount? Since he can be domesticated as a mount through normal means, why waste a position in a dark contract? What I need is not a mount, but a battle pet. Therefore, the flying dragon must be ruled out. But now the question is, if you don't contract these 2 creatures, how can you have other bronze-ranked monsters as your thugs? Liu frowned, and quickly searched carefully. As Liu eliminated the monsters downstairs one by one, soon he found a different creature in a corner. 10 meters to the right of the dormitory building, there is a huge mutated camphor tree. And under this mutated camphor tree, a huge wolf dog is lying there eating the internal organs of a lizard man. Name, Mutated Wolf Dog. Level, Bronze Elementary. Hey, it's you. The corner of Liu's mouth twitched, and he quickly arranged the work. He first brought Cangyun to the next bedroom. The 3 girls of Su Fei were given some food and water. The 3 of you are waiting here. I'll take Jiao Manli downstairs first. We'll talk about other things later. Ah? Young Master Liu, you won't abandon us, will you? Yes, young Master Liu, don't leave us behind. Young Master Liu, I can also warm the bed. If you don't like me, let me be your servant, serving tea and water. The 3 women spared no effort to survive. Liu seemed to have gotten used to this feeling, so he showed no expression. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Said that Liu didn't care about them anymore, and directly took Cangyun and Xiao Manli downstairs. Su Fei and the others didn't dare to say more. He could only obediently stay in the dormitory, waiting for Liu to turn around. A wolfhound is a wolfhound. These dogs are larger than normal dogs and more wolf-like in appearance. So most people call them wolf dogs. Before the end of the world, this kind of dog was a very ferocious existence. After the end of the world, they became more fierce. Not only the length, but also the height and weight doubled compared to before. But also very bloodthirsty, very aggressive. In fact, most carnivores on the earth, after the end of the world, will not be inferior to monsters in different spaces. Just like this wolfhound. It only took 1 day to complete the mutation, and after the mutation, it was directly high-level black iron. It lost its mind, killed its owner, and escaped through the window. Shake all the way, eat when you are hungry. Then I ran with a group of monsters, and ran here. It is worth mentioning that the way this wolf dog eats is different from other monsters. It directly attacks zombies or lizard people for food. Why don't other monsters attack each other when they are alive? In fact, there is no particular reason. It's just that the aura on them is figured out, and they retain a sense of the strength of the same kind of power. With similar strengths, it would be thankless for them to attack each other. Unless you're really hungry. It feels like a human being of about the same size. Even if there is no legal constraint, it is the same reason that under normal circumstances they will not attack each other and grab money. Unless it is really poor and crazy. Of course, some idlers, except poisonous bastards who like to attack with knives. In short, when this wolf dog is too hungry, it will rely on its own strength to attack low-level zombies and lizardmen for food. After 7 days of apocalyptic baptism, it is now a bronze primary. Ordinary monsters would not be its opponents. At this time, it is leisurely eating the internal organs of the lizard man. I don't know how long it took, it seemed to sense something, and suddenly jumped to the side. Whoosh! An arrow grazed its neck and firmly nailed it to the nearby camphor tree. Seeing this arrow, it froze for a moment, and then felt a burning pain on its neck. Grinded in pain. Obviously, the skin was scratched. It was extremely angry, and quickly used its fierce eyes to look for this guy who dared to hurt him. Soon, it found its purpose. This is a human with a crossbow on the 2nd floor. Humanity? Ho ho! It opened its own evolved fangs, and let out a roar unique to wild beasts. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the other party. It was extremely fast, tossing and turning, and soon came to the building. At its speed, it is almost impossible to aim with a gun at the level of an ordinary person. It seems to be very confident in its own strength. With one leap, he jumped directly to the balcony on the 2nd floor. At this moment, a strong wind hit. For ordinary monsters, Liu's wind blade is easy to hit. And if you hit it, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. But it's different, it's a canine. Actions and reactions are inherently superior to humans. Relying on the unique acuity of dogs, it reacted quickly, and avoided Liu's strong wind with a twist of its body. Just at this moment, a black shadow that was very close to its size appeared in its sight. The opponent's movements were also swift, and his strength was also very strong, hitting its head with a punch. Boom! He took a solid punch. The mutated dog was dizzy from being smashed, and his eyes were filled with stars. I am Nima, what's the situation? Is this 2 against 1? Can we still show some face? If this wolf dog is conscious, it will definitely think so. But Liu would not give it a chance to think. He directly took out a baseball bat and played a human-animal mixed doubles with Xiao Jin. All 3 are bronze beginners, and in a 2-on-1 situation, how about a sneak attack first? Do you still need to think about this ending? After 2 minutes, the mutated wolfhound, Bronze Elementary, was captured. Chapter 86 Chu Feng and number 039, S chance. How did he attract that mutant dog? What does he want? Chu Feng is located on the 6th floor of the dormitory. So Liu's every move is under Chu Feng's control. Seeing that Liu went to rescue Jiao Manli yesterday, Chu Feng didn't care. Because Jiao Manli was not important to him at all. After seeing Liu use a crossbow to attract the mutant dog this morning, several of his teammates were a little puzzled. Chu Feng also saw it, and when he heard what his teammates said, he spoke slowly. For the monsters downstairs, only this mutant dog is a threat to him. It's normal for him to want to kill this mutant dog first. No way. Is he so powerful? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Wang Chao was surprised, neither the poisonous zombies nor the giant zombies pose any threat to him. And that earth-moving dragon also looks quite powerful. He has the wind ability, and the range is outside the explosion range of the poisonous zombie. Didn't you also see the sword in his hand? Any enhancer with some practical combat ability can easily kill giant zombies with it, As for the ground dragon, Chu Feng smiled disdainfully, hee, look what that thing is doing now. Hearing this, Wang Chao followed Chu Feng's gaze and looked over. The earth dragon, as strong as a car, was dozing at the foot of a big tree. The monsters coming and going around ignored it. It also ignored those monsters. Sleep, sleep. This kind of thing likes to sleep when it is full, and once it falls asleep, it can be said that it is unshakable except for its master who can tame it. So that's what happened. Wang Chao was puzzled, and then thought of something. Hey, Chu Feng, how do you know such details? If I remember correctly, this seems to be the first time we've seen this thing, right? This. Chu Feng almost blurted out, but then reacted. I am a reborn person, can I tell you? Don't worry about it. Anyway, Liu will find a way to find us after he killed that mutant dog. Now we have to find a way. As he said that, Chu Feng bowed his head and thought hard. Throwing a warm kettle over, making noises to help Liu attract monsters and kill him? No. According to the structure and weight of the kettle, this is the distance. If his own strength is 5 times stronger, it is estimated that he can throw the kettle over. But the kettle is not good, but the water glass and wine bottle seem to be okay? Thinking of this, Chu Feng began to look down. Just when he found a glass and was about to come to the balcony and throw the water glass over to Liu, several teammates exclaimed. Chu Feng, come and see. He subdued that dog. What? Oh my god, it's unbelievable. This dog actually wants to obey his orders. How could this be? Seeing the majestic mutant dog just now, it wagged its tail beside Liu and begged for mercy. Chu Feng frowned, and clenched his fists involuntarily. Could it be that the treasures he obtained in the secret realm are contracted? Can more than one monster be contracted? As a reborn person, it is not surprising that Chu Feng knows some strange treasures. But this thing should be his own, right? Seeing the mutant dog rushing over, it turned into a well-behaved pug in less than 3 minutes. Chu Feng clenched his teeth, and the glass in his hand became stale in an instant. The opponent now has 2 monsters as battle pets, and they are both fast-running and powerful. Even if I want to run, I will definitely not be able to run away. When he stayed in the dormitory yesterday evening and saw Liu coming, he had been thinking about it. If Liu is also reborn, then the other party will definitely come to kill him. So, do you want to find a chance to escape today? But he thought about it carefully, but it was not feasible at all. Because the monsters from the back door rushed in and blocked all their way back. With monsters everywhere else, it was impossible for him to rush back alone. No matter how fast he was, it would be difficult to break out of the encirclement of so many monsters. So if he wants to survive smoothly, he can only advance steadily. But the problem came again. Liu is not far away from him, how can he advance steadily? What if Liu rushed over to kill him while he was exhausted? So he had to think of another way. It's just that he couldn't figure out a way, so Liu got an extra mutant wolf dog as his pet? This Nima. Chu Feng felt aggrieved and wanted to vomit blood. Of course, Chu Feng is very clear about the existence of the secret realm. Some of the entrances to secret realms in previous lives existed for a long time, while others existed for a short time. Some are pits, some are full of danger, and some are benefits for mankind. But it doesn't matter what kind of secret realm, once it is discovered, it will be occupied by some big forces without exception. In his previous life, Chu Feng was a nobody. Not qualified to get involved in these things. But this life is different. It's just that he thought that with his own strength, it would be a breeze to win the treasure of the secret realm from Tao Yang. I didn't expect it to be cheap, Liu, the bastard. Now Liu got the treasure of the secret realm and contracted the monkey in the secret realm. He had learned that monkey before. Very difficult. A monkey is so difficult to deal with, and now there is an extra mutant dog? What to do now? If Liu is really reborn, can he just wait to die? Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly, his brows were furrowed, and his mind was racing with thoughts. Soon he focused on his 4 teammates. It doesn't seem to be certain. It is true that Liu is stronger than himself now, but he is not a vegetarian either. If the opponent directly comes to kill me without any reason, not only will I be strongly resisted by myself and my 4 teammates, and this guy will lose the support of other survivors. If you want to build a survivor team in the last days, people's hearts are very important. Unless he is willing to abandon everything that exists and start from scratch, it is impossible to directly attack himself. That is to say, I still have a chance. Thinking of this, Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Popular sentiment? It does matter. Especially for villains who are already unpopular. You know, how many villains have died at the hands of the people since ancient times. The most profound person in Liu's memory is the overlord of Western Chu in history. Although the overlord of Western Chu is not a villain, but he is unparalleled in combat power. Such an awesome character can lose in the hearts of the people, let alone himself. Chu Feng is the son of luck, even if he is killed directly in this situation, there will be many disadvantages. But Liu had been preparing for so long, how could he let Chu Feng get away with it? Hey, poof! A wind blade flew over and made a sound of piercing into the flesh. The poison explosion zombie lost its vital signs and fell to the ground. The huge belly started to swell. Boom! A muffled sound. Ugly, disgusting belly burst open, splattering caustic goo. After falling to the ground, there were bursts of white smoke, but no one was in its explosion range. Obviously exploded alonely. Liu didn't have time to look at the disgusting mucus, so he quickly moved 2 steps to the side. Boom! A huge ankle stepped on the spot he had just been. Relying on his super mental strength and agility, Liu quickly swung the green sword in his hand after dodging the rear kick. I saw a flash of coldness. The giant zombie's leg next to it was cut off at the knee by Liu. The giant zombie lost its balance and fell to Liu. The moment it fell to the ground, Liu quickly spared it to the other side. Puff! The green sword pierced into his huge head. The shot was clean and tidy, without the slightest sloppiness. Roar! The giant zombie let out a deep roar. The huge and bulky body crashed to the ground. Weapon grade, silver, energy value 56.8/1000. The increase is really slow. Seeing the energy value of the weapon, Liu couldn't help complaining. After the weapon is upgraded to silver, killing black iron monsters will only increase the energy value by 0.1 to 0.3. Killing bronze monsters will increase 1 to 3 points. But Liu didn't care anymore. Anyway, the silver level is enough for the time being. It is estimated that even a rough-skinned and thick-skinned Dixing Long would have a hard time resisting a few strikes from him. Cangyun, come and find the crystal nucleus. Oh, here we come. Wearing a grey t-shirt, ultra-short jeans, and showing a pair of big white legs, Cangyun ran up to Liu and squatted down with the big black dog. Under Liu's arrangement, this mutant dog became her bodyguard. With it, Xiao Manli's jealousy grew stronger. But Cangyun's safety is even more secure. Name, Heishui, mutated wolf dog. Vitality, 51. Mental power, 46. Power, 37. Agility, 46. Level, beginner bronze. Chapter 87 Let and number 039, S breakup. These are the 4 attributes of Liu, a mutant wolf dog. Liu used to raise a black Chinese pastoral dog in the countryside, and his name was Heishui. So in order to be easy to remember, Liu named it Heishui. As for the question of who is stronger between it and Zijin, Zijin is a mutated monkey king. So after advancing to the bronze elementary level, its strength and agility are higher than this dog. But this dog has an advantage in terms of mental strength. So the 2 pets would fight without the slightest scruples. Xiaojin, who has higher strength and agility, may have a little advantage, but this advantage will not be too great. Of course, in terms of efficiency in killing monsters, Xiaojin is still stronger. After all, Xiaojin is a primate, and his attack methods are more diverse. Grab, bite, smash, kick and throw. It is enough to block the monster for a while and let Liu make up the knife. Hey, Liu, I found it. Cangyun smiled and handed a transparent crystal nucleus with bronze lines to Liu's hand. Bronze level non-attribute? You can. Seeing Cangyun's happy appearance, Liu's mouth also raised a smile. The next time you recover your physical strength, you don't need to waste black iron level crystal nuclei. Throwing the crystal nucleus into the ring, Liu took Shueli and Xiaojin to clean up the wandering monsters around. After cleaning up, he went downstairs to the previous dormitory and gestured to Wei Jianjun on the balcony. Let him and Wu Jiang clean up the monsters that climbed into the corridor at night. Do it all. There are no bronze level crystal nuclei, but 3 black iron level crystal nuclei. Around 2 in the afternoon, Liu finally led everyone into the building where Chu Feng was. Because Chu Feng wanted to rely on the strength of the masses to survive, he didn't use water cups to cause trouble for Liu. Liu came in and glanced casually. There were other survivors in the previous dormitory buildings, and this one is no exception. After arranging Xiao Manli downstairs in the dormitory, Liu started his own rescue journey. He not only saved lives, but also generously gave them some food and water. Save people, eat, and continue to advance upstairs. 3 in the afternoon. Li Wanning's side is already overcrowded. The top 2 floors are full of survivors from the 3 dormitory buildings. According to visual estimates, there are at least 60 people. Since this is a girls' dormitory, there are more girls than boys. Boss, Teacher Li asked me to ask, do you have any food here? Because the mobile phone can't be used, and it can't make loud noises. So after being injured, Wu Jiang became a mouthpiece for both sides. Oh, Finally finished eating? There is none left. Liu killed a lizard man without looking back, didn't I ask you to bring back the last bag of food? Ah? Isn't it, boss? Hearing Liu's words, Wu Jiang was surprised. In order to save people, don't we even have food to eat? We do have something to eat. Liu corrected, but there are not many left, do you understand? Phew, I was scared to death, I thought you gave all the food, boss. Wu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, and kept patting his chest, but boss, what should I do if there is no food for Mr. Li? If there is no food, let them come and find it by themselves. Liu said casually, do you want me to feed it to their mouths? Oh, that's right, I'm going to tell Mr. Li right now. Wu Jiang didn't dare to talk nonsense, so he ran over quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Wu Jiang and Shen Bin brought a large number of survivors to Chu Feng's dormitory building. Liu cleaned up the first floor, and they helped find the first floor. Although there is a little gain, it is obviously a drop in the bucket. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, food for the survivors is still in short supply. Liu has come to the floor where Chu Feng is. After cleaning up the monsters, he asked Jiao Manli to knock on the door of Chu Feng's dormitory. Chu Feng, quickly open the door for me. Hearing this voice, Chu Feng, who was hiding behind the door and clutching the fire axe, frowned. Jiao Manli. In Chu Feng's eyes, Liu is definitely a reborn person. Because the other party not only robbed his woman, but also robbed his sword. He even knew to ask Cangyun to use his supernatural powers to help him find the crystal nucleus. The two had enmity in the previous life, so of course they will never die in this life. So when he saw Liu coming up, he became vigilant. It's just that he never thought that Liu was not the first to knock on his door. But Jiao Manli? What the hell? Chu Feng, what are you doing? Open the door quickly. Seeing that there was no response from the other party, Jiao Manli was a little impatient. Originally thought that this Chu Feng suddenly counterattacked and had the guts to kill monsters to save himself? Didn't expect to be still the trash dick in my impression? At this time, Jiao Manli had already tidied up her appearance. He tied up his hair and put on a summer sportswear. White short-sleeved t-shirt, black lounge pants and sneakers. Her height is 170, taller than Yanyun and Li Wanning. With perfect curves and a pair of long legs, it can be said that it is a standard model figure. The only fly in the ointment is that Liu hasn't given her water to bathe yet. It is also impossible for Yanyun to use her supernatural ability to clean her body at this time. So the smell on her body still made Liu flinch. Of course, she doesn't care about these now. As long as Liu is willing to take him out of here, everything else is not important. Go away, I don't welcome you here. Chu Feng directly closed the door to thank the guests. Compared to Jiao Manli, Chu Feng's mood is also very complicated. When he originally wanted to save Jiao Manli, he slapped this green tea whore in the face fiercely. Then used food as bait to humiliate the other party. Avenged all the revenge of the previous life. As a result, Liu's appearance disrupted all his plans. Let him open the door now? Don't even think about it. Chu Feng. What do you mean? Hearing what Chu Feng said, Jiao Manli froze. Because he never thought that Chu Feng would talk to him like this. What about the licking dog from before? What about the licking dog who sent himself countless times a day to make himself drink more hot water? Literal meaning. Chu Feng looked indifferent and didn't care about the change in Jiao Manli's tone at all. Hello, very good. Jiao Manli laughed angrily, it's fine if you don't open the door, anyway, I never thought of coming in. At first, I thought that you have become stronger now, and you came here to save me? Now it seems that you are a waste that cannot be supported by mud. I'm officially notifying you now, let's break up, starting today, I'm young Master Lu's girlfriend. As soon as these words came out, Chu Feng's heart tightened. Although he hadn't thought about Jiao Manli's green tea for a long time. But once again hearing with his own ears that this woman likes Liu, he still wanted to run away. This woman, now, isn't she even willing to hide it? Go slowly, don't send it off. Chu Feng suppressed his killing intent. Just go. Jiao Manli stomped her feet angrily. But when she thought that Chu Feng would not come to rescue her when she came up, she still didn't have any nostalgia, turned around and walked behind Liu. Just standing beside Chu Feng, Dai Lian and Wang Chao who heard the conversation between the two sides were a little strange. As Jiao Manli's boyfriend, you are not only close at hand but not going to save her. Still despise others? Isn't it normal for people to break up with you after they are rescued? How do you make it seem like someone made a mistake? Hey, wait! Just now Jiao Manli said that she is Liu Xiao's girlfriend? Shouldn't Liu Xiao's current girlfriend be Yanyun who is with him? Why did she suddenly become Jiao Manli? Just when everyone was surprised, Liu's voice rang out faintly. Chu Feng, how many people are there among you? Chapter 88. Liu asked how many people were there because he had the jade pendant of perception, which was considered knowingly asking. Chu Feng didn't want to talk to Liu at all. What does it have to do with you? Liu didn't care, and continued to say, it's so dangerous outside now, don't you plan to come out with everyone? With you? Chu Feng couldn't help feeling amused, are you kidding me? Chu Feng. Liu smiled, I know you are worried about what happened in the secret realm before, I can understand that. But as a man, I think you should put the big picture first. What do you think? Stop doing this with me. Seeing that Liu was so calm and relaxed, Chu Fengqi said, Liu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Either you break through the door right now, or don't pretend to be there, I feel disgusted when I look at you. Break the door in? What am I doing breaking in? Chu Feng, have you misunderstood something? Forget it, since you don't want to be with everyone, I won't force you. Liu said that he was going to leave, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, by the way, aren't the classmates around you coming out? Good. Chu Feng said every word, and he was decisive. He knew that Liu went to find Xiao Manli's dormitory on the opposite side first. So it's normal for Liu to know how many companions he has. That's fine. Liu shrugged and said nothing more. He neither broke the door nor revealed his murderous intentions. Instead, she took Xiao Manli downstairs. Sensing Liu's departure, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I guessed well. I have no conflict with him, so he wouldn't attack me in front of so many survivors? Hehe, it's really hypocritical to the extreme. Listening to Chu Feng muttering to himself, the moods of several of his teammates became less beautiful. Although Chu Feng is their captain, that's right. But you didn't even ask everyone's opinion, just made a decision directly? Is this inappropriate? And no matter how you look at it, Liu doesn't seem to be malicious, does he? Why is Chu Feng so hostile to him? In fact, it's not that Chu Feng doesn't want to ask their opinions. It's that he knows that Liu is dangerous. These teammates of mine obviously favored Liu in their hearts. If you ask yourself, Liu can easily persuade them. At that time, I will really be alone and helpless. Chu Feng. Aren't you angry that he seems to be leaving with your girlfriend in his arms? While Chu Feng was thinking, Wang Chao's words awakened the dreamer. What's there to be angry about? Chu Feng asked back. Compared to Xiao Manli, the matter of Cangyun made him more angry. I have already worn greener hats, so what is this kind of hat? Seeing that Chu Feng didn't care, Wang Chao looked incredulous, this is the goddess you've been chasing after for a long time? How can you bear it? I'm too lazy to care about you. Chu Feng glanced at the other party and didn't want to talk to Wang Chao at all. He directly found a corner bed, lay down and closed his eyes to rest his mind. His attitude made these teammates very uncomfortable. There are even some other ideas in mind. On the other side, Liu who came downstairs had a smile on his lips. It seems that he has no other hole cards, but for the sake of safety, it is more reasonable to let those cannon fodder go first. Young Master Liu, what are you laughing at? Seeing the smile on Liu's face, Xiao Manli couldn't help asking. Liu came back to his senses, nothing, let's go. The protagonist of Chu Feng's rebirth in the last days is the son of destiny. So when Liu dealt with him, he was very cautious. Even if Liu felt that his current combat power must be higher than that of Chu Feng, he did not dare to be careless. I'm afraid that the opponent has some hole cards and it's useless. But now seeing Chu Feng guarding the dormitory and not daring to come out, Liu felt at ease. When Liu took Xiao Manli downstairs. Downstairs in the dormitory where Chu Feng lives. 2 students, one male and one female, were lying on the bed, and a female classmate said to Li Wanning in a crying voice. What should I do? Teacher Li, Shan is dying. Liu saved many people in the past 2 days. However, the survivors rescued this afternoon were not in good physical condition. If there is not enough food to supplement, even Cangyun cannot be saved. Don't worry, there will definitely be a way. Seeing the 2 dying on the bed, Li Wanning also looked anxious. She originally wanted to follow Liu to the school to save people. I think that Liu has such a powerful ability, and he is willing to bring himself along. Then there's nothing wrong with saving lives by yourself. But when she came here, she realized that the strength of a person is really too weak. Especially when the tide of monsters rushed in overwhelmingly, drowning all the students in the first dormitory building. She even nearly cried. Watching those classmates die tragically, but you can't do anything? This feeling is simply indescribable. And now, although with Liu's help, they barely saved these people. But the shortage of food put them in trouble again. She didn't know how much food Liu brought out this time, but she knew that he saved a lot of people this time. The 3 bags of food I brought before are definitely not enough. Teacher Li. Wu Jiang's figure appeared at the door of the bedroom. Seeing Wu Jiang, Li Wanning hurriedly said, "What did classmate Liu say? The boss will come down immediately." Less than half a minute. Liu's figure appeared at the door of the dormitory where Li Wanning was. "Teacher Li. Student Liu, do you really have nothing to eat?" "I'm really sorry, Mr. Li, you should be very clear about how many people we saved, so there's nothing I can do now." "Then what should we do?" Li Wanning asked quickly. She didn't know how much food Liu's ring could hold. But she knew that the group of monsters pulled over by the black car blocked everyone's escape route, and everyone had no supplies in a short time. So the current situation must be very bad. Hearing the conversation between the two, the other students also looked at Liu nervously. Especially the 7 or 8 male students in the team. When the end of the world came, they passed by the girls' dormitory downstairs. Then he ran up in a panic. Not long ago, he was rescued by Liu. Food was already in short supply at that time. Don't say they are full, even if they are full, they are very reluctant. Liu thought for a while, don't worry, I remember who said that when Chu Feng came to this building, everyone had a backpack on their backs. I think they should have enough food. Hey, it seems so. I saw it too. They did carry a bag each. I just went upstairs to ask Chu Feng, and he doesn't seem to want to come with us. Liu nodded, expressing his understanding, so now. I'll take someone to find food, Mr. Li, you can take some people upstairs to find Chu Feng, and see if he can help in an emergency. Chu Feng? All right. No problem. Hearing Liu's suggestion, Li Wanning agreed without hesitation. Because this is indeed a good way. It's just that the other students heard the more critical information in Liu's words. Chu Feng has food on him, but he doesn't want to be with them? Is this guy so selfish? So after the survivors discussed for a while, they all became filled with righteous indignation. Chu Feng is too selfish. It's a little too much. That's abominable. These words appeared in everyone's minds one after another. Yes. Liu's food is not free. Instead, let these people help themselves to test Chu Feng's whole cards. Those people rescued by Liu thought that Liu had run out of food. After all, Liu did give everyone a lot of food and water. And Liu not only saved everyone, but also offered to go out and help them find food? How could they not be moved? So everyone went upstairs in a mighty way. As everyone knows, Chu Feng is the protagonist of Rebirth in the last days. How can the food of the protagonist reborn in the last days be so easy to get? Therefore, these people can only become Liu's cannon fodder. Even Li Wanning is just a pawn in Liu's hands. Chapter 89 Unbreakable Bureau. The survivors discussed and went upstairs, but Liu ignored them. Instead, he quickly found several of his teammates. "Boss, your new pet looks awesome, doesn't it? Stop talking nonsense, Wu Jiang, Shilei, follow me to find food." Since they said they were looking for food, they naturally had to put on a show. Wu Jiang nodded, "Okay, boss." Shilei was stunned, "Boss, do I want to go too?" "Go, you have to go, Cangyun, you come with me too." After calling the two together, Liu brought Cangyun with him and asked Jiao Manli to go back to his dormitory. Then he went back to the previous dormitory, found Wei Jianjun, and pulled him aside. "Old Wei. Come with me." "Young Master Liu, what's the matter?" "Old Wei, although we haven't been together for long, I trust you. Now I'll ask you a question. Young Master Liu, please tell me. What do you think we should do if we don't have enough food for ourselves?" Hearing this, Wei Jianjun froze in place. I don't know how long it took before his deep voice sounded slowly. "How much food do we have left?" 3 days. Liu stretched out 3 fingers, "If a few of us eat sparingly, we can probably eat for 5 days, but if we all eat together, we can only eat 2 meals at most. According to the number of monsters outside, we may not be able to rush out in 3 days, and we may be able to force it in 5 days. Young Master Liu, what do you think should be done?" Liu smiled and handed Wei Jianjun something, "You can do something for me." After bidding farewell to Wei Jianjun, Liu led his team to the downstairs of Jiao Manli. "Wait for me here for 2 minutes, I'll go upstairs." "Okay, boss." Hearing Liu's words, the others said nothing. Only Cangyun felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't say anything, just looked at Liu's back in a daze. In fact, Liu didn't do anything else in Jiao Manli's dormitory. Just give them some food and water again. Not much food and water. Just about 2 days. But this can at least guarantee that they will not starve to death within a week. Seeing Liu's actions, the girls were a little puzzled. Jiao Manli quickly grabbed Liu's hand. "Young Master Liu, don't go." There was a hint of panic in her eyes, and a hint of begging. The other 3 women are not stupid either. They don't know what's going on after seeing this scene? Hurry up and greet him. Young Master Lu. Master Lu. Lu didn't speak, just glanced at a few people, and finally fixed his eyes on Xiao Manli's face. Looking at this delicate and pretty face that was deliberately dressed up, he raised the corners of his mouth. Slowly stretched out his right hand and lifted the opponent's chin. Not only did Xiao Manli not hide, but she made a pitiful expression. You really want to come with me? Xiao Manli was taken aback for a moment, then nodded cautiously. Nothing else matters at this time. Only being alive is the most important thing. If you want to come with me, just stay here for a few days. If you can wait until I come back, I will take you away. Can't you take me away now? No. There are too many of you, I can't carry so many burdens. Well, let's do it like this. After saying this, Lu left the girls' dormitory without waiting for everyone's reaction. By the time they reacted, Lu had already gone far away. Downstairs. Seeing Lu coming down so quickly, Yan Yun was secretly happy, and even happily raised her hand to rub He Shui's dog's head. Lu's food is really only enough for 3 to 5 days? How is that possible? Lu is a villain, not a self-sacrificing protagonist. Why don't you leave yourself a way out? There is 10 cubic meters of space in the storage ring. No one else knows the size of this ring space except Lu. Therefore, Li Wanning and Shen Bin could only choose to believe Lu's words that he had no food. Now, except for some weapons and equipment and some quick frozen fresh food, it is almost all food. Even if the space of the previous 3 mountaineering bags and the food for Xiao Manli and the others were removed, there could still be a lot of things inside. Not to mention that there is too much food left, at least he and his teammates can eat Hessa for more than half a month. The reason why he said this was only to complete his plan. Although Chu Feng seems to be at the end of the road now. But Lu knew that he still had a long time ahead. Even if there are no other protagonists who are against him, I may also meet other strong people. So Lu was unwilling to bear the negative impact of killing him directly. Since Chu Feng is in a doomsday situation, why not wait for 2 more days? This is a game of chess. A chess game about human nature. In this chessboard, except for the few people brought out by himself and Xiao Manli, who had been rendered useless, everyone else can be said to be pawns. Li Wanning, Shen Bin, Wei Jianjun and all the survivors of these dormitory buildings. And his opponents were only Chu Feng and his 4 teammates. Under Lu's arrangement, Wei Jianjun changed into a suit of clothes, put on a peaked cap and a mask. Mixed among the survivors. Because of the darkness, clothes, masks, peaked caps and crowds, Chu Feng was busy dealing with other survivors again. So he didn't pay attention to Wei Jianjun's arrival. After the survivors came to the door of Chu Feng's room, Shen Bin, as one of the few adult males in the team, wanted to show off next to Li Wanning. He decisively brought the survivors to negotiate with Chu Feng. Chu Feng, we are all classmates, can't you help me? Help? Hearing Shen Bin's words outside the door, Chu Feng frowned. 10 years of experience in the last days made him understand Lu's thoughts in an instant. I thought about using the hands of these survivors to protect myself. But now, Chu Feng wants to curse. So that bastard Lu saved them for this purpose? He planned to let these people find him to get food? Grass. This bastard Yang Mao played well? Strategies are divided into 2 types, one is conspiracy and the other is conspiracy. Conspiracies you can't see are tricks. You can see Yang Mu, but there is no way to decipher it. Lu's move is a conspiracy that cannot be solved. Why couldn't Chu Feng crack it? Because these students were rescued by Lu, they are grateful to Lu from the bottom of their hearts. Chu Feng gave them food, others would only think that Chu Feng should take the food. The person they are grateful for is still Lu, not Chu Feng. And after giving them food, what did Chu Feng and the others eat? Without food, what would Chu Feng do to fight Lu? What do you use to break out? If no food? Others will think you are selfish. At that time, Chu Feng will definitely clash with these survivors. What? Tell these survivors that Lu must have leftover food, let them go to Lu for it. Who do you think these survivors will believe? So, unless his current strength allows him to find other food in a short time. Otherwise, there is no way to break the game. Damn it, you forced me. Chapter 90 The Axe in the Hand is the Truth. As a protagonist reborn after the end of the world, how could Chu Feng give food to others to gamble on an uncertain future? So he gritted his teeth decisively and made his own choice. I gave you my food, what do we eat? A boy said, but, do you have the heart to watch us die like this? I'm sorry, we have to keep these foods for leaving school, so we can't give them to you, so, please go back. Hey, kid. Isn't it selfish of you to do this? Shen Bin played his role as the villain. Because Lu has already led the team away. If Liu didn't find food and they couldn't get food from Chu Feng, everyone is at risk of starving to death. So what about selfishness? Chu Feng sneered, what does it matter to me whether you die or not? They are husband and wife with Lin Niao, and they fly separately when disaster strikes. Isn't it okay to give some first? No. Chu Feng said without hesitation, Mr. Li, I didn't blame you. You can't even take care of yourself now, and you still want to save others? Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? Just give some, human nature is so greedy, if you give some, you will get 2 or 3. Chu Feng knew this better than anyone else. Chu Feng, what the hell are you talking about? Are you still human? Young Master Liu and Teacher Li saved so many people, it's fine if you don't help, but you still mock Teacher Li. That's right, Chu Feng, you're going too far. And the food in your backpack must be from the school canteen. Why do you guys occupy it? Yes, yes. If you want me to say, we all have a share of what you eat. Yes, we all have a share. Chu Feng, hand over the food quickly, or don't blame us for being rude to you. Hearing the noise outside the door, Chu Feng looked disdainful. Oh? You're being rude to me? Hee. Okay, I want to see how you guys are being rude. Come on, Wang Hobo, Cao Wei, kick the door open. Boom. Boom. The dormitory where Chu Feng lived was kicked several times in a row. Finally, he was kicked away by one of the boys. It was the moment the boy kicked open the door. Puff. Chu Feng struck the shoulder of the boy in front with his axe. The shoulder bone was shattered, and blood spurted wildly. Before the boy could even scream, he was kicked by Chu Feng and flew away. Come. Chu Feng pointed at the people kicking the door with a fire axe. I see, who of you dare to go one step further? Conflicts arose between Chu Feng and the survivors. And the contradiction is not small? In fact, this is a necessity. Because Liu saved a lot of people this time. A total of 60 or 70 people. The 3 backpacks of food that Li Wanning and the others had brought before could not satiate everyone. Except for a few girls in Xiao Manli's dormitory, the others could barely recover their strength. Even if Liu took out some of his own food in order not to make others suspect. Previously these survivors were trapped in different dormitories. Because the number is small, most of them are girls, and they don't have any weapons, so they dare not go out. At this time, after the number of these survivors increases, they will naturally unite and find a way to survive. Now that Liu ran out of food, what should they do if they dare not kill monsters? I can only ask Chu Feng for something. If there is no food on Chu Feng's side, maybe they can only find a way to hunt monsters for food. Or just couldn't bear it anymore and ate these monster corpses raw. But now everyone knows that Chu Feng has 5 mountaineering bags of food. The survivors are here to survive, and the other side has seized a lot of food. How could the two sides not have conflicts? So under Liu's deliberate arrangement, Chu Feng cut down one person. Li Wanning wanted to stop it, but it was of no avail. Because Chu Feng's axe had cut off all possibility of reconciliation. Compared with the dormitory side, the other side is much more harmonious. A group of 5 people, plus a dog and a monkey. Liu moved them from where Chu Feng came from. Boss, it's so late today, are we still going out to help them find something to eat? Looking at the sky that was about to turn dark, Wu Jiang asked with a puzzled expression. If it's normal, it's okay. It's so dangerous in the dark, and you still find food for others? To be honest, he was a little reluctant. Looking for something to eat. Liu couldn't help feeling amused. Are you kidding me? What? Wu Jiang and Shi Lei were stunned at the same time. Liu, didn't we come out to find something to eat? Yan Yun, who heard Liu's words, was also a little puzzled. There are so many survivors there, how much food do you need to find? Do you really think you are the savior? Boss, what do you mean? Clean up the dormitory building in front of us. We will rest there tonight, and we will start to clean up the road leading to the outside of the school gate tomorrow. I don't care about the others. How? Liu asked without answering. I'm telling you clearly that the school's canteen has been emptied by other survivors, and the cafeteria has also been occupied by other survivor teams. The remaining food is only enough for the 5 of us to last for 3 to 5 days. If any of you want to go back, I can give you your share of food. When the words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at Liu with disbelief. Only for 3 to 5 days, that is to say, they may also be starved to death? Who do you want to go back? Seeing that everyone was silent, Liu asked again. Of course I'm with young Master Liu. Xue Li raised the corner of his mouth and was the first to speak. Shi Lei quickly shook his head. I'm not going back either, I can't save myself, so go save others. Wu Jiang also smiled awkwardly. It goes without saying, right? Only Yan Yun bit her lips. Of course I'm going with you, but Liu, I think we should at least bring Mrs. Li and the others along? Didn't they come with us? That's right, there's Brother Jun. Shilei echoed. They have their thing to do, you just do your own thing. Liu didn't want to explain, so he just kept silent after saying this sentence. He began to concentrate on directing Xiaojin to clean up the monsters together. On the other side, because Chu Feng slashed his classmate, the conflict between the two sides intensified. Chu Feng became the target of public criticism. It's just that the group of students saw the axe in Chu Feng's hand, but none of them dared to step forward. At first they thought that Chu Feng was just daring to kill monsters. Unexpectedly, he would be merciless when he chopped people down. This damn, is he really a student of their school? You kid, why do you treat your classmates so hard? Are you still unreasonable? Only Shen Bin, who is the first villain, is Li Wanning's protector. He was also one of the few adults present, so he could only bite the bullet and go forward to argue with Chu Feng. It's a pity that Chu Feng is the protagonist, so he doesn't reason with him at all. Reason? Chu Feng smiled disdainfully, are you talking about reasoning with me now? Let me tell you, the axe in my hand is reasoning. It's ridiculous to reason about these wastes if they can't beat them. You. What? Do you want to do it with me too? Chu Feng looked at Shen Bin with disdain, don't say I look down on you, just because of your greasy face, 10 of you will not be my opponent. You're an asshole. Shen Bin lost face in front of Li Wanning, his face turned pale with anger. Go away, don't go away, I will make you all like him. With a cold voice, Chu Feng pointed at the student on the ground who had been hacked with a bloody axe. After saying this, Chu Feng glanced at Li Wanning in the crowd from the corner of his eye. This teacher Li is really mouth-watering. Chapter 91 Wei Jianjun vs Chu Feng. Li Wanning is a university professor, her height is between Yanyun and Qiao Manli. About 168 or so. There is nothing to say about her appearance, with exquisite features and a cold face. Absolutely in line with the aesthetic standards of Xiaoguo people. In Liu's heart, it is not an exaggeration to give her a score of 95. Normally, Li Wanning's hair is tied up. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses, coupled with a serious expression that is usually unsmiling. She is simply the legendary high-cold female teacher. But her figure is very special. On the surface, it is not as well proportioned as Yan Yun, perfect. She was not as tall or as long-legged as Qiao Manli. But she has a very unique curve of a woman. If you wear a tight dress, from the back, it looks like a peach, and you can't help thinking. In short, the moment he saw Li Wanning, Chu Feng was attracted by Li Wanning's heroine halo. In the middle and early stages of the apocalypse, even if a beautiful woman like Li Wanning was used by countless people, she could at least get a 3-month ration for a small team of 5. If you are lucky, you may be able to exchange for 2 good treasures. Don't think that in the last days, the best beauties can be seen everywhere. Before the end of the world, most of the best beauties were owned by rich people. After the end of the world, these superb beauties can only be owned by the strong. Like Yan Yun and Li Wanning, women who don't wear makeup and can have a face value of more than 90 points. It's not even something that ordinary strong people can have. If it weren't for the potential hidden danger of Liu, I would have taken this woman away no matter what I said. Whether it is to satisfy one's own selfish desires or to survive in the future. Chu Feng felt that Li Wanning was very suitable for his team. But when Liu thought of Liu, Chu Feng felt very uncomfortable. Always feel that something is wrong? Although Liu, a bastard, won't do anything directly to himself, he isn't a person who gives up so easily, either. How did you lead the team away after inciting these survivors? Chu Feng didn't understand what kind of medicine was sold in Liu's gourd, but he didn't have the time to think about it now. Because he has no other way to go, he can only take one step at a time and continue to move forward. The survivors led by Shen Bin were forcibly forced back by Chu Feng's axe. Li Wanning had no choice but to retreat downstairs with the others and discuss countermeasures. And the man hiding in the crowd silently returned to the waiting room he had prepared temporarily. Early the next morning, Chu Feng carefully observed the situation around the dormitory. Not seeing Liu, he breathed a sigh of relief. Started to try to go downstairs to clean up the monsters. The survivors downstairs are getting more and more hungry, but what should they do if they can't beat Chu Feng? So there are boys who want to take refuge in him. Girls also want to sell themselves for food. But Chu Feng's team doesn't accept people at all. I don't look down on those ordinary goods. In Chu Feng's eyes, these girls with no strength but average looks are not even as important as a piece of bread. On the third day, seeing that Liu was still not there, Chu Feng prepared to lead the team away. More and more survivors want to join him. But Chu Feng was still unmoved. Because these people had conflicts of interest with him. It was easy to stab him in the back after joining in. So Chu Feng ignored them. After cleaning up some monsters on the road, he returned to his residence. Prepare to lead the team to leave here tomorrow morning. Dawn of the fourth day. Hey, didn't you say that young Master Lu went to find food? Why haven't you come back? If we don't come back, we will starve to death. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. Do you think Mr. Lu will come back? No way. How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. That's right, I saw before that young Master Lu and the others were working hard to kill those monsters. Hey, are you making a mistake? The main problem now is not Mr. Lu at all, okay? Yes, the most important thing now is the bastard Chu Feng. No, I can't take it anymore, we have to do something. Yes, something must be done. Lu, who went out to find food, still didn't come back. Some survivors have even begun to suspect that Lu will never come back. But most of the survivors expressed understanding to Lu. Because the outside is so dangerous, it is entirely possible for something to happen. What's more, the most important thing now is not whether Lu can come back or not. It's Chu Feng, a selfish guy who doesn't even want to share food with everyone. So on this morning, the survivors finally couldn't take it anymore. More than a dozen men and women hid behind Chu Feng's downstairs without telling Li Wanning, and attacked him desperately when Chu Feng came out. In their minds, it was obviously easier to attack Chu Feng than to attack monsters. It's just that they are so hungry, how can they be Chu Feng's opponents? In the face of these survivors who robbed him of food, Chu Feng did not hold back at all. One by one with an axe, they were all killed directly. All of a sudden, corpses littered the field, and blood flowed like rivers. Want to steal my food? Looking at the last person, Chu Feng's eyes were cold. No. It's their instigation, it's none of my business, Chu Feng, don't kill me. Too late. Go to hell. Chu Feng didn't listen to the opponent's sophistry at all, and chopped it down with an axe. Puff. Blood sprayed Chu Feng's face. That classmate died on the spot, but Chu Feng didn't care, and wiped the blood on his face lightly with his sleeve. This scene happened to be seen by Li Wanning and the others who rushed over upon hearing the news. So Li Wanning was dumbfounded. So are Chu Feng's teammates and Shen Bin. At this time, Chu Feng noticed Li Wanning's existence. His heart moved, and he walked slowly in front of Li Wanning, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Ms. Li? Do you want to live? If you want to live, come with me. Stinky boy, what the hell are you doing? Roll. Boom. Hearing that the other party wanted to steal her goddess, Shen Bin, who was standing next to Li Wanning, stepped forward and began to scold. Chu Feng gave a cold shout, and kicked Shen Bin away. A piece of trash, how dare you bully me in front of me? Shen Bin was already too hungry. Being kicked by Chu Feng, all the ribs on the right side of the chest were broken, and the blood surged wildly. Puff. A mouthful of blood spat out and went straight to half-life. Chu Feng smiled disdainfully, didn't even look at him, just looked at Li Wanning. But just when he was about to break down Li Wanning's psychological defense further, a tower-like man stood between the two of them. Boy, before young Master Lu said that you might be a hidden danger, I still didn't believe it, but now it seems that you are really a hidden danger. Oh? Is there another one to die? Looking at the man in front of him who was wearing long-sleeved trousers and wrapped himself up tightly with a peaked cap and a mask, Chu Feng squinted his eyes. I've noticed you before, but your figure looks familiar? I always feel like I've seen it before. Wei Jianjun's voice was cold, although I don't know why young Master Lu asked me to change into this outfit, hat, and mask. But it should not be necessary now. You are Brother Jun. Seeing Wei Jianjun's appearance, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Who the hell is your military brother? Stop talking nonsense and die. Wei Jianjun shouted angrily, clenched his fist, and threw it at Chu Feng. Chapter 92. Lu wanted to prevent the protagonist from making a comeback against the sky. Also in order to prevent some accidents from happening. In this battle, he really used all the chess pieces he could use. Lu knew it very well. This Chu Feng is the protagonist. I have already had a showdown with him again. If he was allowed to run away again this time, he would definitely get up. After the development is mature, I will find a chance to come back for revenge. Needless to say, how fast the protagonist grows up and develops. In the secret realm before, Chu Feng used secret techniques to escape. Lu didn't have much to do. The difference in speed between the two sides and the existence of the treasure made Lu let him go. But of course Lu will not give him any hope of turning things around now. Some people say that Chu Feng is more of a villain than Lu. Murder at a disagreement? Indeed. There is nothing wrong with that. Because before the time travel, Lu was just an ordinary person. He has neither experienced the end of the world, nor experienced a battlefield, nor killed anyone. And Chu Feng is the protagonist of the Doomsday novel, and he is also the protagonist who has experienced the Doomsday rebirth. Among the Doomsday texts from ancient times to the present, which doomsday rebirth protagonist is not decisive. Whether it's facing the little minion or the villain, there are only 4 words in the dictionary of the protagonist in the last days. Kill if you don't agree. So it makes sense to say that he is more of a villain than Luu. But since he has become the villain in the doomsday novel, of course Luu will not sit still. Wei Jianjun is the only one in Luu's current team who can fight against Chu Feng. In addition, his loyalty is barely passable, and it has a certain relationship with Chu Feng. So Luu found him and gave him 2 crystal nuclei and 7-day rations before leaving. Let him pay attention to Chu Feng, and at the same time protect Li Wanning's safety. And Luu himself led the team to find food, and tried to come back within 7 days. Although Wei Jianjun and Luu didn't know each other for long, both of them had experienced the tide of monsters together. In addition, he has already settled his wife and daughter. With his strength, even if Luu never returns, he can still find other survivors to go back to see his wife and daughter alive. So he hesitated again and decided to take on this task. It's just that he never thought that everything Luu said would become reality. This kid in front of him is not only selfish, but also threatens Li Wanning openly. Even killing people like drinking water, more ruthless than yourself? So he shot without hesitation. And when Chu Feng saw Wei Jianjun throwing away the mask and peaked cap, he was completely stunned. Because it doesn't fit his guess at all? Brother Jun, what's going on? Chu Feng shouted loudly while dodging Wei Jianjun's attack. Even Luu is also a reborn. But Luu in his previous life had never seen Wei Jianjun at all. Neither were on the same base, let alone any other. How did Luu find Wei Jianjun? Why did Wei Jianjun call out young master Lu one after another? This, do not, division, study. Dai Lian and Wang Chao nearby saw the two fighting together. Wanted to help but couldn't help. Because both Chu Feng and Wei Jianjun have strong physical fitness and fighting skills. Awakened people like them who have no fighting ability can't get in at all. Don't call me Brother Jun, I don't know you, and I don't have a brother like you. This is a misunderstanding. I saw you kill so many people with my own eyes, could it be a misunderstanding? Wei Jianjun was furious, punching punch after punch to bring his fighting skills to the extreme. From the first day when Li Wanning went upstairs, he was entrusted by Luu and rushed to the scene of the conflict between the two sides to protect Li Wanning's safety. It's just that on the first day, it was just self-defense when Chu Feng hacked one person. Not worth his shot. But it's fine if the kid in front of him doesn't give food to others. Actually kill directly? It is certainly wrong for others to steal your food. But wouldn't it be fine if you scrap them and let them fend for themselves? Do you have to kill them all? It has to be said that Wei Jianjun's mentality has not changed at this time. I can't understand Chu Feng's behavior of cutting grass and roots at all. But he couldn't care too much. Anyway, let's take this kid down first. As time went by, after several rounds of fighting between the two, Wei Jianjun suddenly realized that something was wrong. As a special retired master, his fighting level is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The fighting ability is above the fighting level, plus the awakened metal ability. Ordinary awakened people can't be their opponents, can they? And the kid in front of him doesn't seem to have any special abilities. How could he be as good as himself? Are college students all this awesome? Wei Jianjun, hurry up and stop, if you don't stop, I will lose my face. Turn your face? What can I do with you? Grass. In the previous life, Wei Jianjun was Chu Feng's strong teammate. In this life, he is also Chu Feng's capable general. But because of Luu's relationship, Wei Jianjun became Chu Feng's opponent. Chu Feng really wanted to explain the relationship between the two to Wei Jianjun. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to speak. Tell him he is born again? Let's not talk about whether the other party believes that he is reborn, even if he does, so what? With Wei Jianjun's current state, would he still consider himself a teammate? Dai Lian and Wang Chao couldn't intervene, and they were still discussing countermeasures. As for Li Wanning, she was frightened into a fool at this moment. She looked at Chu Feng who was fighting with Wei Jianjun, and then at the dozens of corpses in the distance. Everyone is dumbfounded. So in this world, there are not only monsters that can eat people? People can eat people too? This time, many survivors have extremely low immunity because their bodies cannot get food supplements. Many people fall asleep after getting sick and never wake up again. For food, people became irritable, and fights and injuries occurred from time to time. Even she herself almost fainted from hunger. Now for food, this boy named Chu Feng actually killed more than a dozen classmates? And seriously injured Shen Bin? How so? How so? Li Wanning's mind was in a mess, she subconsciously came to Shen Bin's side and squatted down. Shen Bin. You. How are you? This kid has a lot of strength. Shen Bin covered his chest, panting heavily, I feel like my lungs are on fire. He was kicked by Chu Feng and broke the ribs outside his lungs, so it is difficult to breathe now. Seeing Shen Bin like this, Li Wanning was even more desperate. In fact, after Liu left, she had already come to her senses. I don't even have enough food for myself, so what can I do to save others? But before Liu's team had no worries about food and drink, it was too late for her to understand this truth. There was a real shortage of food, which made her, like other survivors, panicked from hunger. The body is also getting worse day by day. If Wei Jianjun hadn't quietly slipped a piece of bread and half a bottle of water into her yesterday evening, she might not even be able to stand up now. Li Wanning ate some food, but Shen Bin was not so lucky. Because Wei Jianjun gave Li Wanning food, it was arranged by Liu. Wei Jianjun is a man with strong adaptability. Having received brutal training, he knows the importance of food at this time. Although he also has the spirit of self-sacrifice. But for the sake of his wife and daughter, he had to become selfish. So when Liu said that sentence, except for Li Wanning, other people don't have to ask. Although he couldn't bear it, he did it without hesitation. So this is what happened now. What should I do? What should I do? Cangyun is not here now. Seeing Shen Bin with blood on the corner of his mouth and a weak look, Li Wanning felt extremely sad. She wanted to call a few classmates to help carry Shen Bin to a safe place. But after she looked up, she found a shocking scene. These students were all staring at the backpacks of Chu Feng and his party. In their eyes, only the food in those backpacks, no one cared about Shen Bin's life or death. Seeing this scene, Li Wanning was completely desperate. Just when she was desperate. Wang! A sudden bark reached her ears. Next up, a giant mutant dog rushed over from a distance. After it came over, it didn't attack directly, but ran behind Chu Feng and stopped. Ho ho! It bowed slightly, with a holla from its mouth. He made a posture ready to attack Chu Feng at any time. Seeing this big wolf dog blocking his retreat, Chu Feng couldn't help but curse out. Liu, I'll know if I draft it. Chapter 93 Hey handsome, bite him. The mutated wolfhound contracted by Liu is about 1.5 meters above the ground. It is more than 2 meters long. Counting the height of the dog's head, it was even taller than Cangyun. For such a giant bulldog, the speed at which it runs is simply exaggerated. Seeing the appearance of this mutant dog, Chu Feng certainly knew that Liu had returned. Although he knew that Liu would not let him go. But he has nowhere to go. Liu left here with his men on the grounds of looking for food. In these dormitory buildings, they are the only ones who still have food. If they want to leave alive, they must clean up the surrounding monsters as soon as possible. Otherwise, they can only be besieged by those survivors. Once a person is extremely hungry, what can't be done? Chu Feng has a deep understanding of this point. As for letting him distribute food to other survivors, so as to delay the time when the conflict occurs? Are you kidding me? Liu saved so many survivors, how many days would his little food be enough for them? If you really gave them your own food, none of them would be able to leave the school alive. When Liu turns around, he will still be dead. So he can only hope that he can clear a way to leave the school before Liu comes back. But these monsters cannot be cleaned up in a day or two. So he was still besieged by survivors. It's not that he didn't think about showing mercy. But in the last days, this situation is life and death. Once you make a move, either you die or I die. He has to give it his all. Liu. After seeing the giant mutant dog, the figures of Liu and Xiaojun also slowly appeared behind her, and Li Wanning couldn't help being stunned. Because she never expected that Liu would appear at this time? During this time, all their survivors lived downstairs in Chu Feng's dormitory. Because of the angle, they couldn't see what was going on with Liu. Even Chu Feng only knew Liu's general direction. So she was very surprised to see Liu appearing suddenly. It seems that I'm not late yet? What's going on, Mr. Li? Hearing Li Wanning's voice, Liu glanced sideways at Li Wanning and Shen Bin, and asked a question knowingly as a consultant. Naturally, he had to watch from the beginning to the end of the game he set up. His main purpose is to kill Chu Feng, not to find food. So he didn't go far from the beginning. He was on the top floor of the dormitory, so he could just see part of the aisle on the first floor. Shilei did not participate in the battle. I specially found a place by the window to rest, and used eagle eyes to help Liu stare here all day long. After discovering the conflict here, he notified Liu immediately. Then Liu took 2 battle pets alone, found the safest passage and killed them. Seeing more than a dozen corpses with fresh blood flowing on the ground, Liu knew that his plan had succeeded. Even after seeing the seriously injured Shen Bin, he felt that his plan had exceeded his expected effect. In the evening a few days ago, I led the team and moved towards the main entrance. A path was cleared in the middle. At night, other monsters would roam this road and block the road. The scattered monsters on this road are not a big threat to himself and Chu Feng, but they are fatal to other survivors. With the monster blocking the road, other survivors had no choice but to go to Chu Feng for food if they wanted to survive. The outbreak of conflict between the two sides was the result that Liu wanted to see. As long as there are casualties, Liu can justifiably take action. But in his plan, there was no link of Shenbin being beaten. Shenbin became like this, it should be related to his own villain A attribute. This, Chu Feng is unwilling to give food. And still. Li Wanning succinctly explained what happened. Her mind was in chaos, but after seeing Liu come back, she subconsciously regarded Liu as the backbone. As I spoke, I couldn't help but want to cry. However, due to the long-term lack of water, tears have become a luxury for her. He killed those people, right? Li Wanning took off her glasses, rubbed her red eye sockets, and nodded slightly. Chu Feng, are you really ruthless? Hacked so many students to death in one go. Liu looked at Chu Feng in the field, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The direction Liu left was the direction Chu Feng came from. In order to avoid Liu, Chu Feng could only walk through the back door. There were many monsters pulled over by the black car at the back door. It cannot be cleaned up in 3 to 5 days. This is also one of the key reasons for the success of Liu's plan. The battle between Chu Feng and Wei Jianjun is now in the corridor directly opposite Jiao Manli's dormitory. One person and one dog sandwiched Chu Feng in the middle. Neither side made a move, but was confronting each other. Ruthless? No matter how ruthless I am, I'm not as ruthless as you. Chu Feng bowed his waist with an axe, took a defensive posture and cursed angrily, with your strength, you can obviously lead them away from here, but you left without making a sound? At least you will be responsible for their death. Half of the responsibility. Hehe, what a high-sounding reason. You really forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Liu sneered and looked at Chu Feng's teammates. Wang Chao, what do you guys say? Wang Chao is Liu's classmate, of course Liu knows him. The few of them stood there without making a move. Of course, Liu would not attack them out of nowhere. Hear what Liu said. While Chu Feng was wary of Wei Jianjun and the mutant dog, he glanced at his 4 teammates out of the corner of his eye. The answer I got was completely unexpected. A boy quickly said, young Master Liu, this matter has nothing to do with us. Wang Chao just echoed, yes, young Master Liu, we were just defending ourselves, and we didn't kill them. Everyone was killed by Chu Feng. Hehe. Chu Feng smiled as expected, the world is so cold. Wang Chao, Mao Nian. I saved you before, and this is how you treat your savior. No, Chu Feng, we just think you are a bit extreme. Yes. Chu Feng, you. Okay. The two of them didn't speak, and Chu Feng interrupted directly, don't you just think that Liu is strong enough, are you afraid that he will even deal with you? I understand. You don't need to find other reasons. Chu Feng, actually, I also think you've gone too far. Dai Lian, who had been silent all this time, also said, those classmates just now. You don't have to kill them at all. Dai Lian? Even you are blaming me? When they snatched our food, they didn't hold back anything. Dai Lian's words undoubtedly broke Chu Feng's defenses a bit. After all, they have experienced life and death together, right? They attacked us because we didn't give them food. We all want to survive. We can't say who is right and who is wrong. But wouldn't it be good if we are so powerful and just knock them out? Dai Lian replied as it should. Knocked out. Chu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled dismissively. Because these 2 words are very strange to him. Before so many survivors desperately came to grab their food, he just knocked them out? Are you kidding me? Anyone who has experienced the real end times knows everything. Stealing other people's food in the last days is like killing other people's parents and taking away other people's wives and daughters. Such a person, killing him 10 times is not too much, and knocking him out? But things have reached the point where it is now, and it is useless to say anything. Liu, the bastard, had planned everything before he left. Unless he is willing to distribute food to those survivors, and then win over them to go to the main gate of the school and confront Liu head-on. Otherwise, there is no way to crack it. But can he win over these survivors? No. These people are grateful to Liu, but only hate him, Chu Feng. Is there food in the direction of the main entrance of the school? No. Although there are outside the school gate, there are also many monsters there. Taking these survivors on the road is also a death sentence without food. Asshole. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and glanced at his teammates, everything was arranged by Liu, can't you see it? Not only did the people who heard this not see it. Instead, he frowned. Chu Feng, does he have a mental problem? Obviously he killed someone, but he said it was arranged by Liu Xiao. What kind of logic is this? Even if it was arranged by Master Liu, he did save so many people. Wang Chao, Mao Nian. Liu looked at Wang Chao and the others, if you guys are not going to make a move, you should go away, this guy seems to be crazy. Oh, yes, young Master Liu. Young Master Liu, let's go. Fuck you Liu, I'll kill you first. Boy, pass me first. Wei Jianjun, get out. Hey Shui, bite it. Chapter 94 Go in peace. This is a morning more than 10 days after the end of the world. In Yanqing University, near the depths of the school, the surrounding monsters have almost been cleaned up. But today, the smell of blood here is extremely strong. At the door of the dormitory, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in disorder. There was blood all over the place. I believe that it won't be long before these bloody smells will attract a large number of monsters. But Chu Feng doesn't care about these anymore. Because in his eyes, there is only one goal. That is to kill Liu first. Liu, a scumbag, robbed everything he knew. Wei Jianjun, a powerful comrade in arms from the previous life. Yan Yun, her confidant from her previous life. The magic weapon from the previous life. There are also secret treasures from this life. All of this should be her own, should be her own. But now all of this belongs to the guy opposite. And not only that. After seeing him, this bastard deliberately set up a trap for himself? A bureau that I can't break at all now. This game made everyone stand by the other side? Even his own teammates are no exception. This bastard Liu is simply hypocritical and disgusting to the extreme. Seeing Dai Lian, Wang Chao and the others backed away, Chu Feng was furious. Although he knew that he might not be Liu's opponent anymore, he had no choice now. Opposite Chu Feng. Although Wei Jianjun didn't know why Chu Feng knew his name. But he can be sure that he does not know each other. In his mind, the other party might only have awakened a certain special ability to read his own information. Not really knowing yourself. So he didn't think much about it. Seeing Chu Feng approaching, Wei Jianjun greeted him without thinking. The two sides fought together again. Wei Jianjun, get the hell out of here, you are helping the evildoers. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? My mother. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and almost told the truth. But his remaining sanity reminded him. If I tell the story of rebirth at this time, I'm afraid I will be regarded as crazy. So he was very helpless and could only bite the bullet and make a last-ditch effort. Who is stronger, Chu Feng or Wei Jianjun? If you talk about the strengthening level, the two are about the same, both are high-level black iron. It's just that Chu Feng was injured. Wei Jianjun retired as a special soldier. Natural strength and agility are much higher than ordinary people. So in terms of physical fitness, Wei Jianjun wants to have a certain advantage. But in terms of fighting skills, Chu Feng in the last 10 years is stronger than Wei Jianjun who has just experienced the end of the world. When Chu Feng lost a few days of growth time, the two of them could fight evenly. But Wei Jianjun is not alone on Liu's side. He also has a bronze-rank dog and a bronze-rank monkey. With the He Shui joining the battlefield, Chu Feng soon appeared to be defeated. Boom! In order to avoid the attack of the mutant dog, Chu Feng was thrown flying by Wei Jianjun. After landing and stabilizing his figure, Chu Feng didn't stop at all, just rubbed the injured part casually and rushed up again. In this battle, if it is a one-on-one duel, Chu Feng, as the protagonist, has a very high chance of winning against any person or creature. But now facing Wei Jianjun and a bronze-level mutant dog at the same time, he was a little powerless. But not bad. The protagonist is the protagonist after all. Even if he was cornered by Liu, he still had the strength to fight. As the battle in the field entered a fierce battle. After Chu Feng dodged He Shui's attack again, he forced Wei Jianjun back with an axe. Then without thinking about it, he stepped his right foot to the side and crossed his hands. Bastard, since you guys want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Boom. The moment Chu Feng crossed his hands, Chu Feng's momentum began to rise rapidly. Clothes, hair automatically without wind. It was as if huge energy was surrounding his body. At this moment, two lizardmen attracted by the smell of blood appeared in the woods not far away. Lizard man! Oops, not good. Quick, run! Seeing this scene, the other survivors quickly fled towards the dormitory building. The smell of blood here is so strong, since monsters have already appeared, there will only be more and more monsters in the future. So they ran without any hesitation. Seeing these two lizardmen, Liu who was standing beside Li Wanning also squinted his eyes. Ms. Li, you should also hide in the dormitory quickly. Oh, good. Li Wanning stood up, and then thought of something, but classmate Liu, Shen Bin. It's this time, and you still care about others. Liu frowned slightly, looked around and was a little angry, if you want to die, I will help you right away. Go. Liu suddenly shouted. Li Wanning trembled all over. As if waking up from a dream, she looked at Liu, then at Shen Bin, and then gritted her teeth fiercely. Okay, I'll go. After saying this, she no longer missed it, and quickly turned around and ran towards the dormitory. Wanning, you can't go. Looking at the back of Li Wanning leaving, Shen Bin couldn't believe his eyes. After so many days of the apocalypse, as an elite, he naturally adapted faster than others. He doesn't trust anyone, not even Liu. The reason why I came here with Li Wanning. I just don't want to see the woman I like have the chance to be touched by other men. The moment he saw Chu Feng approaching, he subconsciously walked up. Who knew that in the last days, being weak is the original sin? He couldn't bear Chu Feng's kick at all. In this apocalyptic environment, Shen Bin knew very well what it meant to be hurt like this. But the moment Li Wanning turned around, his heart was still full of unwillingness. Liu, what the hell do you mean? Seeing Li Wanning leave, Shen Bin clutched his chest and cursed at Liu, why did you let Wanning leave? Liu just glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, his eyes focused on Chu Feng, who suddenly exploded. Xiaojin, hurry up and help. Squeak. Xiaojin scratched his ears and complained, and after receiving the order, he rushed towards Chu Feng with hands and feet. This Chu Feng is worthy of being the protagonist. They are obviously about to die, but they can still explode? At this time, Chu Feng did not know what method he used to raise his combat power by more than one level. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and his skin and eyes turned red. It's like a monster that has gone berserk. He Shui failed, and Wei Jianjun was also pressed and beaten by the opponent. Liu didn't dare to be careless, so he quickly ordered Xiaojin to come forward to help, while clenching the King's sword in his hand. Grass, Liu, you bastard, answer my question quickly. Seeing that Liu looked indifferent and didn't want to pay attention to his appearance at all, Shen Bin didn't get angry. During this time, he lived very comfortably in Liu's team. Not only is there food and drink, but everyone is also polite to him. Days like this made him forget about Liu's strength, and also made him forget that Liu is the core of the team. What did you say? Hearing Shen Bin's angry scolding, Liu's eyes froze slightly, and he turned his head slightly to look at him. It would have been just a normal head turn. But there was no trace of emotion in those usually clear eyes. Some only have killing intent. I ask why you let Wanning leave. Sensing that Liu's eyes were wrong, Shen Bin quickly changed his words. No, what I'm asking is your second sentence. Me. Seeing Liu ask this sentence indifferently, Shen Bin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did I remember that the kid in front of me was not only a group of fierce monster killers, and also killed people. Student Liu, I was just in a hurry just now, I didn't mean it. Swish. Before Shen Bin finished speaking, a cold light flashed across his neck. Followed by... Shen Bin covered his neck and looked at Liu with an incredulous expression. Blood flowed out quickly from between his fingers. Why? Because he didn't drink water for a long time, his throat was cut by Liu again. So his voice is hoarse and choppy. He didn't understand at all, he just accidentally scolded the other party. Why would the other party kill himself? You are so smart, you shouldn't think of it. Receiving Liu's reminder, Shen Bin was instantly enlightened. Wanning is Wanning. It turns out that you love Wanning too. Your role is to protect her and at the same time intensify the conflict between you and Chu Feng. Otherwise, why do you think I should support you as an uncle? Liu didn't look at Shen Bin but sneered and turned his head to Chu Feng, who had exploded in combat power. Now you are useless, so, go with peace of mind. Just now Chu Feng beat you to the point of death, I will avenge you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 95 The Death of Chu Feng. After Liu finished speaking, he ignored Shen Bin. He directly clenched the King's sword in his hand, ready to look for an opportunity to kill Chu Feng. At this time, Shen Bin beside the bushes had no energy to call for help. He only felt that his vision was becoming more and more blurred, and his body was getting more and more tired. Every drop of blood flowing from his neck can take away the strength and temperature of his body. As his body became colder and colder, Shen Bin's life also came to an end. His eyes were wide open, and before he died, he still looked at the direction where Liu left, with a look of unwillingness on his face. It is obvious that he will not rest in peace. Although he never believed Liu, but never thought that Liu would kill himself because of Li Wanning. He was not reconciled, really reconciled. But he is not the protagonist, and he will not have a chance to do it all over again. Oh my god! How could this be? Looking at the situation downstairs, Xiao Manli and the four girls squatted behind the balcony, covering their mouths and not daring to make a sound. Due to the mutation of animals and plants, those flowers and trees have become extremely lush. In addition, the location where Shen Bin was kicked by Chu Feng was just under the mutated grass in the green belt. So other people didn't see Shen Bin being killed by Liu, but they did. He actually killed the man who was with Mr. Li. First Chu Feng killed so many people, and then Liu. What's wrong with this world? The women were terrified, even Xiao Manli could not help but tremble. It's one thing to see monsters killing people. But seeing people kill is another matter. The survivors who had ambushed Chu Feng before and were killed by Chu Feng, they were already terrified. But that is also in the case of conflicts between the two sides. But what happened to Liu and Shen Bin now? Why did Liu kill Shen Bin? Xiao Manli and the others were puzzled. Battlefield Center. Chu Feng is fighting fiercely with Wei Jianjun, Xiao Jin, and He Shui. After going berserk, he not only lost most of his pain sensation, but also his various attributes soared. In the case of 1 against 3, it was only a slight disadvantage. See this scene. Even Liu has to say, this is the protagonist. A high-level black iron, facing 2 mutated beasts of low-level bronze, plus a high-level black iron melee ability user. It's just a little bit of a downwind? Call, puff. Before Liu could think too much, he saw the opportunity and threw a wind blade from behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng, who was like a god of war, finally couldn't face the fourth person's long-distance sneak attack from behind. He was sent flying by Liu's wind blade. Boom! The whole fell heavily to the ground. The wind blade pulled a long gash in his back, and the blood quickly stained the front of his back. Seeing this, Zaijin took advantage of the victory and pursued it. Bang bang bang! After catching up with Chu Feng, he attacked irregularly 3 times in a row. It hit Chu Feng's chest and lower abdomen. He Shui followed closely behind, and his mouth full of fangs directly bit Chu Feng's wrist holding the axe. The crazily biting of the vicious dog made him in agony. What? Chu Feng screamed in pain. It is clear. His crazy skill has also reached its limit. Chu Feng had no choice but to keep waving his right hand in an attempt to throw He Shui away. But He Shui is a mutant beast, once he bites someone, he will bite him to death. Therefore, the movement of his arm waving not only failed to shake He Shui away, but also aggravated the wound on his wrist. That is to say, Chu Feng's body has been strengthened and is in a state of berserk. Otherwise, his wrist might have been bitten off. Suffer to death. The moment Chu Feng struggled, Liu's cold voice suddenly sounded. Then Chu Feng saw a long sword with silver light piercing from the front. How fast? In his current state, there is no way to dodge. Puff. The King's sword pierced his body. While Chu Feng was holding Liu's sword with his left hand, new injuries, internal injuries, and sequelae of madness erupted at the same time. Wow! A big mouthful of blood spit out. The bright red liquid was sprayed on Liu's King's sword, and slowly slid down along the silver blade of King's sword. His bright red skin and eyes gradually returned to normal. In a mad state, was forcibly interrupted by Liu. Hey, I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Wei Jianjun, who was out of breath, finally breathed a sigh of relief seeing that Chu Feng's state had recovered and he had no strength to fight again. Originally, he thought that he was a very powerful existence. Didn't expect these young people to be better than the other. It's okay for Bai Yueguang, after all, after he joined Liu's team, he knew that what Liu awakened was a supernatural power. And also got the treasure from the so-called secret realm. But this Chu Feng was really unexpected. Yeah, it's really strong. Puff. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and he pulled out the King's sword. Suddenly Chu Feng's body convulsed, and blood gushed out from his body like a spring. The ability Chu Feng used just now can be regarded as a big move. But this big move is just a defensive fighting ability. The duration is not very long, and the side effects are very serious. If you're at the start of combat, use this ability directly. It's good to be able to kill the opponent, but what if the opponent doesn't fight you when you use your ultimate move? It would be an idiot to come here to trouble you when your ult is over. So when Chu Feng was in the secret realm, he didn't have the confidence to kill Liu, so he didn't use this ability. Now he has no way to run, just to save his life, naturally he is reckless. It's a pity that Liu has too much high combat power here. 4 against 1, plus Liu's will to kill. Even if he exploded, he was already powerless. Finally. Is it over? The weak Chu Feng has no power to resist. Even though the mutated dog was still biting his arm, he didn't have the strength to struggle anymore. At this time, Chu Feng looked at the sky with a look of despair. Chu Feng, do you have any last words? I didn't expect that I would lose in your hands again. Chu Feng endured the severe pain and looked at Liu. Seeing that Liu had no expression and no intention of speaking, his smile became a bit bleak. There was despair in his smile, but no regret. Because he has reached the limit of what he can do when he has no way to escape. I have worked hard. So no regrets. You are also reborn, right? Chu Feng asked suddenly. Rebirth. Liu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled suddenly, looked at Wei Jianjun, and pointed to Wang Chao and the others. Hee, old Wei, please go and settle the boys over there. Okay, young Master Liu. Wei Jianjun heard the words and knew that he was not suitable to listen to the next conversation. Without too much hesitation, after moving his arms, he walked towards Wang Chao and the others. Both of Liu's battle pets were killed, and He Shui was cut in the waist and abdomen, bleeding profusely. Xiao Jin's arm was also chopped off with an axe. Under Liu's signal, they went to find the corpse and recovered. Chu Feng, I'm not surprised that you can come to this conclusion. Seeing Chu Feng in this state, Liu was not in a hurry. Couldn't you be born again? Hearing what Liu said, Chu Feng was stunned. Because in his subconscious mind, he had already regarded Liu as a reborn person. Otherwise, how to explain that Liu seized so many opportunities? It was just the existence of Wei Jianjun that made him a little suspicious. Now that Liu said this, doesn't it prove that he is really not reborn? You don't need to know that, you're going to die anyway, it's meaningless to know that. Chu Feng, Forget it, why tell you so much? Let's end like this. The villain died of too many words. Especially when facing the protagonist. So Liu, who wanted to say something, didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, and directly sent the green sword in his hand into Chu Feng's heart. Chu Feng has no cards left. He is at the end of the road, and he can't even move to avoid the vital point. Puff. The metal pierced into the flesh, making Chu Feng's eyes widen. But at this moment, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. For him, rebirth was originally a very happy thing. But the other party took away so many opportunities from him, and still tried to put himself to death? What's the point of such a rebirth? Since Shenjiu and He Sheng Liang, maybe this is the feeling? But now I no longer have to worry about becoming stronger and surviving. Everything in this world has nothing to do with me. Is this what death feels like? Haha. As Liu pulled out the King's Z sword again, Chu Feng's life also came to an end. Unlike Shen Bin, he didn't die in peace. Just maintaining a miserable smile, he slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Chu Feng and gaining Chu Feng's talent ability, Sacred Body. Chapter 96 The Reward for Killing Chu Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Chu Feng, gaining Chu Feng's innate ability, Sacred Body, gaining Chu Feng's personal combat skills, Berserker, Modified, Gathering Steps, Concentrated Combat Technique, Mastery of Axe and Hammer, Advanced, Fighting Skills, Top Level, Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill of the protagonist, gaining the Villain's Eye, Special Evolution, Combat Skill Selection Authority *1. Liu couldn't keep his eyes peeled for a series of system prompts. After killing the protagonist, Liu can gain the opponent's ability. Liu already knew this. But there is a first kill reward? This Liu really doesn't know. And after seeing Chu Feng's innate ability, Liu couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Holy Body? What is this stuff? Why does this name sound so awesome? Chu Feng is the truth. The feeling for Liu is actually not very strong. Apart from some combat experience and insights from later generations, the madness ability seems a bit powerful. Others are not very handy. But now, I saw that Chu Feng also has an innate ability called Holy Body. Liu was really puzzled. Boom. Thinking room. A mass of memory and energy suddenly gushed out from Liu's consciousness space. It quickly integrated into his mind. Liu didn't have time to think about anything else, so he quickly knelt down and covered his head. This memory is about Chu Feng's fighting ability and some later generations' fighting skills. This energy is the energy of Chu Feng's sacred body. The memory is not too much, and with Liu's current mental strength, he can quickly receive it all. But the energy of the sacred body made Liu feel very special. I don't know how long it has been. When Liu came back to his senses and saw the sacred body in the system again, he was completely stunned. I'm so stupid. Chu Feng is too strong, isn't he? Sacred body, evolved to the ultimate form, can achieve immortality, and cannot be killed by weapons below the artifact. Liu's system has a skill bar. After killing Chu Feng, all the skills obtained will appear on this skill bar. To be frank, Chu Feng gave Liu the feeling that he was really not very strong. Although after he became berserk, he could fight 3 with 1. Moreover, there are 2 mutated beasts, both of which are bronze beginners, more advanced than him. But isn't it normal for the protagonist to leapfrog against the enemy? Therefore, although Liu was a little surprised to see Chu Feng 1-on-3, he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, after killing the opponent, he felt that he was a little weak. But when Liu saw that Chu Feng's talent skill was the sacred body, he was really dumbfounded. Even if he has the heart of a villain, his heart can't help beating wildly at this moment. Because this skill cannot be summed up in simple terms. This is simply too strong, isn't it? Not only can you live forever, but you can't be killed by weapons below the artifact? Liu guessed that even Chu Feng himself didn't know that he was so awesome. Liu let out a long breath and forced himself to calm down. Because he saw the most critical words in this talent skill. Need to strengthen to the ultimate form? After Liu calmed down, he didn't have time to think about it and quickly continued to look down. After some research, Liu basically confirmed that this is really a bug-level skill. Although this skill has no attack power, its recovery power is extremely amazing. With the improvement of the enhancement level of the sacred experience, different recovery effects will gradually appear. The black iron level that has just started can add a good resilience. This resilience will accelerate wound healing. And slowly restore the epidermis, automatically remove soft tissue hyperplasia. That is, no matter how exaggerated your wounds are. Can the wound be restored to its original appearance without leaving any scars with just a random suture? Bronze level, the resilience continues to become stronger, immune to corpse poison of the same level. Silver level, the recovery power continues to become stronger, and can continue to restore physical strength. Gold level, regeneration of severed limbs. Dark gold level, automatically repair internal organs. Seeing this, Liu no longer knew what to say. This shit wants Chu Feng to continue to develop, the consequences are simply unimaginable. It can only be said that the protagonist is awesome and doesn't explain it. Chi chi chi. The sound of a sickle mantis flapping its wings brought Liu's thoughts back to reality. He glanced quickly, and saw that there were more and more monsters coming over, smelling blood. Before he had time to think about it, he quickly shouted to Wei Jianjun. Old Wei, withdraw. Good Ellie. Just go to the dormitory next door. Roger that. After Liu finished speaking, he was about to evacuate, but he suddenly glanced at the bag that Chu Feng dropped on the ground before the fight. Quickly picked it up, then called 2 battle pets, and ran towards Xiao Manli's dormitory. Dai Lian and the others originally wanted to save Chu Feng. After all, no matter how much Chu Feng went too far, he had saved them before. But now they haven't developed yet. Compared with top awakened people like Liu and Chu Feng, there is a big gap in strength. So they can't intervene in the battle between the two sides. Seeing that Chu Feng was dead, they felt a little uncomfortable. They thought that no matter what, they should snatch his body back and leave him a whole body, right? But more and more monsters gave up their thoughts again. He quickly followed Wei Jianjun and hid in the dormitory where Chu Feng was before. After killing Chu Feng, the big stone in Liu's heart can be regarded as falling to the ground. At this moment, he is relaxed. Even the running speed was 2 points faster than usual. Randomly found a room to hide in. Liu heaved a sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on his face. Quickly check out the other abilities you just got. The Eye of the Villain, Special Evolution. Congratulations on solving the first protagonist in your life. The Eye of the Villain, Special Evolution, is a reward for the first kill. Discover potential awakeners. Your villain's eyes can already identify the male protagonist and read all the character relationships and plot lines of the male protagonist. Your villain's eyes can see the upper limit of the betrayal rate of human attributes, strengthened from 30% to 50%, and see their types and characteristics of abilities, which means that you can now read the information of strangers. Note, if the upper limit of the betrayal rate of your villain's eye reading information is already 50%, then this ability will be strengthened to 80%, if it is already 80%, the strengthening value will be 100%. Chu Feng was the first protagonist Liu killed. After killing him, in addition to Chu Feng's ability, the system also gave 2 rewards for the first kill. One of them is this villainous eye. There are a lot of skill descriptions. To sum it up is 2 points. 1. Liu can now use these eyes to determine whether the other party is the protagonist, and read the other party's storyline. Second, you can see the 50% betrayal rate, which is the personal attributes of strangers. The first point means, there will be other protagonists. Okay. Liu had already expected this. Although there are several protagonists in a world, this setting is a bit strange. But if there is only one Chu Feng, it would be too boring. However, with this ability, being able to identify the hero and read the plots of these protagonists is quite critical. As for the second point, that would be even more awesome. He can now see the stranger's character attributes and abilities. In other words, as long as the other party is not hostile to you, you can know what abilities the other party has awakened, and how to use this human ability. With this power, can I better discover other buried awakened ones? Tisk tisk, yes, yes. Battle Skill Selection Authority. This is also the first kill reward, use it and see. The villain's eye rewarded for the first kill has a very good function, so Liu can't wait to use another first kill reward. Ding! Use the combat skill selection authority successfully, please choose one of the following abilities. 1. Full level of fighting skills, 2nd, swordsmanship is proficient at the full level. Liu. Seeing these two skills, Liu just wanted to say one word. Fuck. I'm going to take off again? Hey? Why do I say again? Chapter 97 Li Wanning with a mental breakdown. After killing Chu Feng, Liu not only gained Chu Feng's ability. He also got 2 first kill rewards from the system. The combination of the 2 rewards gave Liu a qualitative leap in strength. From this point of view, the protagonist Chu Feng is more like a test for Liu by the system. Or a trial period. After passing the probationary period, let Liu turn into a real powerful villain? Before, Liu could only familiarize himself with Chu Feng through the initial plot and character cards given by the system, so as to formulate a series of battle plans. And now, not only can he directly read the protagonist's information and related plots, can it also allow him to find those awakened powerhouses in the vast crowd and form his own power? Is this the gap between intern employees and regular employees? Thinking of this, Liu couldn't help laughing, and then chose the full level of swordsmanship proficiency without hesitation. According to the system, these combat skill levels can be divided into 5 levels in total. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top, Full level. Now there are 2 full-level skills of fighting and swordsmanship for oneself to choose. After killing Chu Feng, he gained a fighting skill, top level. Then if I still choose the full level of fighting skills, wouldn't the 2 abilities overlap? So decisively choose the full level of swordsmanship proficiency without explanation. Swordsmanship is not something like sword energy. It's a move with a sword. Feeling a lot of muscle memory and swordsmanship moves coming from the brain. Liu even felt that if he gave himself a half-soft sword now, I can definitely use such an exquisite sword move as Dogu 9 swords. Go, go, go. Chi chi chi. After Liu and Wei Jianjun evacuated, the monsters attracted by the smell of blood had gathered in groups. Praying mantises and lizards are eating these corpses with sour sounds. Shen Bin died, killed by Liu. Liu never thought of killing him. After all, there was no grievance between the 2 of them, and when he was seriously injured, it was enough for him to fend for himself. But Shen Bin's bastard made Liu unable to control the killing intent in his heart. So just kill him without explaining. Chu Feng also died. It was also killed by Liu. Chu Feng was selfish and killed so many people. It has long aroused the dissatisfaction and fear of other survivors. Liu killed him at this time, not only was he not blamed, but it was more like the righteous side was upholding justice. In addition, the 2 sides are already old enemies arranged by heaven. So there is nothing to say about Liu killing him. Li Wanning was currently on the 2nd floor of Jiao Manli's dormitory. When Liu killed Shen Bin before, she was looking for a place to hide, so she didn't know that Liu killed Shen Bin. She found an empty room, and after hiding in it, she saw Liu kill Chu Feng, and also saw Liu abandon Shen Bin. When Liu ran over with Chu Feng's backpack, those monsters were already eating the bodies of Chu Feng and Shen Bin. They bite and pull. The scene is bloody and brutal. Boom boom boom. Liu accurately found Li Wanning's location by sensing the jade pendant. He knocked softly on the door. Li Wanning was taken aback for a moment, then came to the door and asked cautiously. Is it Liu? It's me. Click. The door is open. After Liu came in, he ordered the 2 pets to guard the door, and then closed the door. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, in Shen Bin's situation, it doesn't make sense to save him, so. Although he can be sure that when he killed Shen Bin, Li Wanning did not see it. But it has to be said. It's okay, Liu, I understand. Li Wanning's mood was extremely low now, but she didn't blame Liu for it. Because during this time, she has seen too much life and death. Knowing that it is impossible for Liu to put himself in danger for a stranger. What's more, Shen Bin is dead, so what's the point of her blaming Liu? You just understand. Liu. Okay. Liu raised his head slowly, and suddenly a very soft body fell into his arms. Why Liu? Why is this happening? Li Wanning lay on Liu's shoulder and burst into tears. At this time, she had completely lost the serious face of the past. He didn't care about the difference in identity between himself and Liu. Some were just a woman with a total mental breakdown. In the past few days when Liu left, she experienced too many things. Chu Feng is selfish in not giving food to everyone. Survivors fell ill and died due to lack of food. He even went to ambush Chu Feng for food, but was hacked to death by Chu Feng instead. Rivers of blood flowed, corpses scattered everywhere. When Chu Feng walked up to her and asked her if she wanted to live, she was at a loss as if she had been struck in the soul. Then Liu rushed back in time. Chu Feng was killed, and Shen Bin died tragically. All of this directly destroyed the 3 views she had established since she was a child. She can't stand it anymore. They're all dead. They're all dead. Feeling the soft body trembling slightly, Liu smiled. Put the King's sword into the ring, and then put his right hand on the opponent's back. He didn't speak, but quietly felt the touch brought by Li Wanning's body. After an unknown amount of time, Li Wanning finished venting her emotions. Suddenly, he felt that there was something wrong with the actions of the 2 of them, so he quickly let go of Liu. I'm sorry, Liu, I just now. No need to say sorry. Liu directly interrupted the other party, walked to the side bed and sat down. You have been able to bear it from the first day of the end of the world until now, and you are stronger than many women. Is it? Li Wanning was still depressed, but Liu, they are all dead. They are all. Okay, Teacher Li. This is the end of the world, dead people are normal, you should get used to it as soon as possible. Mr. Li, I want to ask you a question now. What is the problem? Li Wanning took off her glasses and wiped her tears. Do you still want to live? When Liu said this, he looked seriously at the beautiful university professor in front of him. Do you still want to live? For others, this question can be answered without thinking. But for the former Li Wanning, it was not so easy. Because she is a university teacher and Liu is a student. Let her admit that she wants to live in front of her students, she can't say it no matter what. But now, Li Wanning hesitated to speak, then bit her lips tightly. Liu, what you really want to ask is not this question, is it? You guessed it. Not bad. Liu admitted generously, when you were in the hotel before, you kept avoiding me on purpose. I knew you must have guessed it, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal anyway. My fair lady, what a gentleman. You are so beautiful. As a normal man, it is normal for me to like you. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, I want to take you away, but the premise is that you must be my woman. Chapter 98 Prince Charming. Hearing Liu's words, Li Wanning was stunned. Because she never expected that Liu would have a showdown with herself so directly in this situation. So much has just happened out there. In fact, after getting along with her for this period of time, she felt pretty good about Liu. Young, handsome, courageous, capable. Such a man is simply the Prince Charming in the minds of all women. But appreciation is appreciation, being together is another matter entirely. Not only are there differences in age and identity between the 2, but the other party still has a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Li Wanning had no choice but to temporarily put her sadness aside. Liu, I am very grateful for your liking. But it is not suitable between us. What's inappropriate? Liu frowned slightly, now the outside world has become a world of the jungle. It's normal for a powerful man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Forget it, I don't want to reason with you, just tell me the answer. Does it have to be like this? Not bad. What if I don't agree? Li Wanning looked at Liu with a complicated expression, and asked a tentative question. No promise. Hearing this, the corner of Liu's mouth twitched, and he didn't answer the other party in a hurry. Instead, she stood up slowly and walked in front of Li Wanning. Because of the difference in height between the 2, Li Wanning involuntarily took a step back. Just when she was about to say something, she was stunned by Liu's next words. Then I will end your life with my own hands. The end of the world is coming, and everything will be spoken with fists. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. So in the absence of anyone else, Liu directly expressed his intention. But before killing Li Wanning, of course Liu had to do everything that should be done. Otherwise, I spent so much effort just to kill Chu Feng? This is really a bit of a loss. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, with a smirk on his lips, Li Wanning panicked a little. Not only because of the meaning in Liu's words. Also because she grew up so big, it was the first time that she was held in the arms of other men like this. When she cried on the other's shoulder just now, she didn't feel this way. Are you really going to kill me? Li Wanning couldn't believe it, her body trembled uncontrollably. I don't know if it's because of nervousness or because of fear. Or nervous enough to be scared. Of course. Liu didn't care about Li Wanning's emotions at all. Instead, there was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, and he raised his right hand to hook the opponent's chin. The woman I like will never allow other men to get involved. Since you don't want to go with me, then I have no choice but to kill you. Liu's words subverted cognition, which made Li Wanning a little unresponsive. Seeing the beautiful face so close at hand, Liu couldn't hold back and kissed her directly. Li Wanning was still in a daze, so she didn't run away immediately. Feeling the warmth from her chapped lips, her mind went blank. Ever since she was a child, she had never felt what it was like to be kissed by a man. I didn't expect that now, I would be given by a boy who is so much younger. Li Wanning came to her senses and subconsciously wanted to push Liu away. But unexpectedly, Liu took the initiative to let go of himself one step earlier than her. What are you doing? How many days have you not drunk water? Your lips are so dry. After all, Li Wanning is a woman, and her hair is tied up. There are only 5 days in total here. So she smelled much better than Xiao Manli before. It's just that the chapped lips really can't satisfy Liu. Li Wanning subconsciously wanted to answer, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. Kid Liu, did he kiss himself just now? Surely? Why didn't I push him away? Is it because of fear? And when he kissed himself, he still disliked his dry lips. Get cheap and sell well? Before she could think about it, Liu had already handed her an unscrewed bottle of mineral water. Drink first. Li Wanning wanted to refute something, but she didn't eat much the day after Liu left. I didn't even drink water. That's why Wei Jianjun gave her something last night. So food and water are really needed right now. Seeing the water Liu handed over, she didn't have time to worry about Liu's excessive behavior just now. It feels like drinking the mineral water directly after receiving it. Gudu, gudu. The sound of drinking water became the only sound in the entire room. When she finishes drinking the water, screw on the cap. Liu naturally handed over 2 bags of bread. Be my woman and I will protect you. The calm voice made Li Wanning freeze in place holding the mineral water bottle. It was hard for her to imagine that the words I protect you would be uttered from a student who was much younger than herself. But when Liu said this, he didn't feel any disobedience. Because not only does he have this strength, but she also unknowingly regards Liu as her reliance. Only. Li Wanning was originally the heroine prepared for Chu Feng, but Liu knew her before Chu Feng. Recalling all the difficulties and dangers the two of them experienced together during this period of time in their minds. In fact, Li Wanning subconsciously wanted to agree. But her deep-rooted concept really cannot accept the fact that a man has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Especially when he is a third party. So she hesitated. But this time, Liu didn't give her much time to think. The other party didn't directly refuse, but was hesitating. This is clearly on the verge of wanting to agree but being too embarrassed to agree. At this time, as long as you are brave enough, the other party can directly take maternity leave. So Liu, who understood this, threw the food aside without saying a word, and hugged the other person into his arms again. This time he not only kissed, but his hand. This is something Liu has thought about for a long time but has no chance to do. Now finally get what you want. This feeling. Li Wanning was confused by Liu, she never expected him to be so courageous. Actually, her mind was blank just now, so she didn't have time to push Liu away. And this time, although she became conscious, she still didn't push Liu away. Just grabbed the opponent's hand and resisted symbolically? She doesn't know why she is like this. Was it because he was afraid that Liu would kill him? No, absolutely not. Seeing such a tragic scene in the last days, she was not as afraid of death as she imagined. This point, Li Wanning can be sure. But if it wasn't fear, what would it be? Could it be that he really fell in love with this boy who faced the apocalypse and remained calm from beginning to end? While thinking, Liu let go of her again. Who? Due to holding her breath for a long time, her brain was a little hypoxic, and after being released by Liu, she quickly took 2 deep breaths. As her exaggerated bust kept rising and falling, Liu's playful voice reached her ears again. Come on, call your husband to come and listen. Chapter 99 Want to fight hard with me, are you qualified? Old husband. Li Wanning couldn't help being stunned, her face was also in disbelief. Although she is still held in Liu's arms now, she hasn't agreed to him yet? Is this guy so aggressive? Ugh. Liu directly agreed. It caught Li Wanning by surprise again. No, Liu, can you give me some time to adapt? Just call me husband, I always feel. Li Wanning was a little bit speechless. Not to mention her previous experience, her current sadness has not completely dissipated. In her mind alone, the word husband is very serious. You didn't even agree to him, so you just let yourself call him husband? Are you kidding me? No matter what, she couldn't call out. At this moment, Li Wanning didn't notice at all. Although she is much older than Liu, she is also Liu's university teacher. But in her subconscious mind, she already regarded Liu as her peer or even her predecessor. No way, who made Liu's performance after the apocalypse so outstanding? Okay, no problem. Liu agreed bluntly, however, what do you think it should be called? Although Li Wanning did not directly agree. But not only did she not refuse, but she was still negotiating conditions with herself. What is the difference between this and a direct promise? So Liu was in a very happy mood at this time, and didn't care what he was called at all. I'll call you classmate Liu. Li Wanning thought for a while, and this kind of thing, I think I should communicate with classmate Cangyun first. Hearing what Li Wanning said, Liu also felt that it made sense. But... You're right, but student Liu can't do it, it's too unfamiliar, you can just call me by my name, I'll still call you Teacher Li from now on. Talk to the teacher, it's a bit like in Japanese love action movie. This is okay too. As long as she doesn't immediately change her name to something that only couples call. It doesn't matter what Li Wanning is. After getting the exact answer, Liu no longer struggled with this question. Put the 2 pieces of bread back into Li Wanning's hand, and then took out some other food from Chu Feng's backpack and handed it to her. By the way, I took a closer look at the other party's information. Name, Li Wanning. Age, 27. Height, 168. Weight, 106. Betrayal rate, 26%. Vitality, 10. Mental power, 13. Power, 9. Agility, 7. Reinforcement level, none. Ability level, special occupation, enchanter, black iron beginner. This is the information of Li Wanning seen by Liu after the evolution of the villain's eye. Although I have known for a long time that the heroine in the last days cannot be a vase, but this enchanter, haha, a good job. After Liu's villain's eyes evolved, he could not only see the abilities and attributes of strangers. You can also see the opponent's abilities. Li Wanning killed Shenbin because she didn't see Liu. So her betrayal rate is only 26%. As for her profession as an enchanter, the awakened who has awakened the enchanter is similar to the awakened like Shilei and Tongnengeo. Neither can he strengthen himself through the crystal nucleus, and his physical fitness is not much better than that of ordinary people. But they can use this ability to enhance the power of equipment. Weapons, armor, rings, etc. However, this ability only has an effect on equipment that itself has special power. Ordinary equipment is not enough. And if you want to enchant weapons and equipment, you not only need a certain ability level of the enchanter. Some special materials are also required. Just like the casting master Tongnengeo. Depending on the material, the effect and success rate of the enchantment will be different. Depending on the level of the enchanter, the enchanting effect and success rate will also be different. In short, the higher the enchanter's talent, the higher the level, and the better the material for enchanting, the better the effect and success rate of enchanting will be. Li Wanning still doesn't know that she is an enchanter. Because the enchanter must come into contact with these special equipment before he will know that he has this kind of power. It's like Cangyun has to touch the corpse of a monster to know that she has the ability to perceive. From the beginning to the end, Li Wanning never encountered any special equipment. So she still only thinks that she is an ordinary person. After Liu gave Li Wanning the food, he didn't make any further moves towards Li Wanning. After all, the other party acquiesced to the relationship between the two, so there was no need to rush for a while. In addition, Li Wanning's mental state has not adjusted yet. So, it's almost enough after the hand addiction. It's not too late to enjoy it after leaving school and returning to the base to take a shower. However, when Liu was studying Li Wanning's profession as an enchanter, 3 kilometers north of the Rhine Hotel. Boom! The entrance of the 5th floor of a small building. Wang Shen, who is not tall but usually a bit domineering, was knocked to the ground by Xiao Fan's sap. During this period of time, Xiao Fan has searched for supplies and hunted zombies to obtain crystal nuclei. Most of the rest time was used to inquire about Liu's news and seek revenge from the king. After so many days of waiting, he finally waited until Wang Shen ran out of food and came out to look for food. No way! The food at home is always more adequate than the food at school. Originally, with Xiao Fan's current strength, he could have directly broken into the door. But breaking the door will attract a large number of monsters, and it will also arouse Wang Shen's strong resistance. This is very detrimental to his revenge. So Xiao Fan chose to wait patiently. When Wang Shen was too hungry to come out of the room, he deliberately carried a bag and appeared in the other party's sight. Seeing that he was carrying a large bag of food, Wang Shen felt that Xiao Fan was a stupefied young man who would be easy to deceive. Then she pretended to be false and brought him to her door with evil intentions. Didn't expect to be knocked unconscious by Xiao Fan the moment the door was opened? Xiao Fan pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger? Boom! Xiao Fan pulled Wang Shen in and closed the door. What? Seeing her husband being dragged in by Xiao Fan, Zhou Yan in pajamas screamed. Shut up! Xiao Fan turned his head and shouted coldly at Zhou Yan. But his scolding had no effect at all, instead it aroused Zhou Yan's anger. You beat my husband, my mother will fight with you. Snapped. Before rushing in front of Xiao Fan slapped him with a big slap. Then Zhou Yan felt her throat was stuck by the opponent. She wanted to struggle, but the opponent was too strong, no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. And soon out of breath. Want to fight with me? Are you qualified? Xiao Fan smiled disdainfully, and looked at Zhou Yan's pajamas. Summer pajamas are as thin as cicada wings. The graceful body caught Xiao Fan's eyes, making his blood surge. Ms. Zhou, didn't I see that you have a really good figure? Zhou Yan seemed to be aware of something, but she wanted to speak but couldn't speak a word because her throat was stuck. Xiao Fan took 2 quick steps and pressed him onto the sofa. The other hand moved quickly. Aren't you so arrogant? Didn't you let the dog bite me? Today, I will kill you in front of your husband. After a few 10 minutes. Zhou Yan's face was covered with bruises, curled up in the corner of the sofa, trembling all over, looking at Xiao Fan with fear. Ha ha ha. Is this what it feels like to be a bad guy? Cool. Xiao Fan tidied up his clothes, threw Wang Shen downstairs, and laughed wildly. This unscrupulous feeling is really cool. Next, it's you, Luu. Xiao Fan said something viciously, and then looked at Zhou Yan. You, crawl over here for me. Chapter 100 I will go with you wherever you go. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhou Yan trembled all over. But she was already frightened by Xiao Fan. Even with injuries on her body, she could only put her hands on the ground obediently. Then slowly crawled towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan squatted down, reached out to pinch her chin roughly, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. If you don't want to die, just wait here obediently for me to come back. If I don't see you immediately after I come back, I will definitely find you and make your life worse than death, understand? Understood. Very good. Xiao Fan let go of his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and walked out of the room with the door key. But before he left, he gave Zhou Yan some food and water. After all, he wanted revenge on this woman. If this woman just starved to death, it would be too boring. Seeing the ham sausage, snow cakes and mineral water left by Xiao Fan, Zhou Yan quickly opened the packaging bag and stuffed them into her mouth. At this time, she has completely lost her usual shrew image. Seeing this, Xiao Fan was even more satisfied. He put on the backpack he had prepared in advance, closed the door and went downstairs in the community. He didn't do anything else, but rode on a pole in a parking shed. In the last days when electricity is unavailable, what kind of car can carry loads? This thing is the most powerful car for a successful person. In order to avoid being noticed, he found the most remote path and walked all the way towards the school. Cycling among monsters? There are probably not many people in the whole world with such a behavior of hanging up the sky, right? Feel the surprised eyes of the few survivors on this road. A smug smile rose from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. So what if these people know their abilities? There's nothing you can do about yourself. He likes this kind of thing, you see how I'm upset and can't kill me. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Xiao Fan quickly rode his bicycle to a location not far from Yanqing University. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. How come there are so many monsters here? Looking at the street ahead that was blocked by monsters, Xiao Fan was stunned. There are still so many abandoned vehicles on this street. But on the roof, in the middle of the street and in the buildings on both sides of the street, are there monsters? A scythe mantis standing on the roof, motionless as if sleeping? The lizardmen on the ground either lay down to bask in the sun, or wandered around with the zombies. Occasionally, a few lizardmen will form a group, trying to attack those zombies that seem to be relatively weak or alone. In the previous period of time, besides collecting materials and crystal nuclei, Xiao Fan, most of the rest time was spent getting revenge. To get revenge on Wang Shen and Zhou Yan, he didn't waste too much effort. His main target was Luu and the others. It's just that when he came here before, he didn't find Luu according to the address where he delivered the cake. He even asked some survivors of the school, but they still didn't know where Luu was. He didn't find it after coming 3 times, so he didn't bother to come here. Didn't expect the monsters here to become so dense after 5 or 6 days. Fortunately, Xiao Fan's ability is very special. None of these monsters will attack him. Xiao Fan carried his dash bags, found a hidden corner and put them away. Then with a backpack on his back and a weapon, he quietly headed towards the school. Meanwhile, the school dormitory. Looking at the cold female professor with a blush on her face, she was full and full. Luu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Li Wanning is a very traditional woman in her bones. But in fact she is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She is very thin-skinned and can't speak a lot. But as long as you can get her body, her heart can easily become yours. Of course. Getting her body is not easy at all. Because she has a strong character and would rather die than submit. You are not good at coercing her. Unless she really likes you a little bit. Just like Luu. In her heart, she really wanted to find a man who was stronger and better than her. This man can protect her and give her spiritual support. In peaceful times, she had never met such a man. Even an elite like Shen Bin couldn't catch her eye. But after the end of the world, Liu did it. When facing desperate situations several times, Liu was the only person in her mind. So in the face of Liu's coercion and temptation, although she was forced by the three views she had established since she was a child, she did not immediately agree. But did not refuse. Ms. Li, wait for me here first. Where are you going? For some reason, after Liu had a showdown with her, not only did she not feel embarrassed. Instead, there was a sense of relief. This feeling is very easy. I'll go upstairs and have a look. Liu replied casually when he walked to the door. Li Wanning acquiesced to be her own woman, and Liu was in a very happy mood. But at this time he didn't think about anything else. Because there is another Qiao Manli upstairs. Liu's idea was that, as Chu Feng's ex-girlfriend, Qiao Manli's ability to live in Chu Feng's plot for such a long time must not only depend on her figure and appearance. So after the evolution of the villain's eye, he wanted to confirm it first. Boom boom boom. Liu knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. Seeing Liu again. The four girls in Qiao Manli's dormitory were obviously not as excited as before. After all, the scene where Liu killed Shen Bin was still very shocking. It's normal to have conflicts and kill people in such a mess outside. But it's a bit true to kill one's own people without conflict. Did you see it? Seeing the expressions of the four, Liu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. There are still many survivors left in these buildings. Liu didn't expect that his actions to kill Shen Bin would not be seen by others. Liu was not particularly clear about the others. But Qiao Manli and the others must have seen it. Especially after seeing their expressions, Liu confirmed his inner thoughts. No, young Master Liu, we didn't see anything. Yeah, young Master Liu, we didn't see anything. Su Fei and Xiaoya hurriedly spoke. Liu was funny, I haven't said anything yet, and you are so eager to deny it. Hearing Liu's words, the girls panicked, and Su Fei even knelt down in front of Liu. Young Master Liu, we didn't mean it. Don't kill us, we promise not to talk about this matter. Yes, young Master Liu, don't kill us, we promise to keep our mouths shut. The girls wondered if they had watched too many gangster movies. He believed that if he saw the murderer, he might be silenced. So he quickly knelt in front of Liu and begged for mercy. Okay, I'm not interested in your lives. Liu glanced at them impatiently, I just came here to ask, do you still want to come with me? Ah? This. Hearing Liu's question, several girls looked at each other. Everyone who wanted Liu to protect them fell into hesitation at this moment. After all, they saw Liu kill Shen Bin. With Liu, will life be in danger? Young Master Liu, I'll go with you. Qiao Manli was the first to muster up the courage to speak. How daring the people are, the more productive the land is. Qiao Manli was originally an egoist. It's just that in the past, she could only make small troubles. But now Liu's behavior gave her hope. Following Liu, not only is safety definitely greater than danger, and it has the potential to accomplish great things. A life of ups and downs is what she pursues. As for Chu Feng being her boyfriend, would she be sad if she died in front of her? This really doesn't exist. The opponent is so powerful that he is unwilling to save himself. What else can I expect from the other party? What's more, Chu Feng also killed so many people, didn't he? Oh. Liu smiled playfully, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Don't be afraid, young Master Liu, take me away. Determine your goal. Qiao Manli's eyes became firm, I said, I will be your girlfriend from now on, and I will follow you wherever you go. Yes, you are very enlightened. Liu raised his mouth and looked at the other three, what about you? I will go with you too. Me too. And I. With Qiao Manli taking the lead, the other three girls followed suit. No way. The end times are too scary. Only by experiencing it for yourself can you know what fear is. They really don't want to live the days when they don't have enough food, don't wear warm clothes, and sleep in fear. Liu glanced at several people. 4 women, 2 ordinary people and 2 awakened ones. Ordinary people don't talk about it. As long as it is a woman with a little bit of beauty, bringing it back will have a certain effect on the team. As for the 2 awakened ones. Su Fei, water purifier. Qiao Manli, beast tamer. Beast master? This woman Qiao Manli is actually an animal trainer? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.